Chapter 51, Space Tier. Monarch of Time. Refining the internal destruction pill was harder than what Shenlong had originally estimated. The whole refinement process took more than an hour to complete, and in the end, Shenlong was lying on the floor, drenched in sweat, while inside his cauldron was one crimson-red medicinal pill. Shenlong didn't even meditate, he just gasped for breath for a while due to his overdrawn qi and spiritual strength. The internal destruction pill had to be consumed within an hour after it was concocted, so Shenlong didn't have much time to rest. After sitting up and observing the pill in his hands, he noticed that there were faint white lines on its surface. Thankfully, I managed to refine a high-grade pill. Even pills had their own ranks, from low grade to middle grade and high grade. All the special qi barrier-breaking pills that Shenlong had refined and sold to the treasure pavilion were between low and middle grade. The reason for that was because Shenlong had only just started as an alchemist, so his aim was to complete the refinement process. However, this time was different. The internal destruction pill could only be consumed once, and the higher the grade of the pill, the better the results would be. Without hesitation, Shenlong swallowed the pill as he started circulating the method of the monarch's eternal body. As the pill dissolved inside Shenlong's mouth, the energy inside it followed the circulation method of the monarch's eternal body as it flowed from Shenlong's meridians to every nook and cranny inside his body. Shenlong roared like a beast in pain. Even if he wanted to stop the circulation of the body refinement at this point, he wouldn't be able to, as the energy had already started to wash every part of his body, bringing along unbearable pain with it. Shenlong had grown much more resistant to pain after his soul had been forcefully enlarged by the Golden Book in the past. However, the pain he felt now wasn't much lower than that. The internal destruction pill had started with his blood as it slowly burned it, while with the help of the monarch's eternal body that was circulating inside him, the healing properties of the pill were slowly replenishing the blood that he was burning, refining it again and again, making it even purer and stronger. After his blood, all of his internal organs as well as his meridians followed, as they were all destroyed and then recreated, from his liver to his heart and even his brain and eyes, they were all turned into a pool of blood before being reformed. The only reason that Shenlong was still alive was thanks to the monarch's eternal body that was circulating inside his body, reforming his destroyed organs. After that, his bones followed, with his skin coming in last. Everything inside and outside Shenlong's body had turned into blood, before being slowly reformed by the monarch's eternal body. The pain and suffering that he was feeling throughout this process was enough to leave even the most resilient men wanting to die. This whole process took nearly a month. A month of constant destruction and creation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Shenlong was a different man now, after consuming the internal destruction pill. After this 1 month, his body had been completely reformed. His external appearance could have been considered handsome before refining his body, but now, aside from becoming even more handsome, his body also naturally emitted a domineering aura. He could feel that he was bursting with energy inside, as every part of him was more than 100 times stronger than before. But the most miraculous thing was that he could now sense the space around his body if he willed it. He raised his right hand in the air as he tried to touch the space around him. He could sense a matter that was like water and yet not water, something non-existent and yet tangible at the same time. It was almost as if the space around him was hugging his body, while it didn't hinder his movements at all. Shenlong tried cutting through space with his hand, and a small space tier appeared in front of him. After deliberating for a while, his eyes focused as he slowly put his hand inside it. His hand had disappeared in the space tier, as it appeared through another tier in space 2 meters away from his original position. Shenlong tried to move the fingers in his hand, and although the hand was 2 meters away from him, it still moved exactly as Shenlong willed it to. As he retracted his hand from the space tier, the tier then closed. Does this mean that I can now move through space? Shenlong wanted to test some more of his theories when suddenly his sect-identifying jade started glowing. The voice of an old man appeared from the jade as it said, "All new disciples that have entered the sect in the past year are to gather in front of the city gates within 1 hour. Shenlong's eyes brightened as he thought, could it be for the outer sect examination? Calculating the time that Shenlong had spent in seclusion refining his body, it should be the time for the outer sect examination to begin. After gathering all his important belongings and putting them inside the Stone of Time, Shenlong walked towards the city gates. Apologies? I just woke up and saw that there was a bug in the chapters, they will be released properly now every 4 hours or so in the right order. Chapter 52, Heading Out. Monarch of Time. Although the city gates weren't that far from the inn he was staying, it still took Shenlong 20 minutes to arrive there. On the way, he saw many disciples heading towards the same direction, all of them seeming perplexed on why the sect had summoned them. By the time he arrived, there was already a huge crowd waiting in front of the gates. After 40 minutes the crowd gathered had definitely numbered more than 50,000 disciples when 3 sect elders in black robes appeared in front of everyone. The elder in the lead was white-haired, with a white beard, and as the buzzing crowd quietened as they saw him, he started speaking. "My name is Lan Hong, and I am the Grand Elder of our Floating Cloud sect. I am sure that many of you are curious as to why the sect suddenly summoned you all. I will explain everything only once, so pay close attention. Every 3 years, our Floating Cloud sect tempers our newly accepted disciples in the Demonic Mountain region to the west of our Floating Cloud city. In the Demonic Mountain region, you disciples will have to compete not just between yourselves, but you will also have to fight against the magical beasts that live there if you want to stay alive. In your sect identifying jades, each of you will be given a special point, which is completely different from your sect points. You can directly rob this special point from others if you acquire their sect identifying jade. Your aim in the Demonic Mountain region will be to survive while gathering the special survival points that the other disciples here have. The Demonic Mountain region is a place where you can become stronger and find fortuitous opportunities, but you can also die there. You can call the sect unfair or cruel if you want, but nothing will change. You are all cultivators, and your aim should be to become stronger instead of staying locked up inside the sect. The sect too has no need for a bunch of weaklings in the chi condensation realm who are content with their lives inside the city." As the Grand Elder finished this sentence, his voice had turned stern as he then continued. However, this year's outer sect examination will be different compared to the previous years. This time you will also have to compete against disciples from other sects inside the Demonic Mountain region. Namely, it will be 3 sects at the same size as our Floating Cloud sect, the Flying Sword sect, the Roaring Wind Pavilion, as well as the Iron Hardened School. Their disciples will also try to take your special survival points, and you should also do the same. Remember that you may die at any moment inside the Demonic Mountain region, be it from another cultivator or from a magic beast, so if you want to stay alive you have to be ruthless. Death lurks everywhere in the Demonic Mountain region, and you only have 2 options. Become ruthless or die. Elder Zhu will give each of you your survival points. As the Grand Elder, Lan Hong, finished speaking, he pointed towards the bald Elder Zhu on the side. After every disciple had a special survival point added to their sect identifying jade, Lan Hong took the lead as he headed outside of the city towards the west before shouting in a loud voice, "All disciples are to follow after me." Most of the disciples were feeling downcast as they followed behind Lan Hong. "Why do we have to risk our lives all of a sudden for no reason? I agree. Nobody informed us about this beforehand, or I may not have joined the Floating Cloud sect. The sect is so cruel. They didn't even ask for our permission before ordering us to participate." Shenlong heard all the hushed whispers of the terrified disciples around him, and he just chuckled. After his conversation with the voice in the darkness inside the Stone of Time, his mental state had already changed drastically from before. He was now going to grasp every single opportunity he could to become stronger. These 3 months inside the sect where he did nothing other than cultivating had already felt so stifling to him. So this chance to leave the sect was a good opportunity, albeit a dangerous one. "This will be a great opportunity to test my monarch's eternal body," he thought as he kept following the group headed towards the Demonic Mountain region. Lan Hong knew what the disciples were feeling, yet he didn't pay much attention to them as he said, "Elder Lu will explain the rewards that the sect will give you, depending on your results." This was the same Elder Lu that had brought Shenlong from the Sky Fortune Kingdom to the Floating Cloud sect, Elder Lu Chang. Following behind the Grand Elder, Lu Cheng didn't even turn around as he started speaking with his back facing the disciples. "You will all be able to obtain different rewards from the sect depending on your results. Those of you that manage to keep just 1 survival point by the end of the exam will be able to obtain 10 sect points, while those of you that collect 10 survival points will get 100 sect points. The person ranked in the 100th position will get 1000 sect points, while for every position above that you will get an extra 100 sect points. Aside from that, there will be special rewards for the top 10 and the top 3 respectively. The top 10 will all obtain weapons crafted by silver-grade formation masters, while the top 3 will each obtain a spatial ring. As Elder Lu finished speaking, all the disciples were shocked. The rewards this year were definitely much better than the previous years. Elder, what about the first place then? Chapter 54, The Black Egg. Monarch of Time. Two big groups had appeared in the distance and each of them wasn't any smaller than the floating cloud sects. The people leading them were a beautiful woman with long black hair and a 2 meters 6.6 feet tall, robust middle-aged man with a bald shaved head. Obviously the person who spoke just now was that middle-aged man. Sect Master De Chao, do you think there is anyone in your iron-hardened sect that can defeat my grandson in the same level of cultivation? Why don't you bring that person out and have them compete with Hui Ming then? He, that's fine by me. De Chong, just go and beat that kid up until his grandfather can't recognize him anymore. As Sect Master De Chao finished speaking, a tall and robust young man that largely resembled De Chao walked from behind him. This young man was wearing brown robes and was almost as tall as De Chao himself, while his hands and feet were even bigger than his. Just as the situation was taking a turn for the worse, the beautiful woman who had kept quiet so far said in a sweet voice, I am sure that everyone here is eagerly waiting for this year's examination to start. After all, what the sect examination tests isn't just brute physical strength, but a disciple's ability to plan ahead as well as their survival instincts. Since everyone has gathered, then how about starting the sect examination now? The beautiful woman turned her look towards Grand Elder Lan Hong, who in turn nodded and said, since Vice Pavilion Master Li Huan and Sect Master De Chao have also arrived, we should all start with the sect examination. If you insist on fighting now, then your Flying Sword sect and your Iron-Hardened sect can just stay behind and wait for the results. Both De Chao and Hui Zhong snorted, but they knew that the important thing in hand was to test their disciples this time, so everyone gathered their groups in front of the Demonic Mountain region's entrance. Lan Hong went in front of the Floating Cloud Sects group and said, you will all spend the next month inside the Demonic Mountain region. When the time is up, your sect identifying jades will light up as they will point your way towards my location. Until then, do your best to gather as many survival points as possible and try to stay alive too. That is all. As Lan Hong finished speaking, so did the other three leaders of their respective groups, as the groups started heading inside the Demonic Mountain region. Shenlong was feeling excited but also nervous at the same time. After all, it was the first time that he would be participating in something like this. This was going to be a true survival test. Shenlong started heading inside the Demonic Mountain region along with the other disciples, but as if in tacit agreement, no one fought as they were entering inside. Everyone is probably waiting for someone else to start a fight, since the first person who starts fighting here would be preyed upon by the others in the end. As he was heading deeper inside the Demonic Mountain region, Shenlong saw that the number of disciples around him had started to lessen. Just as he was about to find a good spot on the trees around him, he felt a spiritual fluctuation from the black egg in his spiritual space. Suddenly, all the qi around the area he was in had started rushing towards his body, more precisely, towards the stone of time where the black egg was in. This wasn't just the qi that was in direct proximity around Shenlong, but the qi inside the earth as well as in the air around him. All of it was now towards him. Shenlong started running deeper inside the Demonic Mountain region, as the black egg absorbed more and more qi. His speed had already reached such a terrifying level after entering the first level of the Monarch's eternal body that he was far faster than any peak rank 3 Earth-grade cultivator. Suddenly, as Shenlong was running deeper inside, a 3 meters 9 feet long snake jumped at him from the top of a tree. The beast could feel the rich qi around Shenlong and it madly wanted to absorb it all for itself. Shenlong immediately recognized this magic beast, a rank 2 dark venom snake. Shenlong tried to dodge to the side, but the snake coiled itself around his waist with lightning speed. Just as the dark venom snake tried to plunge its fangs on Shenlong's chest, he instantly activated the Monarch's hourglass and gathered all of his strength and qi in his right hand as he chopped towards its weakest spot, the snake's neck. Shenlong could feel his hands being bathed in a hot liquid, as the snake's head was severed and green blood dyed his arms and robes. Although the dark venom snake was a rank 2 magical beast, it was only comparable to an early-stage Earth-grade cultivator. This was the first time that Shenlong had killed something, and yet, he couldn't stop running as beast roars could be heard from every direction. He could already feel more and more magical beasts chasing him down from all sides. The disciples that were previously around him had all run as far away as they could when they saw the horde of magical beasts that was now chasing Shenlong. The most terrifying thing was that there were even some peak rank 2 magical beasts. A peak rank 2 magical beast was at the very least as strong as a peak rank 9 earth grade cultivator, yet these beasts were now chasing Shenlong in a mad frenzy, almost as if he was some kind of extraordinary delicacy. Thankfully Shenlong's body had been enhanced after having consumed the internal destruction pill and entered the first level of the monarch's eternal body. Nevertheless, the beasts launched plenty of attacks, and Shenlong was eventually forced to use the monarch's domain. Although his cultivation had already advanced to the early rank 8, in the end he was just a chi condensation novice and he couldn't keep the monarch's domain active for more than 100 breaths of time. As if sensing the monarch's domain, the black egg started vibrating even more intensely while its size was rapidly enlarging. After 49 breaths of time had passed since Shenlong had activated the monarch's domain, the egg that had reached 3 meters 10 feet in height by now finally cracked from the top as a black being slowly emerged from it. Chapter 55, The Black Dragon's Past. Monarch of Time. As the black egg cracked, a 3 meters 10 feet tall creature could be seen emerging from it. As the creature's eyes opened, an aura of absolute tyranny burst from it, suppressing everything around Shenlong. Every magic beast in a radius of 3 miles around him was now on its knees prostrating towards the source of this aura. Shenlong could finally catch his breath, as he hurriedly sent his spiritual strength inside the Stone of Time. What? His mind and thoughts couldn't believe that what he was seeing was real. A black dragon. Dragons really existed, and one of them was inside the Stone of Time. The dragon was black from its head to its talons. The only exception was a pair of bright blue eyes that were as deep as the ocean and were glowing with a shining azure light. The dragon was rapidly inhaling from its nostrils, absorbing every single bit of chi that was remaining around it. It suddenly spread its massive wings open and roared from inside the Stone of Time. This roar carried itself towards Shenlong's spiritual space and then continued outside of his body. As the beasts prostrating around Shenlong heard this roar, they all fainted on the spot. It didn't matter if they were rank 1 magic beasts or even peak rank 2, they had all fainted without exception. The dragon then looked at the imaginary Shenlong that had appeared inside the Stone of Time's space. His bright blue eyes that exuded absolute tyranny a moment ago had suddenly turned gentle as the dragon looked at Shenlong and lowered his head in front of him before calling out, "Master." The black dragon didn't open his mouth to speak. Instead, his voice had directly sounded inside Shenlong's head. Shenlong looked at the dragon perplexed, and unknowingly, he had put his right hand on the huge head that was lowered in front of him. He then opened his mouth to ask, "Are you the voice that was speaking to me from the darkness?" The dragon nodded his head. Then, "Am I your master because the Stone of Time has merged with me? What is this stone? Since you called it the Stone of Time, then you must definitely know about it." The dragon shook his head at Shenlong's question as his answer shook Shenlong to his core. "Master, you are not my master because you possess the Stone of Time? You have been my master long before you obtained the Stone of Time." Shenlong didn't seem to understand what this black dragon tried to say. Wasn't he inside the Stone of Time? How could the previous Shenlong, or the rock from Earth, to have ever met with any dragons in the past? The black dragon seemed to be able to see through Shenlong's puzzlement as he answered with a question of his own. "Master, why do you think that the Stone of Time chose you? Right? Why did the Stone of Time choose me?" Shenlong seemed to be stumped as he couldn't find an answer to this question. Then he turned his bright eyes towards the black dragon as he asked, "Does that mean that you know the answer?" "Of course. Master, there is always a reason for everything that happens. Let me start from the beginning." The dragon then sat down on the space inside the Stone of Time and coiled his long head around Shenlong before starting to explain through another telepathic message. "A long time ago, I was born in a place called the Skymending World. The birth of any dragon, no matter how weak or strong, is enough to startle countless superpowers in the universe. Usually, when someone from our dragon race is born, there will always be some seniors from our race to protect us. However, my circumstances were different, and in the end, I had to flee the Skymending World while still a newborn, as I ended up being chased by a huge group of people." The dragon spoke with a hint of melancholy as well as grief in his voice as he continued. "Although many people want to enslave a dragon, there are even more who want to kill one. A dragon's body is a priceless treasure. The horns, the scales, the claws, everything, even the tongue of a dragon would be a priceless treasure that many superpowers would kill to obtain. Then the dragon's eyes shone as he said in a proud voice with a big smile hanging on his face. That was when I and Master met each other for the first time. Shenlong was speechless. Why is he so sure that I've met him before? And yet, he didn't interrupt the dragon who was explaining more about his past, as this story would probably include parts about the Stone of Time as well as help Shenlong understand more about this dragon. Although we dragons are born with exceptionally strong bodies and are very intelligent from the start, I couldn't escape the pursuit of all those people. That was when I happened to run into Master just outside the heaven-trampling city. Back then, Master saw my scarred body while I was still a newborn and took pity in me as he came to my aid. Since Master was already the lord of the heaven-trampling city and the heaven-trampling legion followed Master, aside from a few superpowers, not many would dare to antagonize you. However, there were still 2 exceptionally strong people who were willing to offend Master in order to get their hands on me in the end. They brought their armies in front of heaven-trampling city and demanded Master to hand me over. That was when the black dragon smirked as he continued. But how could it be possible that they didn't know about Master's temper? Master was already a renowned powerhouse back then and would never succumb to threats or forceful behavior. Their armies clashed in a cataclysmic battle with the heaven-trampling legion and in the end Master personally killed both of their leaders. Chapter 56, Shenlong and the Black Dragon. Monarch of Time. Shenlong didn't ask anything as the Black Dragon continued explaining. Although dragons don't submit to humans, as a newborn with no one else to rely on, Master became my only family. That was when I first decided to follow Master. Master helped me grow and after almost 1,000 years of cultivation and the continuous consumption of mountains of pills and natural treasures, I had finally reached a level where I was just slightly weaker than Master. That was when Master decided for us to go to the Dragon Realm and find out more about my origins. After all, it didn't make sense for a dragon to be born alone, outside of the Dragon Realm, and with no seniors to protect him. Then the black dragon's eyes turned chilly as an aura of murder radiated from his body that made even the surrounding space to tremble. However, that was when we met him. The black dragon then stopped speaking as his body was now trembling from rage, his eyes having turned hazy with a hint of bloodlust as he remembered those scenes. Who are you talking about? Seeing that the black dragon wasn't speaking anymore, Shenlong couldn't hold in his curiosity and decided to ask. As the black dragon heard Shenlong's voice, his hazy and bloodshot eyes became clear again as he answered. The person who called himself my father. One of the 9 emperors of the Dragon Realm, Long Tianyu. As soon as we met him, he tried to kill me without any hesitation or reason, and he and Master then ended up fighting for 7 full days and nights. Since no winner could be determined in the end, Long Tianyu and Master stopped fighting. However, before he left, Long Tianyu looked at Master and spat out, "I will only warn you once. You should look at your own business or your end will be a miserable one. The Dragon Realm's matters are not something that you should meddle into." Master then replied without any hesitation, "This is my business. As for my end, someone like you shouldn't worry about it. Although you may be strong, don't delude yourself thinking that you are strong enough to threaten me. After that you brought me away as we left the Dragon Realm. Since then, I followed behind Master as we traveled the world and explored many different ruins until one day we entered a place called the Ruins of the Universe. In there, we nearly died before Master found the Stone of Time. Are you sure that the person back then had something to do with me? Also, what exactly is the Stone of Time?" The black dragon resolutely nodded his head at Shenlong's question before saying, "Master, you will understand everything as soon as I finish explaining things." Shenlong nodded and let the dragon continue speaking. The Stone of Time is one of the supreme treasures of the universe. Nobody knows exactly what it is, but it is said that inside it lies the secret to become a god. Shenlong couldn't resist asking, "Do gods really exist then?" The black dragon shook his head as he said, "I don't know, Master. However, it was said that inside the Stone of Time lies the secret for a person to ascend to godhood. There are other rumors as well, claiming that the Stone of Time is the key to enter another world. Nobody knows if they are true or not, but one thing is for sure, the Stone of Time is truly a mysterious and supreme treasure. There are always numerous people exploring the ruins of the universe at all times, and people happened to see that Master obtained a peerless treasure before we could leave the ruins. In their greed, many powerhouses banded together to attack Master, and in the end our only choice was to flee. As the Stone of Time merged with Master and became a part of your soul, the situation back then had reached a point where almost 1/10 of all the powerhouses in the universe were chasing us. However, as Master's soul was fusing with the Stone of Time, your strength was also rapidly increasing. And yet, in the end, an old monster that was in seclusion heard about Master finding a priceless treasure and joined in on the chase. Although Master could probably fight him off one-on-one, we couldn't win against so many enemies. As we were cornered then, Master took a huge gamble. Activating the Stone of Time, Master placed me inside this space, before you also sealed part of your memories inside the stone. These memories then became a golden book. A third of Master's soul had also been sealed inside that. After Master sealed me and the golden book inside the Stone of Time, Master also split the remaining 2/3 of your soul in 2 parts. After that, Master detonated his body as well as his remaining cultivation, while sending the 3 parts of your soul in different directions. The black dragon's eyes were now glistening with tears as he remembered that scene. There was a huge explosion as the enemies around them had turned to dust. Shenlong's eyes widened as he connected the rest of the dots. If what the black dragon had said was all true, then nothing in his life would happen randomly. He died on Earth, almost at the same time as the other part of his soul died in the mortal world. The 2 parts of his soul merged, and the third and last one, that was inside the Stone of Time, also found him and merged with him. Shenlong couldn't believe what the black dragon was saying, and yet deep inside he knew that it was most likely the truth. After all, why else would the Stone of Time merge with him out of nowhere? But the most important reason that made Shenlong completely trust the black dragon was that he could sense that the dragon was connected to him. Shenlong took a deep breath as he asked, "Assuming that everything you said so far is the truth, why did you ask me if I wanted power the first time you met me? Why did you ask me what my goal was? And why can I sense your emotions?" Chapter 57, Unbelievable Strength. Monarch of Time. The Black Dragon answered proudly, "Master, have you felt your personality slightly changing lately? That's because all 3 parts of your soul have once again become one. Although back then, you split your soul into 3 parts and reincarnated, your desires were all hidden deep inside you even after your soul fused back together. In other words, you hadn't yet woken up. That was the only way I could stimulate your soul's desires and help you wake up. As for the reason why Master can sense my emotions, as I am soulbound to Master, we can both exchange messages with our minds. However, Master isn't strong enough yet and you have to wait until you reach at least the spirit realm before using your soul to directly transmit telepathic messages." Spirit realm? Is that the realm above the heaven grade? The Black Dragon nodded. "Also, what do you mean by soulbound?" "It means that my soul is bound to yours, Master. In order for my body to enter the Stone of Time, my soul had to be connected to Master's, or the Stone of Time would have rejected me otherwise and I would have died back then. Master, you are my only family and I will make sure to protect you. It's just..." The dragon seemed troubled by something and Shenlong could obviously feel it. It's just that I had to restart my cultivation from the start, so I am extremely weak right now." Shenlong was a bit disappointed when he heard that the black dragon was weak. Since he just started cultivating, he couldn't be any stronger than himself, right? Probably around the middle or the late stages of qi condensation. However, he wasn't dejected at all. Instead, Shenlong had a mysterious feeling of intimacy towards this dragon, and he could also sense the familial affection that the dragon felt for him. Shenlong then smiled as he petted the dragon's head and asked, "Right, what should I call you?" "Master, you have always called me Little Black," the dragon answered enthusiastically. "Fine then, I'll continue calling you that." Shenlong nodded before falling deep in thoughts. Little Black should be telling the truth, both based on the feeling I got from his soul when he was speaking earlier, as well as the fact that everything makes sense now that I know the story behind my past. Although I'm not really interested in becoming a god right now, I will still need to visit those ruins of the universe in the future if I want to find out more about the origins of the Stone of Time. Since it has merged with my soul and it doesn't seem to have its own consciousness, I doubt it's anything harmful, but I still have to investigate. I also need to become stronger to keep both myself and my parents safe. If it's possible, I should also try to help Little Black to find out more about himself in the future. It isn't logical for his father to try to kill him as soon as he stepped foot in that place called the Dragon Realm. Right now, however, I'm too weak that I can't even leave the floating cloud sect. For now, I should focus on the outer sect examination. As Shenlong sorted his thoughts, he said, Little Black, for now it's better for you to recuperate and become stronger. The outside is dangerous and even I don't have absolute certainty of staying safe. The Black Dragon, Little Black looked at Shenlong in a weird manner as he said, Master, the outside is perfectly safe. As far as I can sense at least, there is nothing within 30 miles from your current location that can even match up to me, let alone posing a threat. Shenlong hesitated a bit before asking, Little Black, what is your current strength right now? Little Black thought seriously for a while before answering. Right now I'm extremely weak, much weaker than when I was born the first time, as the chi I could absorb back then couldn't be compared to the thin chi in this place. If I have to put it in magical beast standards, then I'm just a rank 3 magical beast. Shenlong sucked in a deep breath as he heard this, but the shock wasn't over yet. Despite my low cultivation though, I should be able to easily fight against a spirit realm cultivator who is in the middle stages. Shenlong was left speechless now. Not only could Little Black send his spiritual strength and scan 30 miles around his body, but he was also a powerhouse who could fight against middle stage spirit realm cultivators. Shenlong suppressed his shock as he then asked, Can you sense any secluded place anywhere near my current location? Little Black nodded his head as he answered. About 7 miles towards the east, there is a small lake with a rank 3 double-headed fish hiding inside. There is no magic beast or human anywhere near the lake. Shenlong then followed Little Black's directions and quickly reached the small lake. Little Black, take care of the double-headed fish then. Also, use your spiritual strength to keep watch around the lake. If anyone comes close, whether a human or magic beast, let me know. Understood, Master. Little Black responded as he flew out from Shenlong's body and directly headed towards the lake. Little Black stretched his pitch-black wings as the majestic form of a dragon could be seen diving inside the lake, sending a huge current of water up in the sky. The dragon looked just as agile in the water as he looked in the air. The double-headed fish watched in horror as Little Black approached it, and yet in front of a dragon, it couldn't move at all. The battle had no suspense as Little Black used his sharp talons to instantly tear the fish in half. A shiny blue core fell out from the beast's body as Little Black grabbed it with its talons and delivered it to Shenlong. Shenlong looked at the rank 3 beast's core in his hand excitedly, as he put it inside his spiritual space. Then he took a deep breath as he thought, I didn't have the time earlier, but now it's finally time to test the first stage of the Monarch's eternal body. Chapter 58, Monarch Eternal Body's Fearsome Strength. Monarch of Time. With Little Black keeping watch, Shenlong had nothing to worry about as he stood in front of the lake and decided to test the Monarch's eternal body's might. He had already found out earlier that his speed was simply incomparable to the past. He was outrunning even rank 2 magical beasts at this point. However, what other change had occurred aside from his speed and his external appearance? Shenlong clenched his right fist tightly as he punched in front of him and an air current traveled through the lake, creating a disturbance in the water's surface. Little Black's eyes shone as he saw this and he thought inwardly, Master seems to be at the peak of the first stage in body refinement and yet his punch can rival a full-out blow of an early second stage body cultivator. After throwing that punch, Shenlong stood still and closed his eyes as he stood in front of the lake. Without opening them, he raised his left hand as he threw a downward chop in the air and the space in the area was suddenly torn. This chop was much stronger than the one he had used back in his room in the floating cloud city. The tear in space was so large that a human could easily fit inside it, but 1/10 of Shenlong's physical energy was sapped to create this. Having experienced this once already, Shenlong didn't put his hand inside the void this time. Instead, he took a step forward as he walked inside the space tier. There was a ripple in the space above the lake, and 10 meters away from Shenlong's original location, Shenlong's body appeared above the lake. Having miscalculated this time, Shenlong fell inside the lake, his body now drenched in water. And yet there was a big smile hanging on his face as he had just figured things out. Little Black's shock was evident as he flew in the air around Shenlong, who was now swimming towards the shore of the lake. Master, how can you tear space open when you haven't even reached the spirit realm? Shenlong was still smiling as he swam over to the shore. He lied down on the grass next to the lake as he looked at Little Black and said, This is thanks to the Stone of Time's body refining technique, the Monarch's eternal body. Shenlong didn't hide anything from Little Black as he continued. This was the second time that I tried to tear space open. The first time, the tear in space was very small, and as my hand passed through it, it had appeared just 2 meters away from me. However, this time the tear I created was at the size of a human, and the distance I traveled was 5 times larger than before. This time I could also clearly feel my energy being drained as I was tearing the void open. The larger the tear in space I create and the bigger the distance it covers, the more energy I have to use, it seems. Little Black's astonishment was evident from his expression as he still hadn't recovered. His jaw was slightly trembling as he said, "Master, your affinity with the element of space must be at a very high level for you to be able to tear space open and only have to use such a small amount of energy for it. Usually peak rank 3 spirit realm experts can tear space open just 100 meters away from their original location, but they have to use almost all their chi to do this, while Master can create a tear in space 10 meters away just by using some of your physical energy. This is simply impossible to believe." And yet Shenlong knew that 10 meters wasn't his limit yet. After taking a deep breath, he clenched his fist tightly as he used his full strength to punch the air in front of him. A gust of wind followed after Shenlong's hand, as the space in front of him was once again torn apart. The size of the space tear was the same as the last time, however Little Black could feel a qualitative difference this time around. More than half of Shenlong's strength had been consumed with this move. His body then instantly disappeared, as it appeared again on a patch of grass 45 meters away from his original location. Shenlong then looked at Little Black and pondered seriously for a while. If I used Little Black's strength, no one in the floating cloud sect would probably be a match against him, but Little Black is a dragon after all, and right now he is extremely weak. If his existence is exposed, it's unknown what problems it may bring. If anyone above the middle stages of the spirit realm happens to hear about a black dragon, I doubt that they will let the opportunity go like that. In the end, I shouldn't allow Little Black to reveal his existence unless absolutely necessary. With these thoughts in mind, Shenlong explained to Little Black the situation they were in, as well as everything about the floating cloud sect and the demonic mountain region, as well as the outer sect examination. Little Black returned to the space inside the Stone of Time, but his spiritual strength was scanning everything around Shenlong. Shenlong also stored the rank 3 double-headed fish's body inside the Stone of Time as he asked Little Black if there were any people or beasts around them. "Master, in direct proximity of 2 miles around us, there is no human or magic beast. However, there are approximately 400 humans and more than 500 magic beasts in the surrounding 30 miles. From these magic beasts, more than a third of them have already reached rank 2. I also sense a group of humans in a secluded area around 14 miles away from our current location, fighting with a middle stage rank 2 earth bear. Apparently, the bear is protecting a profound earth fruit inside its cave." Chapter 59, Gathering in the Dark. Monarch of Time. "Quickly, lead me there," Shenlong said in a slightly anxious tone. Now that Little Black was inside the Stone of Time's space, Shenlong could directly use his spiritual strength to communicate with him. The reason that he was so anxious wasn't to save those disciples or the earth bear, but instead to obtain the profound earth fruit. There were 3 different ways for Shenlong to advance his monarch's eternal body. The first way was to consume the flesh of higher rank magic beasts. The flesh rank 2 magic beasts or the rank 3 double-headed fish inside the Stone of Time was one such example. The second way was to directly consume rare herbs or fruits like the profound earth fruit or the blood vermilion fruit. Although a big part of the fruit's medicinal efficacy would be wasted this way, it was still more than 100 times faster compared to slowly strengthening the body by eating magical beast's flesh. However, there was an even better and faster way to advance. That would be by first refining the fruits into pills and then consuming them. Although it would be possible for a rank 3 bronze grade alchemist to refine something like the profound earth fruit into a pill, the same would be absolutely impossible if we swapped the profound earth fruit with a blood vermilion fruit. Although both fruits were rank 3 medicinal ingredients, the profound earth fruit needed at least an alchemist at the rank 3 bronze grade to be refined into a pill, while the blood vermilion fruit needed at least a rank 1 silver grade alchemist to successfully refine it into a pill. And so the third way was the most uncommon of them all. Following Little Black's directions, Shenlong soon arrived at the place where the battle was taking place. There were 5 disciples banded as a group, all of them fighting the earth bear. Of those disciples, 2 of them wore the floating cloud sect's robes while the other 3 were dressed in brown robes, indicating that they were disciples of the iron-hardened sect. It's him, Shen Long thought while he was sitting at the top of a tree watching the fight. One of the two disciples that were dressed in yellow robes, was short and had red hair. He had left an impression on Shen Long when he had asked Elder Lu earlier about the first place reward. This person was Guan Hong, the peak rank 3 Earth grade expert. The other disciple of the Floating Cloud sect was at the middle stage of rank 1 in the Earth grade, while from the 3 disciples of the Iron Hardened sect 2 of them were at the middle rank 3 while the only woman in the group was at the early rank 1 in the Earth grade. Shen Long wasn't going to let these people take the profound Earth fruit now that he knew about it, but the problem was how to take it. Everyone, including the Earth Bear and the 5 people in their group, were paying attention to the profound Earth fruit even while they were fighting. Shen Long could use his teleportation ability to take the fruit and then leave, but he didn't want to expose himself just yet. All of a sudden Little Black's voice was heard in Shen Long's head. Master, don't be anxious to make a move yet. Did you discover something? Shen Long asked. There is a rank 2 iron-winged eagle 300 meters away from our location and it has set its sights here. Of course it has. The iron-winged eagle is a natural enemy of the Earth Bear. Now that someone has come to find trouble with it, how could it let this chance go? Aside from the iron-winged eagle there are also 2 little girls who are approaching, around 1 mile away from our east. They will surely stumble upon this fight and I doubt that they will let the profound Earth fruit go like that. One of them is at the peak of rank 3 in Earth grade while the other one is in the middle rank 3. If the fight kept going for much longer, the number of people who would find out about the existence of the profound Earth fruit would increase over and over. Meanwhile, in the fight happening in front of the cave, the 2 middle rank 3 disciples of the Iron Hardened sect, as well as Guan Hong, were fighting the Earth Bear head-on, while the girl from the Iron Hardened sect and the other disciple from the Floating Cloud sect were providing support from the distance. The Earth Bear was very tough as both its offense and defense were balanced. Every time that Guan Hong's group attacked it, it defended back with its sharp claws, and every attack that the bear sent would prove life-threatening if their group didn't dodge in time. Shi Qiang, Shi Shan, if you keep holding back, more and more people will gather after they notice our fight, and taking the profound Earth fruit then will be much more difficult. Then Guan Hong shouted at the 2 Iron-Hardened sect disciples that were fighting with him. These 2 were a pair of brothers, called Shi Qiang and Shi Shan. Although they weren't the strongest in the Iron-Hardened sect, when the 2 of them were fighting together, they were even slightly stronger than Guan Hong. The elder brother of the 2, Shi Qiang, who was using a long saber, snorted as he responded. Are you trying to say that you have been going all out by now, Guan Hong? If you want us brothers to use our strength for you to take the profound Earth fruit for yourself, you must think that we really are naive. After all, even if we brothers used our full strength, we still wouldn't be able to kill this Earth Bear just by ourselves, or else why would we fight together with you then? The spear-wielding Shi Shan nodded his head and Guan Hong just snorted, but he knew that everything Shi Qiang said was the truth. His eyes had turned determined as he looked at the 2 brothers and said, "Distract the Earth Bear for 10 breaths of time. I need this much time to activate my martial skill. When I use it, you better not hold back either, because that will be our only chance to kill this beast, or else forget about the profound Earth fruit." As Guan Hong finished speaking, he took out a dagger from his robe and started infusing his qi in it. Meanwhile, a pair of girls dressed in blue robes had also arrived at the scene, their eyes fully focused on the profound Earth fruit. Chapter 60, Snatching the Profound Earth Fruit. Monarch of Time. Everyone, including Shen Long, were startled that Guan Hong knew a martial skill. There were plenty yellow-grade cultivation techniques spread around in the mortal world and the cultivation world as well. However, yellow-grade martial skills were much rarer than yellow-grade cultivation techniques. Martial skills were different from cultivation techniques to begin with. Although one needed a cultivation technique to train in and become stronger, martial skills were a cultivator's hidden card as well. Of course, cultivation techniques at the black grade and above weren't freely circulated in the world, but instead were all kept as a tight secret inside every sect. The value of these cultivation techniques was at least on par with black grade martial skills, if not higher. After all, the grade of a cultivation technique would indicate how fast a disciple would progress, while a martial skill was a way for the disciple to protect themselves. The 2 girls that had just arrived on the scene started discussing. "Senior sister, look. That guy over there also knows a martial skill." The shorter one of the 2 girls, who had her hair in 2 small buns, said as she pointed towards Guan Hong. The senior sister, however, only glanced at Guanhong once, before turning her sights on the profound earth fruit as she said, "It's only a low yellow grade martial skill. He requires so much time to prepare for it that if he was fighting the earth bear one-on-one, he would already be dead by now." The senior sister, who was also dressed in blue robes, had a beautiful face and short black hair as well as a slender body. Her boobs were average in size, but her butt was definitely a handful. If one compared her with Lu Mei, who Shen Long had met in the Alchemist's Guild, her appearance may be slightly lacking. However, she was still a beauty that was on par with Lan Jingjing. As Shen Long watched the two brothers, Shi Qiang and Shi Shen, alternate between themselves trying to draw the earth bear's attention, Guanhong had already finished charging up his martial skill. As he had infused a lot of his qi inside his dagger, he shouted, "Flying slash!" As he slashed with his dagger in the air, the qi he had infused became a blade that flew towards the earth bear. The bear had already split its attention between fighting Shi Qiang and Shi Shan, as well as defending itself from the occasional attacks from the other two members of this five-man group, while also paying attention to its profound earth fruit at the same time. As Guanhong's attack approached it, it didn't have any time to dodge and tried to defend with its claws, but that was when the pair brothers showed their teamwork as they both attacked the bear toward its eyes and heart simultaneously. The bear could only defend against the brothers' joint attack, as Guanhong's slash hit it straight at its neck, leaving behind a huge cut that had nearly reached the bear's bones. Blood was sent high up in the air as the bear roared in pain. However, thanks to its thick hide, it had survived the hit, although it was now heavily injured. Just when everyone thought that their fight was almost done, a huge screech sounded in the air, as a 2-meter, 6 feet, eagle, with sharp, gray-colored feathers appeared from the sky as it directly chased the earth bear. The injured earth bear instantly turned to flee as it saw the eagle, completely disregarding everything else at this point. The eagle chased the bear relentlessly around the forest. As everyone's attention turned to the iron-winged eagle who was chasing the earth bear, Shen Long, who was waiting for this chance, instantly opened a space tier as he appeared next to the profound earth fruit. It only took a moment for him to appear inside the cave, snatch the fruit and then open another spatial tier to leave the cave from the other side. However, just as he was about to leave, the senior sister from the Roaring Wind Pavilion had then screamed, "The profound earth fruit!" Everyone's attention immediately turned to the cave, as they saw Shen Long, who had his back turned on them, disappear inside the spatial tier. Although they saw his yellow robes, which betrayed that he was a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect, they couldn't see anything else, as he had suddenly vanished into thin air. "Nuo, profound earth fruit!" Both the senior sister and Guanhong shouted at the same time. Guanhong's group had suffered the biggest loss this time, as they had been the ones who had first discovered the fruit and injured the earth bear as well, only for someone else to play the fisherman and steal their spoils from underneath their nose. Guanhong's eyes were spitting fire as he looked at the blue-robed senior sister who had just claimed that the profound earth fruit belonged to her. Since the person who stole it had disappeared into nothing, Guanhong's group had nowhere to vent their anger to. Now, as if they had suddenly found an outlet for their pent-up emotions, their group of 5 eyed the pair of female disciples from the Raging Wind Pavilion. "Who are you?" Guanhong and the Shi brothers asked threateningly as they surrounded the two girls. The senior sister ignored them as she turned to leave, however Guanhong blocked her path as he said, "No matter who you are, if you want to leave, you will also leave behind your survival points." Anger clouded the senior sister's eyes as her peak rank 3 aura exploded as she attacked Guanhong, and a fierce battle of 2 versus 5 started. Meanwhile, Shen Long, who had just appeared 30 meters away from the other side of the cave, could now hear the fight that had broken out. Directly leaving the scene, Shen Long sent his spiritual strength inside the Stone of Time to inspect the profound earth fruit before heading towards the deeper parts of the demonic mountain region. Chapter 61, Requirements. Monarch of Time. It was unknown if Shen Long's luck was good or bad, but not long after he left the Earth Bear's cave, an early rank 2 silver-haired fox attacked him. Without using any of his qi, just by relying on the monarch's eternal body's strength, Shen Long sent a full-powered punch towards the fox's ribcage. Although the silver-haired fox also managed to bite Shen Long's hand before the punch had connected, Shen Long only felt a sting before the fox was sent flying towards the nearby trees. As a rank 2 magic beast, the silver-haired fox had expected its teeth to tear through the human's arm without a problem. However, Shenlong's body was extremely durable and the fox didn't even last one punch before it was heavily injured. At this point, unless a magic beast had some sort of natural weapon, like the iron-winged eagle's sharp wings, they probably wouldn't be a match for Shenlong, unless the beast had reached the middle level of rank 2. This outer sect examination truly is a survival test. You may die at any moment if you aren't careful here, Shenlong thought. After killing the silver-haired fox and storing its body, he then headed deeper inside the demonic mountain region. Master, there are plenty of rank 2 beasts in this area, Little Black warned. Shenlong was more than 50 miles away from the demonic mountain region's entrance by now, and the more he walked the more he noticed how the rank 2 magic beasts around him had started to increase in number. However, with Little Black scanning the area around him, he didn't have anything to worry about, as he avoided the magic beasts that were at the middle stage of rank 2 and above. Night soon arrived and Shenlong jumped on top of a tree when he heard Little Black's voice inside his head. Master, I feel that as we are heading deeper inside this demonic mountain region, the chi around us is becoming purer compared to when we were still on the outskirts. Shenlong nodded his head as he too had discovered this earlier. As he activated the Monarch's hourglass, his chi balls were being refined faster than usual. Did you find out the reason behind this change? Little Black shook his head before replying. There is definitely something extraordinary deeper in this demonic mountain region, or the density of the chi in the air wouldn't have changed for no reason. Then with a joyous voice Little Black said, Master, the rank 2 blood wolves that we were looking for earlier have now appeared almost 4 miles away from our east. Elated, Shenlong stood up and followed Little Black's directions as he quickly headed towards the wolves' location. The blood wolves were magic beasts that always hunted in packs, and it wouldn't be easy to kill them, but their hearts as well as their beast cores were important to Shenlong, who wanted to refine the profound earth fruit into a pill. After a short while, Shenlong had arrived in front of a valley where 5 early rank 2 blood wolves had encircled a small group of blue-robed disciples. There were 4 people in this group, 1 man and 3 women, each of them covering each other's back so the blood wolves wouldn't pick them off one by one. Shenlong could sense that the strongest among these disciples was the good-looking young man with the blue sword in his hand, who was at the early rank 3 in Earth grade, while the 3 women's strength was only at the early rank 2 in Earth grade. Just as he was about to sit at a tree and wait until the blood wolves had tired themselves with this group of disciples from the Roaring Wind Pavilion, Shenlong's mind had a sudden idea as he looked at this group of 4 people before he walked towards them. As soon as the good-looking young man noticed Shenlong, he waved his hand as he screamed, Brother, please help us. He was fighting off 3 wolves on his own while the 3 young women behind him were also struggling to contain the 2 wolves that were left for them. Shenlong then looked at the young man whose body was riddled with bites and claw marks as he asked bluntly, What will I get if I help you? Both the young man and the 3 young women were stunned. Right? Why will he risk his life to help us? The young man then gritted his teeth as he said determinedly, We can give you 4 survival points. But Shenlong just shook his head at this suggestion as he responded, Won't I be able to get your survival points if I just let the blood wolves kill you? I will also be able to get all your possessions by then. The young man was shocked at Shenlong's bluntness, but he knew that his words were correct. He then asked in a frantic voice, What do you want then? I want the 4 survival points as well. American Samoa, the blood wolves' hearts and beast cores. As soon as they heard Shenlong's demands, all 4 of them were furious as the girls were the first to scream. Impossible. The young man also shook his head as he said, I can concede and also give you the blood wolves' hearts along with the 4 survival points, but I need the beast cores as well as the wolves' pelts. Shenlong shook his head at this group's greed as he turned and walked away. While he may have sounded to be asking for too much, the truth was that if he didn't help them, not only would these people have no chance to kill the blood wolves by themselves, but at least 3 of them, if not their entire group, would end up dead here. As the young man in blue robes saw that Shenlong was leaving, he gritted his teeth as he shouted, Wait. He then took a deep breath as he continued, If you can really help us, then you can take 3 of the beast cores as well. Chapter 62, You Don't Know? Monarch of Time. Shenlong thought for a moment, before nodding his head as he unleashed his aura of an early rank 8 chi condensation cultivator. Before the young man and the 3 young girls had any time to get angry at this chi condensation rookie who had been playing them for so long, Shenlong had already arrived behind a blood wolf as he gathered his chi in his right hand and punched towards the wolf's back. As Shenlong's fist connected with the wolf's spine, a cracking sound was heard as the wolf whimpered before it collapsed on the ground, and after twitching for a while, it stopped breathing entirely. The group of disciples from the Roaring Wind Pavilion were shocked when the young man was the first to recover as he shouted, "Careful!" As one of the three women was still absorbed watching Shenlong kill the wolf, another one had appeared above her head as its sharp claws headed straight towards her neck. The girl screamed and turned to run, but the wolf's claws had ripped off the robes on her back as a bloody imprint of a huge claw was left on her skin. This girl instantly passed out, while the rest of the blood wolves had suddenly turned frenzied as they smelled the scent of blood from this young woman. Shenlong, who had just killed one of the three blood wolves that were attacking the young man, saw what happened and rushed to kill the other two wolves which were now madly attacking the two girls. His speed was extremely fast as he had arrived in front of the two wolves in less than 2 breaths, before he ruthlessly kicked with his left foot in a sweeping manner, towards one of the two wolves' front legs. A cracking sound was heard as the wolf's front legs were broken, and before it had much time to react, one of the two girls used her sword as she stabbed its head. As this wolf died, the other one was also taken care of quickly, before Shenlong turned to help the young man who was fighting off two wolves with his sword. The hunters had turned into prey as the wolves tried to escape, but in a 2 against 4, their heads were soon chopped off by the sword-wielding young man. As soon as the fight was over, the 3 disciples of the Roaring Wind Pavilion quickly rushed to help the young woman whose back was injured by the blood wolf and was now unconscious. After they made sure that she was going to be all right, the young man looked at Shenlong as he said, "Thank you for your help, brother." Shenlong just shook his head though as he replied, "It was a mutual exchange." Just as the young man was about to speak, one of the two girls looked at him as she whispered, "Senior brother, are we really going to give him the wolf's cores along with our survival points? No matter how strong he may be, he is just a chi condensation rookie in the end. If we all fight against him then maybe we can." Shenlong's eyes turned chilly as he heard this, and he turned to look at this woman with undisguised killing intent. Now that he had saved them, this woman wanted them to go back on their word? The woman staggered back a few steps as her face paled when she thought of how brutally Shenlong had killed the blood wolves just now. Contrary to her wishes though, the young man headed towards Shenlong as he cupped his hands before he handed the survival points that he had promised. After that, he turned his head to speak to the woman who had whispered to him just now as he answered with anger obvious in his voice, "Since we promised something, it's only proper to hold our own end of the deal as well." The woman hanged her head dejected as she replied in a weak voice, "Yes, senior brother, Fei Fang was wrong." Shenlong was impressed by this man's forthrightness as he nodded at him before he turned to remove the wolves' hearts and beast cores. Among the 5 wolves, they found 4 beast cores, while the last wolf hadn't formed one yet. However, as per their agreement, Shenlong took 3 of the cores for himself as he left the other one for them. Just as he was about to leave, the young man from the Raging Wind Pavilion asked, "Brother, judging from your robes, you must be a disciple from the Floating Cloud sect, correct?" Shenlong nodded his head as the man continued by cupping his hands. "My name is Yang Ryu and these 3 are my junior sisters from the Roaring Wind Pavilion. They are Fei Fang, Mingzhu, and Xiao Lian. Please forgive Fei Fang as she is still immature. May I ask for brother's name?" Although Shenlong was just a chi condensation cultivator, Yang Ryu, who had witnessed his strength, actually considered him to be a peak rank 3 earth cultivator who was seemingly hiding his true strength for some reason. "My name is Shenlong." Shenlong also cupped his hands at Yang Ryu. Yang Ryu tried to think, but he didn't seem to have heard about any strong disciple from the Floating Cloud sect with this name. He then put that matter on the back of his mind as he continued, "To tell the truth, Brother Shen, me and my junior sisters are heading towards the Central Mountain. If Brother Shen is also heading there, perhaps we could travel together." Based on Shenlong's extraordinary strength, Yang Ryu knew that their journey would be a lot safer if he joined them. Central Mountain. Shenlong was perplexed as he hadn't heard anything about a specific mountain in the Demonic Mountain region. "Brother Shen doesn't know?" Yang Ryu asked, bewildered as he started explaining. "Well, it isn't really a secret anyway. The Demonic Mountain region covers a vast distance of more than 5,000 miles. Among those 5,000 miles, there is a large number of mountains. However, the most important of them all is the one at the center of this region, the Central Mountain." Chapter 63, Unable to Hide. Monarch of Time. Around the Central Mountain, There are also many other mountains, and most of them are filled with priceless treasures, Yang Ryu said in a tone filled with desire. Shenlong felt that something was wrong as he asked. If there are so many treasures around the central mountain, then why haven't they all been picked by the various sect elders, or at the very least the disciples who were here at the previous sect examination tests? Yang Ryu shook his head as he said, "Your words are slightly wrong here, Brother Shen. Actually, this involves a big secret that my grandfather told me. My grandfather is an elder in the Roaring Wind Pavilion, and in the past, he and some other elders followed the pavilion master inside the demonic mountain region to pick these very treasures. That day, a terrifying magic beast at the peak of rank 4 emerged from the central mountain, and as it attacked them, barely half of their group managed to escape that day, while the rest of them perished. Ever since that day, no one above the Earth grade has stepped foot inside the demonic mountain region, in fear of being attacked by this magic beast. That is why this region is now used as the examination ground by our sects. As for the mountains around the central mountain with their priceless treasures, all of them are guarded by magic beasts who are at least in the middle of rank 3 if not higher, hence why no one has managed to obtain any treasures from them. However, the qi coming from the central mountain is much thicker than the qi inside any of our 4 sects, and that's the reason why every sect believes that there is a huge secret inside the central mountain. However, with a peak rank 4 magic beast standing guard. As Yang Ryu finished speaking, he sighed as he thought of the many unobtainable treasures that they couldn't be able to get their hands on. However, there is also a bout of good fortune even for us. Every 30 years, the central mountain erupts with pure qi that enriches the atmosphere in the demonic mountain region. The closer you are to the central mountain during the eruption, the more benefits you would be able to obtain if you manage to absorb the pure qi. As Yang Ryu finished speaking, Shenlong said, "And yet, the closer you are to the central mountain, the bigger the danger to meet a high-rank magic beast, right? That is why I asked Brother Shen if you wanted to come with us. We can better protect each other until we find a place to hide near the central mountain, while we will wait for the qi eruption to start." Shenlong nodded his head at Yang Ryu's words as he said, "Traveling together doesn't sound so bad. We can at least go together until we reach the perimeter of the central mountain." Everyone in the group was excited to hear that Shenlong would be joining them, as they would now have another strong person to rely on. "Haha, thank you, Brother Shen. With you in our team, it will be an even more enjoyable journey." Shenlong smiled, as he had already formed a favorable opinion of Yang Ryu earlier, as he now asked, "Right, I have a question. Won't the sects care if a disciple somehow manages to find a priceless treasure near the central mountain?" Yang Ryu shook his head as he said, "How could they not care? Even if a disciple finds something precious, how are they going to hide it without a spatial ring? When we leave the demonic mountain region, the elders will check all the disciples for treasures, and they will of course offer to recompensate the disciples with sect points if they have found anything valuable. In other words, if you find something precious, you won't have a chance to hide it from the eyes of the sect, and you would be practically forced to exchange it for sect points. Unless of course, a disciple has a spatial ring. Disciples at the early Earth grade who have spatial rings usually belong to the large families, and the sects won't strain their position with those families if it's not for a good reason. However, if the treasure is important enough, then of course anything can happen." Shenlong smiled as he cupped his hands and thanked Yang Ryu. However, deep inside, he started detesting the 4 sects. So the disciples would be forced to risk their lives in the outer sect examination, and yet if they find something they would have to give it to the sect in exchange for sect points whether they like it or not. The sect would also make sure that the disciples would be searched in case they tried to hide something from them. As Shenlong thought of this, his opinion of the floating cloud sect drastically dropped. Since it was already nighttime, their group decided to camp here for the night before heading towards the central mountain in the morning. Grouping around, Yang Ryu started a small fire as they began to cook the blood wolf's meat. "Senior brother, won't the magic beasts around us be attracted by the fire?" The girl who had her robes torn earlier had now changed in a new set as she asked Yang Ryu nervously. Shenlong shook his head while Yang Ryu smiled and answered, "When the blood wolves die, their bodies emit a poisonous substance, and if another magic beast below the rank 3 consumes them, they will most likely die from this poison. However, by cooking the wolves' meat, the poison is excreted along with the fat of the wolves, leaving behind the purest of their meat. Hence, No beast below the rank 2 would come close after smelling the blood of the blood wolves, so this could also be considered the best form of protection for us. Shenlong nodded his head at Yang Ryu's explanation. He was impressed as pretty much everything he had said was correct. It seemed that Yang Ryu was very well prepared for this sect exam. But senior brother, what if a rank 3 magic beast spots us? Are rank 3 magic beasts that idle that they would be casually roaming outside their territories for no reason? Yang Ryu asked in return, when suddenly, the excited voice of a man could be heard around 100 meters away from their group as it shouted, "Boss, we found some more prey." Chapter 64, Killers. Monarch of Time. As this voice was heard, 2 young men followed behind a huge burly man. They were all wearing brown robes, indicating that they were disciples from the iron-hardened sect. The burly man in the front was over 2 meters, 6.5 feet, tall, and his fingers were dripping with blood, while the other 2 behind him also had blood all over their robes. At that moment, the young man behind the huge burly man shouted, "Look boss, they even prepared food for us." "Ah, you are right Xiaoli, what a good first day we had. First we killed those ants from the floating cloud sect and gathered so many survival points, and now there is food and even beauties to keep us company." The boss is right, there are 3 of us and there are just 3 beauties, 1 for each of us, ha 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 ha. Little beauties, you should obediently listen to our boss, or you won't be the first women to die by his hands today. That's right. If you are obedient, our boss will definitely let you live. Shenlong's eyes slightly narrowed while the 3 girls rushed to hide behind him and Yang Ryu. Yang Ryu faced the burly man as he said in a bold tone, "Who do you think you are to dare speak to us like this?" The man named Xiaoli then looked at Yang Ryu mockingly as he replied, "Punk, who do you think you are to talk to boss like that? If you are sensible, you will quickly hand over your survival points before scramming." The boss though looked at the other young man beside him as he said, "Xiaowan, Xiaoli, just take care of these punks quickly." After he gave this order, the burly man started walking towards the food. "Of course boss." Both Xiaowan and Xiaoli immediately responded as they slowly walked towards Shenlong and Yang Ryu. "Senior brother." The 3 girls shouted, but Yang Ryu looked at them and said, "Just stay back, you can't help here." Yang Ryu had noticed that these 2 men's auras were at the same level as him, the early rank 3 in Earth grade. That's why he just told the 3 women to stay back. Xiaoli didn't immediately start to fight and instead looked at Shenlong as he said, "You will be the 3rd person I kill today. Too bad that you didn't cherish the opportunity to give up your survival point and flee while you had the chance, kid. But you can still be considered lucky to be killed by me. If the boss had decided to kill you guys, you wouldn't be dying as easily, while I will make sure to give you a quick death in return." Xiaowan and Xiaoli then both unleashed their auras at the early stage of rank 3 Earth grade. Xiaowan fought with Yang Ryu while Xiaoli was holding a saber as he rushed towards Shenlong with a big smile on his face. Shenlong immediately activated the Monarch's hourglass followed by the Monarch's domain as everything around him went still. In a sphere around Shenlong, time was frozen. Inside the Monarch's domain, Shenlong was king. Unless the discrepancy in cultivation was too big or a person had some kind of secret technique, no one could move inside the Monarch's domain. Not just Xiaoli, but even Xiaowan and Yang Ryu along with the 3 girls, everyone was now in a frozen-like state. It wasn't just their bodies that couldn't move, even their thoughts were all frozen. The Monarch's domain had grown even stronger after Shenlong had advanced into the 8th rank in Qi condensation. The boss was the only one who could somewhat move his body and thoughts, but even he was extremely slow under the suppression of the Monarch's domain, as he turned his horrified eyes towards Shenlong. Shenlong, who was now at the early rank 8 in Qi condensation, could render an early rank 3 Earth grade cultivator absolutely helpless. Even their boss, who was at the middle of rank 3 in Earth grade, was heavily affected by the suppression. Xiaoli's face was still frozen with that smile on his face as Shenlong walked towards him. Shenlong had arrived in front of him as he spoke in a low voice, even though he knew that Xiaoli couldn't hear him. "Unfortunately for you, I won't be the 3rd person that you kill today." After that, Shenlong's hand was clenched in a tight fist as he punched ferociously towards Xiaoli's abdomen. That was the place where a person's danshan was at. The place where Xiaoli held all his qi and cultivated from. Shenlong's heavy punch went through Xiaoli's body as it completely shattered his danshan. Then he turned his head to look at the boss, who was still struggling under the heavy suppression of the monarch's domain, as he said, "Although I don't consider myself some kind of hero, thanks to you I can now see the truth. This is just a survival test and a dog-eat-dog world after all. You have killed people on your first day here just because you wanted to do so. I was so immersed in the mentality from Earth that I had almost forgotten that people attacked me outside of the Blue Forest that day. I almost forgot that punk Xiaoshito threatened to break my limbs inside the Imperial Palace, threatening to kill me again and again. I guess this is the true cultivation world." After Shenlong finished speaking, he walked towards this man step by step as he slowly approached him. "That's right, master. This is the world of cultivation after all. When I was born, people tried to kill me again and again, just because they were stronger than me. While you shouldn't become like those people, you still shouldn't be afraid of killing those that threaten your life." Little Black's voice sounded inside Shenlong's mind. Shenlong looked at the man in front of him whom these people called the boss, and his eyes narrowed as he told him, "From the first moment I saw you walking here, I knew what kind of person you are. You walked with your hands filled with blood, acting so proud while you boasted of the disciples that you had just killed before you stole their survival points. Don't misunderstand, I am not doing this for justice or because I care about those that you have killed. It's simply because in my eyes, scum like you just doesn't deserve to live." Chapter 65, Killing. Monarch of Time. Warning, this chapter may contain slight gore. Readers who can't handle gory scenes should be careful. The burly man could sense Shenlong's killing intention. His voice was resolute as he sounded like there was nothing that would stop him from killing this man. Shenlong looked at the man right in the eyes as he said, "Prepare yourself." He himself also took a deep breath as he tried to calm his breathing that had turned somewhat erratic. Despite everything else, Shenlong still hadn't killed a man in his life. He has killed magic beasts, but beasts only act on instinct, not intelligence. They either kill you or you kill them. But killing a man was different. There were two types of killers: people who killed wantonly and people who killed with a goal and reason in their minds. In the end, no cultivator could escape from the cycle of killing. To advance in life, you must step on someone else. "Wait, do you know who I am? I am Wang Huo from the Iron-Hardened sect." The burly man could sense Shenlong's disturbance in his frame of mind as he quickly tried to take advantage of it. If Yang Ryu could hear this man's name, he would definitely be startled. It was too bad that he was under the suppression of the monarch's domain and couldn't even sense that time had stopped around him. Shenlong just shook his head as he tightly clenched his right hand. As the monarch's eternal body provided abundant energy, Shenlong sent a punch at Wang Huo, straight at the temple. "No, you can't kill me." Wang Huo screamed terrified as he saw the approaching punch but couldn't escape fast enough due to the restrictions of the monarch's domain. As the punch connected with his temple, Wang Huo's head exploded like a watermelon as his body was then sent spinning through the air. Blood filled Shenlong's right hand and robes, as brain matter splattered all over the ground. Shenlong watched this scene and his hand started to tremble. The scene of Wang Huo screaming before he died reverberated in his ears for a good while. Shenlong took a few deep breaths, as if trying to digest the whole scene and calm his rapid heartbeats when Little Black's voice was heard in his head. "Master, don't think too much into it. Killing is part of the natural cycle. It's the same whether it involves animals, magic beasts, or humans. Animals kill each other to survive, whether it is for food or because they feel threatened. Magic beasts kill everything that they encounter to consume their flesh and become stronger. They don't differentiate between humans, animals, or even other magic beasts. Humans are the same as well. They kill animals and magic beasts for food, while they kill other humans for countless reasons, whether that involves a personal feud, treasures, and many other reasons. This is the life of cultivators, stepping through countless corpses as they walk forward." Shenlong found himself slightly lost in Little Black's words. After all, the mental impact of when you kill a person the first time doesn't go away that easily. However, the more he thought about it, the more he found that Little Black's words made sense. Although his soul originally belonged to this world before it was split into three parts, it was only now, after killing Wang Huo, that Shenlong had started to truly accept this world. The mental barriers in his heart had now started to slowly unshackle themselves. Shenlong then stopped the monarch's domain, and a scream that sounded like a pig being butchered was heard. Xiaowan and Yang Ryu, who were heading towards each other, suddenly turned their heads to look at the source of the scream, only to see Xiao Li sprawled on the ground unable to move. No! Xiao Wan rushed to Xiao Li's side as he supported him while Xiao Li was still screaming in pain. Brother, what happened to you? Xiao Wan asked anxiously, but Xiao Li didn't reply. He couldn't reply. The pain from having your danchan shattered was both a mental and a physical torture, beyond what most humans could endure. At the same time, another scream was heard, this time from behind Yang Ryu. Yang Ryu turned around and saw his junior sister, Xiao Lian, staring at something with frozen eyes. Yang Ryu and his other two junior sisters also followed her line of vision, only to see a headless corpse dressed in the iron-hardened sex robes lying on the ground. Shocked, Yang Ryu's eyes looked around searching for Shenlong, only to see him sitting on a patch of grass with his eyes closed, as blood dyed his robes and his right hand. This headless corpse obviously belonged to the leader of the enemy's group, Wang Huo. Yang Ryu didn't ask anything and instead turned his head to look at the three girls behind him. As if in tacit understanding, the girls followed Yang Ryu as they encircled Xiao Wan, who was still trying to calm the screaming Xiao Li. Earlier, the three girls at the early stage of rank 2 would be completely useless in such a fight, but now, surrounding just the early rank 3 earth grade Xiao Wan and the crippled Xiao Li, they could definitely turn the tables on them. Xiao Wan looked around warily as he saw the four of them surrounding him and his brother, and he asked in an angry voice that tried to conceal his fear. What do you want? What did you do to my brother? If you don't answer, I will kill you all. Yang Ryu and the three girls who had now surrounded this pair of brothers, all looked at Xiao Wan disdainfully as Yang Ryu was the one who spoke. Even I can see from here that your brother's danchan has shattered, don't tell me that you haven't noticed it yet. Xiao Wan's face paled as he shouted. Boss, save me. As he screamed, Xiao Wan turned his head around to plead for help from Wang Huo, but when he saw the headless corpse behind him, his head almost blanked out. Chapter 66, Death and Aftermath. Monarch of Time. Bibo Boss S. H. How is this possible? Xiao Wan's eyes had turned frantic, as despair started gripping his heart. He knew that even if he was stronger than Yang Ryu 1 versus 1, he couldn't win against him combined with the three girls that surrounded him. As for wondering how his brother got crippled and his boss died, he had no idea, while his frame of mind just couldn't process that information right now. His only goal was to escape as far as he could. He turned his eyes to look at Yang Ryu as he said in a pleading tone, Please, let us leave. We will give you our survival points and everything else we have. Please. Xiao Wan was practically begging at this point, and Shenlong, who had just heard him, opened his eyes from the distance as he watched this scene coldly. Yang Ryu looked at Xiao Wan with cold eyes. Although he didn't want to kill a man who was begging for his life, he didn't have many options right now. These people didn't just want to take their survival points earlier, they also wanted to kill them, and even rape his junior sisters. He simply couldn't allow people like them to live, now that they are in a bad spot, even if they are begging for their lives. Kill! Yang Ryu shouted as he and the three girls attacked Xiao Wan. Yang Ryu, who was brandishing his sword, was enough to keep Xiao Wan at bay. However, now that the three young women were also added into the mix, Xiao Wan quickly found himself caught in a bad situation. Yang Ryu's attacks were all powerful and his sword was extremely sharp, while each one of the girls was holding a small dagger as they looked for opportune moments to attack. Xiao Wan quickly found himself riddled with injuries as Yang Ryu's sword had left deep cuts in his body. His arms, legs, and even his face were already injured. After an incense stick of time, Xiao Wan could no longer keep up against the heavy barrage of attacks and finally turned to retreat. As he parried away Yang Ryu's sword with his own and looked to escape, a dagger was suddenly plunged in his back, as it reached all the way inside him until it pierced his heart. Blood filled Fei Fang's hands as she pulled the dagger out of Xiao Wan's body. Xiao Wan's eyes turned dull and unfocused, as his breathing grew weaker and weaker. He couldn't even turn his head to look at the face of his killer, as he collapsed on the ground, a pool of blood forming underneath his body. Yang Ryu threw a last look at Xiao Wan's body, before turning his head to look at Xiao Li, whose screaming had just stopped after he heard a loud bang and saw his brother's body fall to the ground. Shenlong was watching everything from the distance as he saw Yang Ryu walking towards Xiao Li step by step. Xiao Li wanted to speak, but his fear had overtaken his reason. His mouth made inaudible sounds as he saw Yang Ryu raising his sword and slashing it towards his neck. His head rolled off from his body as a fountain of blood spurted from his neck. The headless corpse rolled on the ground before it finally stopped moving. Shenlong watched everything as he observed the cruelty of this world and mumbled in his head. I was right. It won't matter if you beg, it won't matter if you cried, it won't matter if you are right or wrong, it won't even matter if you are good or evil. In the end, the only thing that matters is who will be stronger. The floating cloud sect is stronger than its disciples, so it can afford to take everything for them without an explanation, and just give them sect points if they want to. These people too thought that they were stronger, so they decided to rob everything from us, including our lives, without an explanation. Yet now that the situation changed, Yang Ryu, who was stronger than them, got to decide the two brothers' life and death. There isn't even a need for explanations or reasoning. The strong live and prosper while the weak kneel and get stepped on or they die. Master, do you think that's cruel? No, I understand this world now. There is only one rule: if you don't want to get trampled on, become stronger. If Wang Huo was stronger than me, I also would have died. After Shenlong finished speaking to Little Black, he stood up as he walked towards Wang Huo's body. There was a red jade just like his own sect-identifying jade near Wang Huo's chest. Shenlong grabbed it and sent his spiritual strength inside it, only to be extremely surprised. There were 13 survival points inside it. Aside from the survival points, he also found 2 early rank 2 magic beast cores inside a small bag. After absorbing them inside the Stone of Time, Shenlong walked towards Yang Ryu and the 3 girls. Seeing the fresh blood in his right hand and robes, the 4 of them were perplexed, and Yang Ryu couldn't help asking, "Are you okay, brother Shen? What happened to you?" None of them could understand how Shenlong had suddenly got injured. "I am fine, how about you guys?" Shenlong shook his head as he responded. "Thankfully, no one got hurt," Yang Ryu exclaimed. Yang Ryu still thought that Shenlong had somehow gotten hurt, but he didn't want to explain it so that he wouldn't embarrass himself. Yang Ryu tacitly stopped mentioning it, but after turning his head to look at the headless corpse of Wang Huo, his voice started trembling as he asked with dread evident in his eyes, "Brother Shen, do you have any idea what happened earlier? How is it possible for their boss to have been killed in a split second, and for that Xiaoli to be also crippled?" Chapter 67, Regions. Monarch of Time. In his mind, Yang Ryu didn't even connect the death of Wang Huo directly to Shenlong. Although Shenlong was strong, he couldn't kill someone in the blink of an eye, especially someone as strong as Wang Huo, even if he was at the peak of rank 3 in Earth grade. However, since he was quite a bit stronger than Yang Ryu, perhaps Shenlong should have noticed some clues. At least that's what Yang Ryu had assumed. Shenlong just shook his head at Yang Ryu's question though. Obviously, he wouldn't admit that he was the one who did it. Keeping his trump cards hidden was extremely important. In the past, when he had used the monarch's domain inside the imperial palace, the pressure from it was truly similar to the pulverizing gravity art from the mortal world. However, after advancing to rank 8 in chi condensation, the monarch's domain had also evolved. What it exhibited wasn't just pressure like it did in the past, but a type of temporal restriction that stopped everything around Shenlong. It was almost as if Shenlong only had access to an elementary part of the technique at the start, and it was becoming stronger as he advanced in his cultivation. Yang Ryu and the 3 girls were disappointed after seeing Shenlong's reaction. If even he hadn't seen anything, then they wouldn't know what happened. How terrifying would it be to have an enemy that can kill you without knowing when or how you were attacked? Yang Ryu then took out 2 red sect identifying jades as he said, "Right? These guys also had 7 survival points on them. To tell you the truth, brother, me and my junior sisters are attending this sect examination for 2 reasons. The first is to take advantage of the chi that will erupt from the central mountain, to advance our cultivation, while the second reason is to try and find a hellflower for my grandfather. We know that it's impossible to get to the top 100 spots with just our strength, so we don't aim to gather survival points at all. My grandfather is an elder in the Roaring Wind Pavilion, and the measly amount of 10 or 100 sect points is useless to main anyway." As Yang Ryu finished speaking, he handed the sect-identifying jades to Shenlong. Shenlong didn't refuse and instead said, "Thank you. If we do find a hellflower, I will help you obtain it. However, I don't think it's going to be that easy to find one." Yang Ryu shook his head as he said, No, How could these 7 survival points match up to the value of a rank 3 spiritual herb like the Hellflower? Shenlong however shook his head and didn't respond. Yang Ryu had treated him sincerely and had shared with him a lot valuable information. If they were going to find a Hellflower, then Shenlong would really do his best to help him obtain it. However, as a rank 3 spiritual herb, the Hellflower was usually guarded by rank 3 magic beasts which were equal to heaven-grade cultivators, and it was an issue whether there was a Hellflower in the demonic mountain region in the first place. As Shenlong extracted the survival points from the 2 sect-identifying jades of Xiaoli and Xiaowan, as well as counting Wang Huo's 13 survival points that he had obtained before and the 5 that Shenlong already had, he had now gathered 25 survival points. After throwing away the sect jades, Shenlong and the rest finally started eating the blood wolf's meat. This meat is so tasty. Yes, senior brother, we should eat this wolf meat more often. I agree, senior brother, this is so good. As the 3 girls were praising the taste of the meat, Shenlong could even sense that his body had started to slowly absorb the energy inside it. Qi cultivators could also use the energy inside the meat of magic beasts to replenish their qi faster, but it wouldn't help them advance in cultivation. However, it was completely different for body refinement cultivators. Shenlong could sense that although minimal, his body was slowly becoming stronger as he consumed the magic beast meat. Yang Ryu just smiled at the 3 girls' words as he asked, "Was it that easy for us to kill this group of blood wolves?" The 3 girls' faces turned red from embarrassment. If they weren't lucky enough to meet Shenlong earlier, they wouldn't be eating blood wolves' meat, but instead the wolves would be having a grand feast right now. Yang Ryu was still smiling as he saw the 3 embarrassed girls and said, "Don't worry, if I manage to advance 2 more minor stages and reach the peak of rank 3 in Earth grade, then we can hunt for blood wolves without any problems." Then Yang Ryu's eyes turned serious as he said, "This will probably be the last time that we will get to be so relaxed in this sect exam. From now on we will have to be more careful, as we will soon enter the inner regions of the demonic mountain region." "Senior brother, what do you mean by inner region?" Ming Zhu asked as everyone's attention was on Yang Ryu. "My grandfather told me that the demonic mountain region is split into 3 main parts. The outer region where we are right now, the inner region where we will soon enter, and the most dangerous of them all where few people enter and even fewer survive, the central region where the central mountain lies. The outer region is the weakest, where you will only find rank 1 magic beasts, or at worst, early rank 2 magic beasts roaming around. There are of course some very rare places in the outer region, where even higher rank magic beasts reside, but they will usually stay in their territories and you should avoid provoking them at all costs. However, the inner region is completely different. One wrong step in there, and our entire group is dead." Chapter 68, Heading Towards the Inner Region. Monarch of Time. One wrong step in there and our entire group is dead. Although the demonic mountain region covered a vast distance of over 5,000 miles, the biggest problem was the many magic beasts that were increasing in strength as they walked deeper inside the region, so they had to proceed with caution. The 3 girls sucked in a cold breath while Shenlong had already estimated that even without Yang Ryu's warning. "Senior brother, are the magic beasts in the inner region that much stronger compared to the outer region?" Fei Fang asked nervously. The outer region could only be considered a playground if you compared it with the inner region. Not only are most of the beasts at the middle stage of rank 2 or higher, but there is a possibility that we will even meet rank 3 magic beasts in there. "Then, senior brother, how about we don't?" Yang Ryu cut her off as he said. "Even though it's dangerous, the deeper we go inside the demonic mountain region, the bigger the benefits we will be able to obtain from the Qi eruption of the central mountain. Don't worry, there is also a safe place in the inner region as well." The 3 girls' eyes darted between each other as they looked at Yang Ryu pleadingly, who then sighed as he asked, "Why did you even want to come along if you are that afraid? You can just stay in the outer region if that's the case. Me and Brother Shun can just go to the inner region by ourselves." But it's true that there is a safe place. Almost every disciple who makes it to the inner region will probably gather there to rest and take shelter as they wait for the Qi eruption to start. The 3 girls hanged their heads low in embarrassment. Yang Ryu had probably seen through their intentions already. Before they entered the demonic mountain region, the 3 girls had insisted on following Yang Ryu inside, in order to form a better relationship with him and hopefully, rely on him when they returned back to the Roaring Wind Pavilion. But now, after hearing about the dangers in the inner region, and after they were almost killed twice in the first day in the outer region, these girls no longer had the courage to follow Shenlong and Yang Ryu inside. Shenlong sighed inside with disappointment. No matter what, in the end not only did the three girls forget that Yang Ryu had fought for them twice already today, but they also chose to abandon him now that they learned of the dangers inside. Master, don't be disappointed. Such is human nature. Not many people are willing to do things that will put their lives in danger. I understand. Yang Ryu needs to search for a hellflower and he also wants to absorb the chi from the central mountain, while these girls only wanted to rely on him. Now that their goals don't align, or should I say, now that they don't consider the benefits good enough to risk their lives over, they decided to abandon him. Shenlong shook his head as he left that scene and climbed atop of a tree to cultivate for the night. Yang Ryu had a ridiculing smile on his face as he said, I was such a fool to not understand earlier the reason that you wanted to travel together. You truly understand a person only when you are in a difficult situation. After all, everyone can add flowers to a brocade, but few people will actually send charcoal during the snow. Let us part ways here then. Senior brother Yang. As he finished speaking, Yang Ryu walked in the distance as he too climbed on a tree near Shenlong and closed his eyes. Dejected, the three girls didn't have any reason to stay around as they left towards the outskirts of the region. Yang Ryu opened his eyes as he saw them walking away and thought that if they were lucky, they would find a place to peacefully wait out the period of 1 month, until the sect examination ends. After a few hours, the sun soon rose and the morning rays warmed Shenlong's body as he opened his eyes. His cultivation was slowly advancing towards the middle of the rank 8 in chi condensation. It would probably take a few days to advance, but fighting in the demonic mountain region was also helping him get accustomed to the rapid increase in his strength. Yang Ryu seemed to have just opened his eyes as well as he greeted Shenlong. After eating some fruits from a few nearby trees, their group of two started walking towards the inner region. Traveling by just the two of them, Shenlong and Yang Ryu didn't waste much time in their journey. Shenlong had Little Black constantly scan the way, so he could avoid any situations that they couldn't deal with. They traveled during the day while they cultivated during the night. Their second day proved to be relatively uneventful. Aside from meeting one early rank 2 magic beast and a few rank 1 beasts, nothing notable happened. The central mountain was estimated to erupt in around 15 days since the disciples had first entered the region, but it could still erupt earlier or later than the 4 sects' original estimations. Hence, it was better to get to the inner region earlier. On the third day, however, as Shenlong and Yang Ryu were heading towards the inner region, they were ambushed by a big group of people. There were more than 15 people in this group as they threateningly surrounded the two of them. The disciples in this group belonged to the Flying Sword sect and surprisingly, the Floating Cloud sect. A woman in yellow robes as well as a man dressed in white with a red sword strapped on his waist walked out from the front of the group. The woman was around 16 years old with a pretty face and beautiful blonde hair as she looked at Shenlong and Yang Ryu before saying in a commanding tone, "Hand over your sect identifying jades and we will allow you to pass." Chapter 69, Gaining Experience. Monarch of Time. Of course, Little Black had already warned Shenlong about the ambush beforehand, but he didn't bother changing directions. He was participating in the outer sect examination. What would he gain by avoiding every fight? After taking a look at the blonde young woman and sensing her early rank 3 earth grade strength, Shenlong's eyes focused on the white-robed young man. This young man who had a red sword on his waist was at the middle stage of rank 3 in earth grade, and he was the strongest person in their group. The man's eyes were also staring intently at Shenlong, as he then turned his head to look at the pretty young woman beside him before speaking gently. "Lei Xiang, I will take care of this guy. You can take care of that guy from the Roaring Wind Pavilion." "Yi Zeming, are you okay?" the blonde girl asked the young man after she saw him staring at Shenlong intently. Yi Zeming had a feeling that Shenlong was more dangerous than Yang Ryu, even though he couldn't sense his strength, so he decided to test him out directly. As for the rest of the disciples, they had surrounded Shenlong and Yang Ryu as they waited for orders. Although Lei Xiang was also from the Floating Cloud sect, she didn't have any scruples teaming up with a disciple of the Flying Sword sect or attacking another disciple from her sect. You could do anything you wanted in this outer sect examination after all and the sect wouldn't care. Yang Ryu pulled out his blue sword as he stared at Lei Xiang, who was holding a yellow bow in her hands. What do you think? Do you feel like surrendering your survival points now? Lei Xiang asked Yang Ryu smilingly. Yang Ryu shook his head as he charged straight towards her. Shenlong instead looked at Yi Zeming, who had unsheathed his bright red sword, as he said to the disciples around him, "Make sure to assist Lei Xiang properly." As they heard Yi Zeming's words, both the disciples from the Flying Sword sect as well as the Floating Cloud sect who had surrounded them, charged towards Yang Ryu, while Lei Xiang had taken cover behind the trees as she shot arrow after arrow at him. "Draw your weapon," Yi Zeming said sternly, but Shenlong simply shook his head as he clenched his left fist. He could use his monarch's domain to take care of the guys attacking Yang Ryu as well as this Yi Zeming, but he didn't do so for two reasons. The first reason was that Yang Ryu had already seen the inexplicable scenario where Wang Huo had died in a split second a few days ago, and he would instantly connect the dots if the same thing happened again now. While the second reason was that Yang Ryu didn't seem to be in a bad spot and was seemingly smiling as he fought the disciples of the Flying Sword sect and the Floating Cloud sect. These disciples' strength was ranging between rank 9 in Qi condensation, while the strongest among them was just at the middle rank 1 in Earth grade. However, Lei Xiang's arrows that were covering these disciples were truly dangerous. "Are you looking down on me?" Yi Zeming roared in anger after seeing that Shenlong wasn't using a weapon, as he then rushed towards him with his sword in hand. Shenlong didn't directly attack Yi Zeming and instead focused on dodging his attacks. With the enhancement in his speed from the monarch's eternal body, he could actually keep up with Yi Zeming's fast attacks as he dodged his sword again and again. Yi Zeming was advancing forward while Shenlong was moving backwards, but no attack had connected with him just yet. This was a very frustrating fighting style where you couldn't hit your opponent no matter how hard you swung your sword, but the truth was that this was dangerous for Shenlong as well. It wasn't easy to avoid a sword every time, and it took a lot of mental focus as well as immense physical strength to keep up with the speed of Yi Zeming's sword. And yet, Shenlong could sense that he was getting better and better at fighting the more this fight dragged on. He had already spotted a few openings during Yi Zeming's attacks, but because he wasn't prepared earlier, he couldn't take advantage of them. Yi Zeming seemed to be getting increasingly frustrated as beads of sweat were now rolling off his face as he roared, "Eyes dodging all you can do, brat." Shenlong however ignored him as he continued to dodge repeatedly. Although his body had been reforged from scratch with the help of the monarch's eternal body, Yi Zeming's sword was definitely at rank 3 bronze grade if not higher, and Shenlong was sure that he wouldn't be able to withstand it just yet, if his fist were to directly clash with a rank 3 bronze grade sword. Yi Zeming was starting to get tired after hacking with his sword unsuccessfully for such a long time. Hitting your opponent and missing them were two completely different concepts. Constantly hitting the air affected not only your physical performance but your mental ability as well, as it both tired the mind and the body much more compared to if your attacks were getting blocked. Yi Zeming had started hacking senselessly around him, feeling extremely frustrated, as Shenlong's eyes narrowed while he gathered his strength in his right hand. As Yi Zeming's sword once again slashed the air, Shenlong's right hand directly collided with Yi Zeming's lower ribs as a cracking sound was heard loudly before he was sent flying through the air. Shenlong had used more than 80% of his strength in this punch, and the results were devastating. Yi Zeming's body flew through the air as it landed a few dozen meters away, on Yang Ryu's and Lei Xiang's battlefield. Chapter 70, Robbing Back. Monarch of Time. No. A woman's scream was heard as Yi Zeming landed on the ground in the midst of their fight, while he was clutching tightly his left ribcage as he then screamed in pain. Lei Xiang rushed to his side, and the fight suddenly halted while everyone's eyes turned towards Shenlong. Yang Ryu looked at him too as he laughed loudly, drawing everyone's attention as he walked by his side. "Haha, as expected of brother Shen." Shenlong smiled at him as he asked, "Are you okay?" "Just a few cuts here and there, but I'm okay. I haven't been able to fight like this before in my life. I will make you pay for this." Lei Xiang's voice was suddenly heard as she looked at Shenlong with eyes full of hatred. Shenlong, however, looked at her disdainfully as he said, "Hand over your sect-identifying jades quickly." "What?" Lei Xiang's voice was incredulous as she couldn't believe what she had heard. This guy wanted to rob them instead? Yang Ryu looked at her as if he was looking at an idiot and asked, "Didn't you want to rob us first? Of course, you will lose your sect-identifying jades now. What do you have to complain about anyway?" Isn't this a survival test in the first place? Do you know who I am? Lei Xiang completely ignored Yang Ru's logical words as she looked at Shenlong and spoke in a threatening tone. Shenlong's look in his eyes chilled, when all of a sudden Yi Zeming struggled to stand up before he threw his sect jade over. Brother Yi. Lei Xiang looked at Yi Zeming, who in return simply shook his head at her. Shenlong grabbed his sect jade and took his survival points that had already reached a staggering number of 43. Lei Xiang gritted her teeth as she also threw her sect jade at Shenlong. After Shenlong took Yi Zeming's, Lei Xiang's, as well as the rest of all their survival points, he now had close to 120 of them. Yang Ru was laughing in schadenfreude as he looked at Lei Xiang, whose eyes looked as they were about to spit fire after having lost all of her survival points, and said in a mocking tone, "You are Lei Xiang, right? Are you going to cry to your elder brother after you return to the Floating Cloud sect? It's simply bad luck that you tried to rob me and brother Shun though. You." Lei Xiang was extremely angry, but she didn't know what to say as she watched Shenlong and Yang Ru leisurely heading deeper towards the inner region. After taking a deep breath, she asked Yi Zeming, "Brother Yi, what happened back then?" Yi Zeming lowered his head as he whispered, "Xiangyar, that guy is a monster? He is a body refining cultivator." "What? You mean that he is the same as De Chong from the Iron Hardened sect?" "He is the same type of cultivator as De Chong, but he is definitely weaker than him in terms of strength. De Chong beats people with his immense physical strength, while this kid used his speed to beat me. I'm not sure if he is a match for De Chong at all, but he is definitely more than what we can handle now." Yi Zeming shook his head as he answered, "Humph, since he is a member of my Floating Cloud sect, I will definitely have my brother teach him a lesson when we return." Lei Xiang frowned and her pretty face was filled with displeasure as she thought of this guy who stole all of her survival points. Meanwhile, Shenlong and Yang Ru were walking deeper inside as Yang Ru said, "Brother Shun, I have 3 important things to tell you." Shenlong then looked at Yang Ru, who continued speaking. "The first thing is this girl named Lei Xiang. Although she by herself isn't anything to worry about, I need to warn you about her elder brother. You have certainly heard about him since you are an outer disciple of the Floating Cloud sect. Her elder brother is Lei Pong. Brother Shun, I'm saying this so you can be prepared when you return back in your sect, as this person may personally find trouble with you for messing with his sister. Although we didn't do anything that went against any sect rules, petty-minded people like Lei Xiang will definitely look to get back at us in the future." Shenlong heard this and laughed coldly inside. If he managed to get first place in this sect examination and get the blood vermilion fruit, then he would probably be a match for Lei Pong by himself then. As Yang Ru looked at Shenlong, who seemed to be slightly smiling, he continued, "I am certain that with your strength, Brother Shun, you will definitely try to enter the top 3 in the overall sect rankings for this examination, right? In that case, there are 2 things that you need to pay attention to. The survival points that you have gathered up to now are not even enough to enter the top 100. I don't know exactly how many points you will need to enter the top 3, but it will definitely be at least 5.000 of them. And also, since you aim to get in the top 3 rankings, there are 3 people that you need to pay close attention to in this sect examination. These people are all at the peak of rank 3 in Earth grade, but it is rumored that their strength is even a match for some early rank 4 Earth grade experts." Shenlong's eyes shone as he was intrigued by this. Seeing that he had captured his attention, Yang Ru said, "One of these 3 people is my senior sister from the Roaring Wind Pavilion, and I'm sure that you have heard of her before. Her name is Jiao Mingxia." Chapter 71, Parting Ways. Monarch of Time. Yang Ru looked at him expectantly as he was certain that Shenlong would have heard of his senior sister's name, but when he looked at his face, Yang Ru felt like a deflated balloon that had just lost all of its air. Brother Shun, you don't tell me that you don't know who my senior sister is." Shenlong looked at him and answered matter-of-factly as he nodded his head. Never heard of her before." Yang Ru felt like an arrow had just pierced his heart as he said, "Then Brother Shun, let me explain. My senior sister, Jiao Mingxia, is a very strong ice element cultivator, and she is probably the strongest out of everyone else in this sect exam. I'm not looking down on you, Brother Shun, but you are probably not a match for my senior sister at all. Aside from my senior sister though, there are 2 more people that you must be wary of, brother. One of them is the son of the sect master from the Iron Hardened sect. People call him the Little Giant, De Chong. You probably saw him when Sect Master De Chao was arguing with the Grand Elder of the Flying Sword Sect when we were at the Demonic Mountain region's entrance. It is rumored that De Chong is a body-refining cultivator, as well as the person with the strongest physical strength in this sect exam. The last of the three is the grandson of the Grand Elder from the Flying Sword Sect, Hui Ming. Aside from him being a sword cultivator like most of the disciples in the Flying Sword Sect, I don't have any other information about him. As Yang Ryu finished speaking, Little Black's voice was heard inside Shenlong's head. Master, sword cultivators are usually extremely proficient in attacking techniques as well as in swiftly killing their opponents. I guess that the reason why people don't know much about this Hui Ming is so he can keep his trump cards hidden. Shenlong nodded his head as he was now interested in meeting these three people. One of them was the woman who Yang Ryu called the strongest in this sect exam. Although Shenlong didn't take his words to heart, there must still be something special in this woman for Yang Ryu to say something like that. The other one was a strong body-refining cultivator just like Shenlong, while the last one was the strongest sword cultivator from the Flying Sword Sect that was participating in this exam. Yang Ryu then continued. Aside from Brother Shun, your floating cloud sect must have some peak rank 3 earth grade cultivators as well, but none of them is a match for those three that I just mentioned. Brother Shun, even though I know you are strong, you cannot take those three lightly. Shenlong walked towards Yang Ryu and patted him on the shoulder as he said, "Thank you." Heading deeper towards the inner region, the two didn't meet with any more surprises on the way. Apart from the magic beasts that were at the early rank 2 and needed some effort from Shenlong to get killed, the rest of their journey was easy. On the 5th day, Shenlong and Yang Ryu arrived in front of a huge plains area. There were almost 20 people, forming 3 different groups, all of them being disciples of the 4 sects. As the two walked in, everyone had turned their heads to observe the newcomers. The people who had already managed to arrive here were all in the earth grade, with some of them having already reached the peak of rank 3. Yang Ryu looked at Shenlong as he said, "Brother Shun, we are now in the inner region. This is the safe area where most disciples in the earth grade will gather. As we came too early, it is relatively empty, that's why we don't see many people here. But in the next 5 to 10 days, this place will surely get crowded as no one will want to miss the opportunity to absorb the qi from the central mountain." Shenlong's eyes were focused ahead, deeper inside the demonic mountain region, as he could faintly make out the shadow of a few huge mountain peaks, when Little Black's voice was heard in his head. "Master, I am certain that there is an extraordinary treasure in this demonic mountain region." Shenlong nodded his head as he responded to Little Black. "I had guessed so as well. The qi around us has more than doubled in density and purity, compared to when we were on the outskirts a few days ago. I assume that the deeper inside we head, the purer the qi we absorb will be, all the way until we reach the central mountain." "You are right, Master. But this won't be an easy journey for us. Master, you should probably leave that Yang Ryu fellow here. He will only become a burden to us later on and there is a high chance that he may die as we head deeper inside." At the same time, Yang Ryu's voice was heard as he looked at Shenlong and asked, "Brother Shun, how about we stay here in this place, while we wait for the qi eruption to start?" Shenlong, however, shook his head as he replied, "Brother, it's better if we part ways here for now. I'm going to enter deeper inside the inner region." Yang Ryu's eyes widened as he asked in a trembling voice, "Brother Shun, are you serious? It is too dangerous to wander around the inner region." Shenlong looked at Yang Ryu as he nodded his head and said, "I have my reasons for heading deeper in the inner region. Although it is dangerous, this is something that I have to do." Yang Ryu gritted his teeth as he said, "I will follow you then, brother." Chapter 72, Red Fanged Flame Bat. Monarch of Time. Yang Ryu gritted his teeth as he said, "I will follow you then, brother." Shenlong shook his head after he heard Yang Ryu's words and said, "It's better if I go alone. We should part ways for now and meet again after the qi eruption of the central mountain ends." Yang Ryu sighed in his heart as he understood that he would be a burden with his strength if he followed Shenlong in the inner region. He was barely of any help while they were traveling through the outer region. He then took a deep breath as he said to Shenlong, "Brother Shun, you have to be careful. The inner region is extremely dangerous and there are many rank 3 beasts here." Shenlong nodded his head as he responded, "I know. Let's meet again after the central mountain's eruption then." After parting ways, Shenlong headed deeper inside the inner region. Everyone sitting in the safe area turned their heads to look at him as he was leaving and started discussing between themselves. Who is this guy? He dares to enter the inner region by himself. Seems like he came together with senior brother Yang. So what? Isn't he just a normal disciple from the Floating Cloud sect? That's right, the Floating Cloud sect doesn't have anyone at the same level as our senior sister anyway. Even our senior sister didn't dare to walk alone inside the inner region. Exactly? Does this guy think that he is at the same level as the three geniuses? He will certainly die for overestimating himself. Discussions were taking place between the three groups that were stationed in the safe area, but Shenlong completely ignored them as he walked forward. If other people headed deeper inside the inner region, they would surely be suicidal no matter how big their group was, if they were just rank 3 Earth grade cultivators. However, Shenlong was different. He had a trump card to rely on that could take care of the magic beasts in the inner region. After traveling forward for a bit more than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, this is approximately 10 to 15 minutes, Shenlong had already left the safe area far behind him when Little Black's voice sounded in his head. Master, I can sense 2 rank 3 magic beasts. One of them is 17 miles towards the west while the other one is 23 miles to our south. Let's go towards the west first since it is closer. Do you sense any humans anywhere near us? No, Master, there are only magic beasts here. If there are any humans, then they must be more than 30 miles away from us for me to be unable to sense them. Good, then let's go, Shenlong said as he summoned Little Black from the Stone of Time. Although Shenlong hadn't summoned him when he was in the outskirts, that was because there were far too many disciples there while there were barely any threats to Shenlong's life, aside from beasts like the double-headed fish or the iron-winged eagle. But the inner region was different. The magic beasts here were all far stronger than what Shenlong could handle alone, while the human groups were practically non-existent, and with Little Black's powerful soul, sensing their surroundings, Shenlong didn't have many things to worry about. A 3 meters 10 feet tall black dragon had then appeared in front of him. Little Black stretched his head as Shenlong climbed on his neck, and sitting on his back he said, "Let's go." Little Black spread his majestic black wings as he soared from the ground heading directly towards the west. A huge gust of air hit the ground as the black dragon flapped his wings soaring in the sky, causing every magic beast that sensed his aura to immediately prostrate themselves. Dragons were, after all, kings among magic beasts. Shenlong was enjoying the view, as well as the feeling of flying, while he was sitting on top of Little Black's back, and in a very short time they had arrived outside a small cave. The cave was about 2 meters 6.5 feet in height, but it was wide enough for 3 people to walk inside it side by side. Screech. As soon as Little Black and Shenlong arrived outside of the cave, a screeching sound was heard, as a swarm of black bats flew towards them. Roar. Little Black opened his mouth as he roared towards the swarm of black bats that were attacking them from the cave. As the sound of this roar hit the bats, all of them crashed into the ground with blood flowing from their ears. More than 20 rank 2 bats had directly died from a single roar. A black shadow flew from the cave as it directly tried to escape through the air. It's actually a middle rank 3 red fang flame bat? Little Black quickly, don't let it escape. Don't worry, Master, how could it ever escape from us? Little Black flapped his wings and the distance from the bat was immediately halved. The red-fanged flame bat was a magic beast at the middle stages of rank 3, but as soon as it had sensed Little Black's aura outside its cave, it was instantly terrified as it fled without a second thought. The aura of a dragon, a king of magic beasts, was one of the most terrifying things to every living being. Forget about a middle stage rank 3 magic beast like the red-fanged flame bat. Little Black could probably fight against even a middle stage rank 4 magic beast right now, and he would only get stronger in the future as he recovers his strength. In almost no time, Shenlong and Little Black had arrived above the flame bat's head as Little Black used his talons to grab the bat's wings. The bat screeched loudly as Little Black brutally tore its wings from its body, making it crash on the ground. A small pool of blood had formed beneath the bat's body while it was still struggling to move and escape from this monster that was chasing it. Little Black's talons landed on the bat's neck that was now on the ground, as it brutally teared off its head. Finally, the bat stopped breathing as a pitch-black core rolled off from its now torn head into the ground. Shenlong fiddled with the beast core in his hand for a while before putting it inside the Stone of Time's space along with the bat's body. Although the red-fanged flame bat's body wasn't edible, parts of it could still be used as ingredients for alchemy, while its fangs could be used by formation masters to create silver-grade weapons. Aside from the red-fanged flame bat, there was still that swarm of rank 2 bats that could be sold for a good price in the treasure pavilion. Although rank 2 magic beasts rarely had a beast core in their bodies, the rest of their body parts would usually fetch a good price. After Shenlong put everything inside the Stone of Time, he walked towards the cave that the bats were living in. Little Black looked at his master, but his own body was too big to enter the small cave, so he couldn't help asking, "Master, do you think that there will be anything good inside this cave?" Although the chance is minimal, the truth is that when the red-fanged flame bat inhabits a cave, the powerful yin qi that it oozes from its body will sometimes be absorbed into its surroundings to produce rare alchemy materials. One of those materials is the rank 3 hell flower. Shenlong remembered that Yang Ryu needed this flower for his grandfather. However, after searching the cave, Shenlong was confused as well as a bit disappointed to not having found anything of use. Apparently, the red-fanged flame bat's qi hadn't produced anything inside the cave. After Shenlong failed to find anything inside, he left the cave as he climbed atop Little Black's back before he pondered for a while. "I don't understand. I could sense some yin qi inside the cave, but it was very faint both in quality and quantity. Unless the bats had started living in this cave today, the yin qi here shouldn't have been so faint. However, based on their sheer numbers, it's impossible for them to have migrated here today. Little Black, can you sense anything?" Shenlong was truly perplexed this time, and his senses weren't strong enough to understand what was going on, so his only option was asking Little Black. The black dragon closed his eyes as he sensed his surroundings for a long time. After that, he abruptly opened his eyes with an unfathomable glint inside them as he looked towards Shenlong and once again said telepathically, "Master, you were right. There should have been enough yin qi in the air to create some precious medicinal herbs, but..." After that, Little Black turned his head to look outside of the cave as he continued, "It's all been sucked away." Shenlong's eyes widened as he looked at Little Black incredulously before asking, "Can you sense who is sucking away the yin qi then?" "Master, it's not just the yin qi here. Aside from the pure qi in the air, every other kind of qi in the surrounding 30 miles is all being sucked deeper inside towards the central region." Chapter 73, Hunting Rank 3 Magic Beasts. Monarch of Time. A chill run through Shenlong's spine as he heard Little Black's words. What kind of existence did it have to be able to absorb every kind of energy, and from so many miles away? Something is wrong. No matter what kind of magic beast it is, as long as it hasn't reached an extremely high rank, it shouldn't be able to absorb every other kind of energy like the yin qi from the red-fanged flame bat while being so far away, Shenlong surmised after thinking about it thoroughly. Master is right. Even if I wanted to absorb the yin qi here, I wouldn't be able to do this from more than 1 mile away, and I am a black dragon. I refuse to believe that there is a peak rank 5 magic beast inside this demonic mountain region that would do this. Shenlong nodded his head at Little Black's words as he said, "We will find out everything when we enter the central region, so there is no need to worry about it just yet. It's time to go towards the south." The black dragon stretched his majestic pitch-black wings after hearing Shenlong's words, and flew towards the south where he had sensed another rank 3 magic beast earlier before. His flying speed was extremely fast, bringing a sense of horror to the magic beasts that saw a black dragon flying in the sky as they hurriedly cowered away inside their nests and caves. Little Black and Shenlong quickly arrived in front of a small forest. Little Black's speed didn't decrease at all as he headed towards one of the tallest trees in the distance. The tree was green and more than 8 meters 26 feet tall, but its branches had a bright yellow color towards their ends that resembled flower petals. Shenlong's eyes glinted while Little Black opened his mouth and spat out a black ball of fire towards the tree. The tree immediately turned to black ashes as a small green beast core could be found inside them. Little Black snorted disdainfully after reducing the tree to ashes and said, "Just an early rank 3 man-eating tree, and it thought that it would escape my senses." Shenlong grabbed the beast core of the man-eating tree, and after storing it inside the Stone of Time, he asked Little Black if he could sense any other rank 3 magic beasts around them. The pair of the young man riding his dragon flew non-stop as they relentlessly hunted every rank 3 magic beasts they found in their vicinity. After almost 1 day of hunting, Shenlong's spatial space had been filled with all sorts of rank 3 beasts. Most of these magic beasts could easily kill heaven-grade experts as easily as killing chickens, and yet Shenlong's spatial space had nearly a dozen of them now. Little Black looked at his smiling master that was now collecting the body of a rank 3 magic beast they had just killed, and he too smiled as he looked in the distance ahead of them, towards the central region before he sent a message to Shenlong. Master, we are now very close to the central region. If there is a chance, we should also hunt an early rank 4 magic beast. As Little Black finished speaking, however, he saw that Shenlong's eyes had turned serious as he said resolutely, "No." Little Black looked at Shenlong puzzledly as he said, "Master, won't the body of a rank 4 magic beast be of great help? Although it may prove a bit hard to kill one, I am still more than 80% certain of being able to kill any early rank 4 beast with my current strength. We have nothing to worry about, and even if the rumored peak rank 4 magic beast from the central mountain comes, we can still flee then. Even if it is some kind of aerial flying beast, it will certainly be unable to match me in terms of speed." Little Black's words were spoken with absolute confidence. Shenlong, however, shook his head as he replied, "Although the body of a rank 4 beast would be of tremendous help to me, there is something even more important in this demonic mountain region for us. Additionally, if you fight with a rank 4 magic beast, even if you swiftly kill it, you will certainly attract the attention of even stronger magic beasts. The central region isn't the inner region after all, and I assume that there are more than just a few rank 4 magic beasts inside. Before we find out about the treasure of the central mountain, we can't attract the attention of the strong magic beasts in the central region." Little Black didn't speak anymore as Shenlong walked in front of him and patted his head as continued, "Don't worry, after we find out what the secret of the central mountain is, we may still have time to hunt a rank 4 magic beast." After Shenlong finished speaking, he noticed that it was almost night time by now. After hunting magic beasts for the entire day, Shenlong had already arrived just a few dozen miles away from the central region. After finding a secluded cave in a mountain peak close by, he had Little Black ensure that there were no magic beasts around them before he started cultivating. Taking a deep breath inside the cave, Shenlong felt the qi around him madly rushing towards him. The quality of the qi here is truly much better compared to the outer region. Perhaps I can even break through to the middle stage of rank 8 tonight. Sitting cross-legged in the middle of the cave, Shenlong circulated the monarch's hourglass as he absorbed the pure qi in this place. Little Black was also cultivating, but he hadn't entered a state where he was unable to sense his surroundings like Shenlong, and was instead keeping watch of their surroundings at all times. 3 hours soon passed and a small popping sound could be heard from Shenlong's body as he then opened his eyes and exclaimed joyously, "I managed to reach the middle stage of rank 8 in qi condensation in such a short amount of time. Just 3 hours of cultivating here is more efficient than 5 full days of cultivation in the outer region." Taking advantage of the opportunity to cultivate in this place, Shenlong quickly closed his eyes as he once again activated the monarch's hourglass, absorbing the qi around him. Morning soon came, and as the sun rose, Shenlong finally stopped cultivating. After stretching his hands and feet for a while, he walked out of the cave and patted Little Black's head as he said, "Little Black, when we enter the central region, it's better for you to stay in the Stone of Time." The dragon's eyes widened as he heard this, and anxiously he asked, "Master, it is too dangerous for you. What if you dash?" Shenlong patted his head as he said, "I know, but it's also dangerous if you are exposed. We could do as we please in the inner region, but if the magic beasts in the central region turn their attention towards us, then the best we can do will be to flee by then." Shenlong saw the dejected dragon as he said, "Don't worry, if I really get in a dangerous situation, you can always come out and help me." Little Black nodded his head as he went inside the Stone of Time before he used his powerful soul to sense Shenlong's surroundings. Shenlong had 3 major advantages that gave him enough confidence to walk by himself towards the central region that was now just a few dozen miles away from him. The first was Little Black's soul sensing, which could warn him for most dangers beforehand. The second was the monarch's eternal body that had both increased his physical strength and his ability to tear space and escape a few dozen meters away. Shenlong was also certain that after refining the profound earth fruit into a pill, his monarch's eternal body would become a lot stronger. If I concoct and consume the pill before this sect examination ends, by the time I finish absorbing the pill's medicinal effects, I would have probably already run out of time to gather enough survival points to first place. However, the third and most important advantage that he had was the monarch's hourglass ability to completely conceal his aura. As long as he was careful enough, he could probably avoid most of the dangers as he explored the central region. After more than 2 hours, Shenlong had arrived precisely 300 miles away from the tallest mountain in the demonic mountain region, the Central Mountain. The Central Mountain was nearly 10.000 meters, 32.800 feet, tall, while the 300 miles around it was what everyone categorized as the Central Region. Shenlong took a deep breath to calm his rising heartbeat as he looked at the Central Mountain, and taking a step forward, he finally entered the Central Region. Chapter 74, The Central Region. Monarch of Time. Stepping inside, Shenlong felt the increasing quality of the qi in the air around him, as it was being absorbed by the magic beasts living in the Central Region. Master, you have to be careful inside. I can sense many magic beasts and none of them is below the rank 3. Little Black warned Shenlong as he used his soul to sense everything in a 30-mile radius around him. Shenlong nodded as he asked, Little Black, won't we get discovered by the magic beasts here if you keep using your soul to sense the surroundings? Don't worry, Master, unless a magic beast has already reached the rank 5, it is impossible for it to notice my soul sense. Shenlong breathed out in relief, but he was still extremely careful as he slowly headed deeper inside. The magic beasts in the Central Region were all at the rank 3 or even higher, and attracting their attention would be disastrous. Beast roars could be heard everywhere around Shenlong as the Central Region seemed to be a constant battlefield for the magic beasts here. After all, this was the place with the purest qi in the entire demonic mountain region, so how could the fighting here be avoided? However, with Little Black's directions, Shenlong had managed to avoid the lurking dangers around him as he headed deeper inside. Anyone who had the guts to enter the Central Region would witness abundant scenes of rank 3 magic beasts fighting and killing each other. However, these scenes had started to become less frequent as Shenlong entered deeper inside the region, while the strength of the magic beasts around him grew stronger and stronger, the closer he approached to the Central Mountain. After 8 hours of careful walking and detouring, Shenlong had arrived in front of a huge lake that was 150 miles away from the Central Mountain. The lake was more than 10 miles wide, and if Shenlong wanted to reach the Central Mountain, he either had to go through it or go around it. On the left side of the lake, there was a big mountain, while on its right, one could see a large lush forest. Little Black, can you sense anything? Master, the lake is extremely dangerous. I can sense a magic beast lurking inside that is very close to the peak of rank 4, so we will have to take a detour. Inside the forest on our right, I can sense a middle rank 4 aerial magic beast, as well as quite a big number of rank 3 beasts, while in the mountain on our left, I can only sense the aura of an early rank 4 magic beast, but I can't identify what kind of beast it is yet. So I think it's best if Master passes through the mountain. Shenlong thought deeply for a while, before he shook his head and said, We will go through the forest. Little Black was confused after hearing that they will go through the path that had the most magic beasts. One could argue that this forest was even more deadly than the lake. Sensing the dragon's bewilderment, Shenlong laughed lightly as he explained. The lake is obviously impossible to traverse if we don't fly over it, which leaves us with only the mountain and the lush forest as our options. However, although the forest looks to be more dangerous at first glance, in reality this is actually the best choice for us. Since the middle stage rank 4 beast inside it is a flying type magic beast, it will most likely have a bad sense of smell. Little Black's eyes inside the Stone of Time glistened brightly as he heard Shenlong's words. Meanwhile, we don't know what kind of magic beast that early rank 4 living on the mountain really is. If it's not an aerial beast, then even with me hiding my aura there is still a chance that it will locate me through my smell. But even if it is a flying magic beast, while I can use the environment of the trees to hide myself in the forest, there won't really be any place to take cover in a mountain. Little Black was dazed for a good while. As a dragon, he would never consider the physical attributes of other magic beasts. He would simply use his strength to do everything he wanted. But Shenlong seemed to have thought through everything and had already calculated the best route to take. Entering the forest, Shenlong found nearly a dozen rank 2 medicinal herbs lying around. However, not a single rank 3 herb was anywhere in sight. I guess that the magic beasts here have already hoarded the good stuff, Shenlong sighed as he kept walking forward. The forest had more than 10 magic beasts lying in wait inside, but Shenlong easily avoided them with Little Black's soul sense. Nearly 2 hours later, Shenlong arrived in front of a stream, as he saw a huge bird more than 5 meters, 16 feet, tall, sleeping atop a big tree at the other side of the bank. This is a four-winged ice bird. Shen Long mumbled as he looked at the sleeping bird atop the tall tree. The bird had four icy blue wings wrapped around it, that were in stark contrast with its brown body and red beak. To pass through the forest, Shen Long had to get to the other side of the bank. If he actually wanted to swim through the stream, or even jump all the way to the other side, he would definitely end up waking the magic beast. However, Shen Long simply smiled and thanked his lucky stars that the bird was asleep, as he clenched his right hand and punched the air in front of him. As his fist hit the air, a space tier big enough to fit a person was formed as Shen Long entered it and instantly arrived at the other side of the bank. Almost as if sensing something, right after Shen Long entered the space tier, the four-winged ice bird snapped open its eyes as it looked around the stream. Although it didn't find anyone, the magic beast was now keeping a vigilant watch over its surroundings. As a middle stage rank 4 beast, the four-winged ice bird's senses and intelligence were nothing to scoff at. Thankfully, Shen Long had instantly taken cover underneath a tree, before opening another space tier to flee deeper inside the forest. At the same time that Shen Long entered the second space tier, the four-winged ice bird suddenly set its sights on the tree that he had taken cover at earlier. After flapping its wings, the bird instantly arrived in front of that tree. All four of its wings then lit up with a snow-white light as shards of ice had suddenly formed on them. Flapping its wings once again, the four-winged ice bird sent a barrage of ice flying at the tree, filling it with countless holes. Only after seeing that there wasn't anyone there, did the bird finally leave. Shen Long sighed in relief a few tens of meters away after seeing this scene. This four-winged ice bird is really terrifying. I didn't make the slightest sound and yet it still seemed to have somehow felt my presence. Master definitely didn't leave any traces behind after your spatial leap. It was probably the bird's intuition that alarmed it. Little Black exclaimed with confidence. Earlier, he was ready to jump out from the Stone of Time and fight against the four-winged ice bird, if its attack was about to threaten Shen Long. After a few more hours, night had already fallen as Shen Long finally reached the end of the huge forest. He could now clearly see the huge central mountain that was just a few miles away. The mountain had many caves in it and surprisingly, it was void of any vegetation. Forget about trees, not even a single plant existed on it. Master, I can sense two presences inside that mountain, Little Black said after he sent his soul to scan through it. Two? Shen Long asked, confused. Could it be that there are two magic beasts instead of one in the central mountain? Little Black nodded his head at Shen Long's question as he continued. Master, actually, I don't understand what is going on here. There seem to be two presences, but only one of them seems to actually be alive. Even Little Black, who had lived for so many years, hadn't met with such a situation before. Shen Long pondered over it for a bit, before he decided to rest for the night and continue towards the central mountain tomorrow after his strength had replenished, when a loud screech filled with hatred came from the central mountain, shaking the entire central region. Chapter 75, Cancel the Exam? Monarch of Time. The screech was so powerful that it didn't just shake the entire central region but also traveled through every single place of the entire demonic mountain region. Even the big shots from the four sects were alarmed, as they looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Grand Elder Huizhong of the Flying Sword sect looked at the other three people around him as he said, "That was definitely the cry of the overlord of the demonic mountain region? Do you think that perhaps someone has managed to anger it?" Everyone looked at Huizhong stupefied before Grand Elder Lan Hong was the first one to respond as he lashed out at him. Nonsense! How could anyone even get close to that magic beast, let alone provoke it? Huizhong, I say, have you gone senile due to your old age? Huizhong was immediately angered by Lan Hong's words as he responded. You are the one who has gone senile, Lan? Do you think that monster would cry out for no reason? Lan Hong snorted disdainfully before the Vice Pavilion Master from the Roaring Wind Pavilion, Li Huiyan, came forth to meditate as she said, "Seniors, please calm down. There is no mistaking it, as per to whom that beast cry belonged to. However, it's also unlikely that there is anyone strong enough in our desolate East that can fight that bird. Even the head priest of the Golden Buddha Temple doesn't have any confidence in fighting it." However, at that moment Lan Hong's expression suddenly changed as he remembered something that the sect master Lu Jian had said, back in the central hall about 2 months ago. Everyone instantly noticed his change in expression as sect master De Chao was the first one to ask, "Elder Lan, could it be that you know something about this?" Author's note: the usage of the word elder here refers to someone's age and it isn't the same as the word elder which refers to someone's status. Lan Hong, however, shook his head as he said, "What Vice Pavilion Master Li Huiyan said earlier may not be necessarily true." After taking a deep breath, Lan Hong continued, "About 2 months ago, a mysterious person appeared in my floating cloud city. No one managed to communicate with him, aside from a small rank 3 bronze-grade alchemist. However, that mysterious person happened to release his aura once, and the entire floating cloud city trembled. Lu Jian then ordered everyone to keep what had happened a secret as that person had most likely exceeded the spirit realm. Even I wouldn't have mentioned it today if the circumstances weren't as such." Everyone suddenly sucked in a cold breath as they considered the implications of this shocking revelation. After hearing Lan Hong's words, Hui Zhong asked gravely, "Old man Lan, are you certain that this person has reached that stage then?" Everyone stared intently at Lan Hong, who in return shook his head as he said, "This is just the estimation of Lu Jian. However, even if this person hasn't reached that stage yet, he shouldn't be too far from it." Silence suddenly permeated the place as this news was like a hammer that struck everyone's hearts. The Vice Pavilion Master Li Huiyan suddenly asked, "Then, what will happen to the sect examination?" De Chao and Hui Zhong's eyes flashed with panic as both their son and grandson were inside the demonic mountain region. "I think that we should cancel this sect exam and summon all the disciples back here." De Chao nodded after hearing Hui Zhong's words and said, "I agree, things have gotten out of our control. If every disciple inside dies, then that would be a tragedy for our sections." Lan Hong, who heard their words, immediately understood what they were worried about. He turned his head to look at Li Huiyan as he said, "Vice Pavilion Master, I think it's best if we first wait for the Qi eruption to finish before we end the sect exam prematurely." Since this was a joint sect examination, and 3 out of 4 people had already taken their stance, everything depended on what Li Huiyan's vote. If she sided with De Chao and Hui Zhong, then the sect examination would end now, while if she agreed with Lan Hong, then the sect exam would continue normally as it would, until the central mountain erupted. As everyone looked at the blue-robed Vice Pavilion Master of the Roaring Wind Pavilion, she sighed as she turned her eyes at Lan Hong and said, "I think that we should end the sect examination ahead of time. The dangers for our disciples have already escalated beyond our control." De Chao and Hui Zhong sighed in relief while Lan Hong felt a slight sense of loss. Although the other two had a chance to lose their direct descendants in the chaos, the Qi eruption that happened once every 30 years had always allowed the disciples that survived to become stronger than the other batches. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was an opportunity filled with endless danger, that allowed a carp to become a dragon. The 4 of them took out their sect-identifying jades, and as they activated them, countless strands of red light flew towards the demonic mountain region. "What is this? Did the sect exam end prematurely? Haha, I'm sure it's the Grand Elder. He couldn't bear seeing so many talents of our Flying Sword sect die here, so he must have persuaded everyone to end the sect exam ahead of time." All the disciples who had been frightened silly previously by the terrifying screech that came from the central region, now felt a sense of relief as they saw their sect jades emit a red light that indicated the end of the exam. At that moment, in the central region, every rank 4 magic beast was looking at the central mountain where that screech had originated from. After Shun Long had heard that loud cry, his brows shot up as he muttered, "It can't be. How can something like that ever be a rank 4 magic beast? I must be mistaken." "Master, did you find out anything?" Little Black asked after hearing Shun Long mumbling to himself. "It's nothing," Shun Long replied as he shook his head before he saw a faint strand of red light coming all the way from the outer region, as it headed towards the sect-identifying jade at his pocket. The sect jade lit up with a red light that was like an invisible string which Shun Long could follow to return back to the demonic mountain region's entrance. They decided to end the sect exam already? There is no way that I will simply go back after having come so close to the central mountain. Originally, Shun Long was planning to rest for the night before heading towards the mountain in the morning, but now, he had to alter his plans. Little Black, who saw that Shun Long was ready to go to the central mountain, now said, "Master, the magic beast that cried out earlier is no ordinary peak rank 4 magic beast. Based on the strength of its roar earlier, I'm afraid that its power could probably match up to even some early rank 5 beasts. I'm afraid that even with your monarch's eternal body it will be hard for us to escape after entering its lair." Shun Long nodded his head after he heard Little Black's words and replied, "I know. Don't worry, I still have a trump card if things really turn bad for us. Absorbing the pure qi in this demonic mountain region had incited Shenlong's greed. If the treasure inside the central mountain was really connected to the purity of the qi here, then it was worth taking the risk to obtain it. Shenlong already knew that both his monarch's domain as well as his monarch's eternal body would probably be useless against a beast that was at the peak of rank 4 like the overlord of the demonic mountain region. Although treasures were important, one still had to be alive to obtain them, hence without a certain degree of assurance, Shenlong wouldn't head at the central mountain since he already knew of the dangers beforehand. Little Black didn't warn Shenlong again. He had absolute faith in his master, and if he really was about to die, then the Black Dragon would accompany him to the other world without a second thought. This was what it meant to share life and death. Almost half an hour later, Shenlong arrived at the foot of this barren mountain. Looking up from the base of the mountain, one couldn't even see its peak that was hidden inside the clouds. Now that they were closer to it, Little Black once again sent his soul to sense the surroundings. A couple of breaths later he said, "Master, I can sense the two presences from before. They are both inside a cave at the heart of the mountain." Taking a step forward, Shenlong followed Little Black's directions as he started climbing the central mountain. Chapter 76, The Secret at the Heart of the Central Mountain. Monarch of Time. The central region had turned completely silent after the king of the beasts had let out that screech earlier. In the dark night, the only sound that could be heard in the central mountain amidst the eerie silence was Shenlong's footsteps as he slowly climbed up. His aura was completely concealed by the monarch's hourglass as he walked towards the heart of the mountain. The closer he approached towards the mountain's center, the thicker qi in the air around him was becoming. Shenlong even felt that if he sat down cross-legged to cultivate here, he could probably break through from the middle of rank 8 all the way to the early rank 9 of qi condensation in less than a day. However, as soon as this thought took form in his head, it was instantly extinguished. The central mountain was the territory of a peak rank 4 magic beast. If Shenlong cultivated here and failed to keep his aura suppressed, he would definitely expose himself and his plan would be ruined. Meanwhile, as Shenlong was climbing up the central mountain, the outer region had turned into chaos as the disciples from the 4 sects were running around recklessly as they looked to leave the demonic mountain region, causing countless fights with the magic beasts on their way. Numerous disciples had fallen victims to the magic beasts in the process, as the outer region now completely resembled a battlefield. The dead bodies of the sect disciples were lying around everywhere and even more were piling up as time went by. After all, the vast majority of the disciples participating in the sect exam were between the rank 7 in qi condensation to the early rank 1 in earth grade. Even the disciples that were previously in the safe area of the inner region like Yang Ryu and the others had already left as they were heading back to the demonic mountain region's entrance. Yang Ryu, who was now resting along with 3 other men and 2 women at the outer region, turned his head to look towards the inner region as he sighed and said to himself in a low voice, "I hope that Brother Shun will be alright." One of the girls that were together with Yang Ryu looked at him as she asked, "Senior Brother Yang, are you talking about the person that you entered the safe area with?" Yang Ryu nodded his head. One of the 3 men that was wearing the robes of the Iron-Hardened sect heard their conversation and butted in as he said, "Tisk, entering the inner region alone is tantamount to suicide. Even my elder brother died in there as he followed Senior Brother De Chong. I heard that Senior Brother De Chong and a few others barely managed to survive by the skin of their teeth after they entered the inner region. So that person who was arrogant enough to enter in there alone has probably already turned into magic beast food by now." Yang Ryu's face was visibly angered, but he knew that what this person said was the truth. However, since Shenlong had saved his life back when they were at the outer region and even helped him get to the safe area, Yang Ryu couldn't stay silent in front of this taunting. Snorting, he looked at the young man in brown robes as he said, "Do you really think that your senior brother De Chong is the strongest person in this sect exam? I heard that Hui Ming from the Flying Sword sect only lost 3 people from his group inside the inner region as he came out safely. So what, do you think that your friend is at the same level as senior brother De Chong or Hui Ming? If that's the case and you are so confident in him making it out alive, then why didn't you wait for him to return to the safe area and instead left with us?" Yang Ryu felt extremely ashamed and angry as he heard these words. He felt ashamed because that person was right, and yet he felt angry because this man had also just exposed him. Indeed, He too believed that Shenlong would die inside the inner region, and that was the reason why he didn't wait for him to return to the safe area. Although he knew that Shenlong was strong, Yang Ryu still felt that Shenlong was quite a bit weaker than the three geniuses. And since the three geniuses were having problems in the inner region and Dichong's group from the Iron-Hardened sect had almost faced destruction in there, how could one Shenlong possibly survive? As these people were arguing, Shenlong, who was climbing up the central mountain at that time, had almost reached the midway point already, as he had now completely retracted his aura, and even suppressed his own breathing. A huge cave could be seen in front of him, with an entrance more than 9 meters 30 feet high. Shenlong could feel a powerful dark aura, as well as wave after wave of pure qi coming from inside this cave. This aura wasn't directly attacking him, and yet Shenlong now felt a heavy feeling in his chest as his steps halted right before the entrance. A feeling as if he was getting suffocated overcame him, and just as Little Black, who had noticed this, came out from the Stone of Time, the monarch's hourglass had started circulating by itself inside his body, instantly getting rid of this suppressing feeling. Shenlong breathed out in relief while he was shocked to find out that his body still wasn't emitting any of his aura. Presumably, as long as he didn't exert himself now, the monarch's hourglass could stay active and keep suppressing this dark aura, without leaving behind the slightest trace. After entering the cave, Shenlong's surroundings completely darkened as he walked deeper inside. It felt as if he was walking inside a giant tunnel that was completely devoid of light. Thankfully he had Little Black's soul sense, and after about a dozen minutes had passed, he could finally see some light in the distance. Heading towards the origin of this light, Shenlong, who had finally reached the end of the cave, saw a stupefying scene unfold in front of his eyes. Chapter 77, Heaven Swallowing Vine. Monarch of Time. As Shenlong reached the end of the cave, the scene in front of his eyes had left him tongue-tied. A huge bird almost 10 meters, 33 feet, tall had wrapped itself around a giant vine that was no smaller than the bird itself. The bird's wings were a shiny silver color while its wingspan was more than 30 meters 100 feet long. Shenlong, who looked at the bird, felt like an explosion had just set off inside his head. Little Black was shocked as well, as he said in disbelief, "Master, that green vine must be the treasure of this demonic mountain region. Also, what is a rock doing in a place like this? How can a rock be at just the peak of rank 4? Rocks are very similar to us dragons, so its strength should have at least been at the peak of rank 7 as it was born." Shenlong didn't even answer Little Black's question as his eyes were glued at the huge vine at the heart of the mountain. The silver-winged rock had tried to completely encapsulate the green vine by wrapping its wings around it, looking almost like it was trying to absorb it inside its own body. The green light that the vine emitted held a kind of fatal allure to magic beasts. Even Shenlong's heartbeat had started speeding up at the thought of obtaining this treasure. After taking a few breaths to calm himself down, Shenlong answered Little Black's question. "This isn't a pure rock, that's why it is only at the peak of rank 4. Its bloodline seems to belong to the silver-winged rocks, but it is extremely impure. I guess that one of its ancestors was a pure-blooded silver-winged rock, but as time passed, the pure blood of the silver-winged rock became thinner and thinner with every passing generation." Taking another deep breath, Shenlong continued, "However, the important thing here isn't this silver-winged rock, but the green vine at the heart of the mountain." Little Black's attention was also on the green vine, as he had too felt the attraction that the vine was emitting. He curiously asked, "Master, do you know what this vine is? I don't seem to recall ever seeing a plant like this." Shenlong nodded his head as he said, "If I'm not wrong, this is a heaven-swallowing vine." "Impossible? How could such a treasure exist here?" Little Black asked, but his voice seemed to be slightly trembling. To Shenlong, Little Black's reaction wasn't exaggerated at all. Instead, he nodded his head as he answered, "I don't know how, but it's definitely real. Originally, I didn't even think that a heaven-swallowing vine could exist in this place, but now I understand why the qi in this demonic mountain region is so pure compared to the floating cloud cities. The heaven-swallowing vine is absorbing the qi from its surroundings as it turns it into purer qi." Seeing the silver-winged rock wrapping itself around the heaven-swallowing vine, Little Black felt fury as well as envy in his heart. How could an impure small rank 4 rock try to eat a heavenly treasure like the heaven-swallowing vine? Even Little Black in the past hadn't seen such a treasure as this vine, if you excluded the Stone of Time, of course. This heaven-swallowing vine was a treasure that could advance the rate of your cultivation, if your body cultivated close to it. However, The heaven-swallowing vine was also rumored to have its own spirit, and it was known in the cultivation world that things that were alive couldn't enter spatial rings. As Shenlong was staring at the vine with greed evident in his eyes, the rock's eyes suddenly snapped open. Its bright red eyes were staring at Shenlong with extreme hostility as it let out a screech before it slowly unwrapped its wings from the vine. "Master, it's going to attack." As soon as Little Black finished speaking, he instantly appeared in front of Shenlong. Now that the rock had noticed them, he knew that they couldn't avoid a fight. Shenlong was standing behind Little Black as he asked him through their mental connection. "Little Black, can you pin it down just for 3 breaths of time?" Little Black didn't know what plan Shenlong had, but he agreed without hesitation as he said, "Leave it to me, master." The rock flapped its wings once, as it instantly appeared in front of Little Black and Shenlong, who were still situated at the end of the cave. Little Black flapped his wings as he took the rock head-on. However, the disparity in cultivation was too big, and Little Black was the one who suffered in the first exchange as he was sent flying, crashing into the inner walls of the mountain. The silver-winged rock didn't let up as it attacked the black dragon, continuously using its talons to tear off the dragon's flesh from his body. Little Black's body had turned bloodied as wounds appeared all over it, while even his scales were injured as they weren't enough to defend against the rock's onslaught. However, the dragon didn't even let out a single sound as he kept enduring the rock's violent attack. This was the pride of the king of magic beasts, who even in the face of death would never bow down. Shenlong, who had just retrieved a silver-white page from his spiritual space, looked at this scene and his eyes had instantly turned red. Little Black and Shenlong were sharing a spiritual bond, and that's why he knew what the dragon was thinking in his mind as the rock was destroying his body. "Buy time for master, I need to buy more time for master." Shenlong raised his left hand as he slashed the space in front of him, creating a space tier big enough for him to walk inside. After Shenlong stepped inside, he had directly appeared above the rock's neck that was still attacking the black dragon relentlessly. Holding the silver-white page in his hand, he circulated his chi to activate it, and as a pair of white runes appeared on the page, Shenlong threw it straight at the rock's spine. Chapter 78, Absorbing the Vine. Monarch of Time. The silver page seemed as if it had automatically found its target, as it headed towards the rock's spine. As soon as it touched the rock though, it didn't pierce a hole in its body like Shenlong had expected. Instead, it looked as if this silver-white page had turned into something intangible after leaving Shenlong's hand, as it buried itself deep within the silver-winged rock's body. Screech! The rock cried out in agony after that silver-white page had entered its body. Letting out cries of indescribable pain, it didn't have any strength to keep attacking Little Black as it immediately collapsed to the ground. The black dragon, whose body had suffered terribly after the rock's onslaught, was still lying on the ground as well, when he saw Shenlong approaching him. Little Black tried to stand up, but the wounds he had suffered were just too heavy. Shenlong patted the dragon's head while his eyes had started to redden, seeing the condition he was in after fighting the rock. Cuts were present all over his body, while blood was flowing from his mouth. Shenlong was also certain that even some of his internal organs were damaged, before he sent Little Black inside the Stone of Time. After handing a purple fruit with red lines on it to Little Black, along with 2 pieces of blood lotus, Shenlong said, "Directly eat this rank 2 purple fire fruit as well as these 2 pieces of blood lotus. They will stop your injuries, while I will make sure to refine a pill for you in a bit." Shenlong had picked this rank 2 purple fire fruit from the lush forest earlier, along with a dozen more rank 2 medicinal herbs. He had also gathered the seeds from every fruit that he had obtained so far, including the rank 3 profound earth fruit, and had planted them all inside the Stone of Time. Although they hadn't matured yet, as Shenlong hadn't found the time to enhance their growth speed, it was only a matter of time until they did. Little Black seemed to be smiling as he instantly swallowed the purple fire fruit as well as the pieces of the rank 2 blood lotus. Although his strength was enough to match a middle rank 4 magic beast and rank 2 medicinal herbs shouldn't be of much use to him, the purple fire fruit's effects when combined with the blood lotus were enough to stop his injuries until Shenlong refined a medicinal pill for him. After handing the rank 2 herbs to Little Black, Shenlong turned his eyes to look at the silver-winged rock on that was still writhing in pain on the ground. Half an hour later, the rock's cries had started to weaken as its struggle started to lessen. At the same time, Shenlong could feel that his connection with the silver-white page was becoming thinner by the second, and after an hour, At the same time as the rock stopped moving, the silver-white page had completely disintegrated inside its body. From the first time that this silver page had appeared inside his spiritual space, back in the Alchemist's Guild, Shenlong had instantly understood its use. It was a killing weapon that was meant to save his life once. The 9 meters 30 feet rock's body was now sprawled on the ground. Its red eyes that were still open had now completely lost their luster, as its body didn't have the slightest trace of life in it anymore. Seeing the dead silver-winged rock in front of him, Shenlong touched its body without hesitation as he put it inside the Stone of Time. Then he completely turned his attention to the heaven-swallowing vine that was buried at the heart of the mountain. The biggest challenge was about to start now. The moment that Shenlong removed the heaven-swallowing vine from the central mountain, he expected pandemonium to take place in the central region. As soon as the magic beasts here noticed the absence of the silver-winged rock as well as the disappearance of the heaven-swallowing vine, all of them would definitely rush to the central mountain. And now that Little Black was hurt and couldn't fly, if even a middle rank 2 magic beast noticed Shenlong, he would be in danger. Since it's only a matter of time before the rank 4 beasts notice that the silver-winged rock has disappeared, there is no reason to hesitate. After all, I can't leave such a treasure here in the first place. Hearing Shenlong mumbling to himself, Little Black nodded his head as he agreed with him. That's right, Master. The magic beasts here have taken enough advantage of this heaven-swallowing vine. I'm actually curious as to how no high-level expert has noticed this place yet. Shenlong nodded his head at Little Black's words as he moved his hand towards the huge vine. As his hand came in contact with the green body of the vine, Shenlong felt an immense repelling force the moment he tried to put the vine inside the Stone of Time. After all, although the heaven-swallowing vine wasn't alive, it had its own spirit and understood that Shenlong was trying to store it inside a spiritual space. The heaven-swallowing vine burst forth with a blindingly bright green light that forced Shenlong to close his eyes. However, just as the vine's spirit started to resist, the Stone of Time also reacted, as it emitted an even stronger blue light that completely suppressed the heaven-swallowing vine. The 10 meters 33 feet vine was instantly absorbed inside the Stone of Time, but before Shenlong had any time to rejoice and check his spoils, Little Black's voice sounded inside his head as he said, "Master, I can sense a lot of magic beasts moving from the forest on our east, and they are all coming towards our direction." Chapter 79, A Way Out. Monarch of Time. Shenlong hadn't expected for the magic beasts to immediately react as soon as he took the heaven-swallowing vine from the central mountain. How many magic beasts are there? What about that 4-winged icebird? Master, it's coming as well. The middle rank 4 magic beast inside that lake, as well as the early rank 4 beast from the mountain next to the lake is also coming. Shenlong was stuck in an impossible position. Without Little Black, there was no way that he could escape before the rank 4 magic beasts arrived here. Every escape path was blocked as well. Stuck in this desperate situation, Shenlong tried his hardest to think for a way out when he suddenly remembered the layout of the central mountain. Looking around him, he asked Little Black, "Little Black, are you certain that the magic beasts below rank 5 can't use their soul to sense?" "Master, I am certain, but we don't have any more time to leave. The 4-winged icebird has almost arrived at the foot of the mountain. Even if we leave now, it's too late." Shenlong then said, "I won't be able to see anything, so you have to guide me through this if we want to avoid all the magic beasts here." Little Black didn't understand what Shenlong was saying. His words made no sense, until he saw Shenlong looking around, before he entered in one of the caves that were inside the mountain's heart. This central mountain is full of caves, big and small. If I can navigate my way through them, with Little Black's help we can certainly leave. At the same time as Shenlong entered the cave, the middle rank 4 magic beast, the 4-winged icebird, had already reached the foot of the mountain as it was flying towards the huge entrance in the middle at breakneck speed. To these magic beasts living inside the demonic mountain region, nothing mattered as much as the heaven-swallowing vine. In the distance, more than a dozen rank 3 magic beasts could be seen leaving the forest as they all headed towards the central mountain. At the same time, a ferocious beast that resembled a crocodile could be seen running on all fours, as it emerged from the big lake while it too headed towards the mountain. From the smaller mountain on the left side of the lake, a 3 meters 10 feet tall spider was madly rushing towards them as well, but that was just the start. Hundreds of beasts from all over the central region were now also rushing towards the central mountain. Screech! The four-winged ice bird issued a loud cry as soon as it reached the heart of the mountain. Not only was the silver-winged rock missing, but their most important heaven-swallowing vine had disappeared along with it. As Shenlong had expected, the beasts that had just arrived at the foot of the mountain didn't head towards the mountain's heart, but instead entered from the many empty caves at the base, madly searching for the heaven-swallowing vine. Little Black, who was relaying the situation to Shenlong, was also calculating the routes to avoid the magic beasts inside. Master, there are many beasts coming from our left side. Enter the second entrance from our right, and then directly the first entrance from the left. Although Little Black had his soul sense and could still guide Shenlong, there were just too many beasts inside the mountain at this point. Although the central mountain was huge, there was almost one beast in every entrance by now. Master, we are in trouble. There is a middle rank 3 magic beast coming straight ahead of us and there is no way to avoid it from the other caves. Shenlong was now very close to the foot of the mountain, but in the end, it seemed that they couldn't avoid every magic beast inside. Facing this situation, Shenlong's heart had turned cold. Could it be that there was no other choice than for them to fight here? Little Black's voice was then heard inside Shenlong's head. Master, I can leave the Stone of Time and kill it with my darkness fire, but... Shenlong shook his head as he replied. We will definitely be discovered then. I know. I also know the burden that it would place on you if you fought in your current condition. Stuck under this situation of extreme pressure, Shenlong tried his best to stay as calm as possible before he said. There is no other choice. We will either pull this off or we are doomed this time. Little Black, you have to tell me the exact moment when this magic beast enters a 40 m distance from us, and then again when it enters within a 20 m distance from us. Little Black wasn't sure what Shenlong was trying to do, but he agreed to his request regardless as he said. Master, right now it is 600 meters away from us. 500 m 400. 200 100. The magic beast was closing the distance between them extremely quickly. As this beast was approaching closer and closer, Shenlong tightly clenched his fists as he emptied his mind from all other thoughts. 80 meters. 60, Master. It is 40 m away from us. As soon as Little Black's voice sounded in his head, Shenlong punched the air in front of him and a spatial tier was forcibly opened. As soon as he created the space tier, Shenlong heard Little Black's voice in his head again saying, Master, it's within 20 meters. Shenlong instantly entered the space tier, while at the same time, the magic beast had just arrived in front of where he was just standing. His body had appeared 20 meters behind the beast, as he heard it while it was running deeper inside the mountain. The absolute darkness inside the cave had saved him from being noticed by this magic beast, and approximately an incense stick of times later, he had finally arrived back at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 80, Healing Little Black. Monarch of Time. Leaving the cave, Shenlong had finally arrived back at the foot of the mountain. As the starry sky shed some light to his surroundings, Shenlong heard Little Black's voice saying, Master, there are many magic beasts coming from both the forest on our left, as well as the mountain on our right. The rank 4 beasts are all inside the central mountain, so this is probably the best time for us to leave. Nodding his head, Shenlong headed directly towards the big lake in the middle. Since all of the beasts had now entered the central mountain, this was the best chance to leave this place. Running at full speed, Shenlong had quickly arrived in front of the lake as he directly dove inside. Since this lake was the territory of a magic beast that was infinitely close to the peak of rank 4, no other beast was living here, making it the best path for Shenlong to take to return back. While Shenlong was swimming through the lake, the magic beasts in the central region were swarming the lush forest in droves, as they were all heading towards the central mountain. Meanwhile, neither the magic beasts in the inner region, nor the big hots from the 4 sects at the demonic mountain region's entrance had noticed anything yet. After all, the fact that a heaven-swallowing vine existed in the depths of the central mountain was a closely guarded secret that the magic beasts had never allowed the humans to find. Although the 4 sects had their suspicions about a mysterious treasure existing at the heart of the central mountain, which increased the chi in the air of this region, they were unable to find out anything thanks to the silver-winged rock and the other powerful rank 4 magic beasts inside, that were guarding the vine with their lives. More and more disciples were gathering back at the entrance of the demonic mountain region, while the disciples that were deeper inside like Yang Ryu and his group, or the 3 geniuses and their own groups, would take at least a few days to return. Nearly 2 hours later, Shenlong had already swam to the other side of the huge lake. Completely ignoring his clothes that were drenched in water, he rushed towards the inner region. The sun soon rose and a bit more than 6 hours had passed by since Shenlong had left the central mountain. After many hours of non-stop running and many detours to avoid the waves of magic beasts, he had managed to return back to the inner region. And yet, Shenlong was now exhausted both physically and mentally. Not having slept for so long, along with the stress from barely escaping the pandemonium in the central region, had really tired Shenlong out. After finding an isolated cave, he sealed the entrance with a big rock as he then immediately fell asleep. It was only after 10 hours that Shenlong had woken up. After waking up, the first thing he checked was Little Black's condition to make sure that his wounds hadn't reopened. After making sure that he was all right, Shenlong heaved a sigh of relief before he took out his cauldron from the Stone of Time. Taking out the beast core of the rank 3 man-eating tree, as well as a few other medicinal herbs, Shenlong threw them all inside the cauldron as he mumbled to himself. The man-eating tree is a magic beast of the wood element. Its beast core has plenty of wood energy inside, and it's brimming with vitality which will help you fully heal your injuries. Adding a stalk of a rank 2 ice grass along with the purple fire fruit will also enhance the pill's effectiveness. Since I don't have any better ingredients at hand, I have to at least create a high-grade rank 2 pill or its effect won't be enough to fully heal you. As Shenlong was mumbling to himself, his hands were also moving non-stop as he was adding the ingredients inside the cauldron. The rank 2 ice grass required Shenlong to be very careful with the cauldron's temperature or it could easily be destroyed, losing all its medicinal properties, while the purple fire fruit instead needed a very high temperature to be properly refined into medicinal essence. Shenlong, who was aiming to create a high-grade rank 2 pill for Little Black, had to completely split his attention into 3 parts as he placed the ingredients inside the cauldron. The beast core of the man-eating tree, the ice grass, and the purple fire fruit had to all be refined at the same time as Shenlong merged their essence into one. If he failed to do so, part of their medicinal essence would be lost during the refinement process and he would at most create a middle rank 2 pill. Beads of sweat rolled off his forehead, as 30 minutes later, Shenlong had reached the most crucial part of the refining process. The cauldron had started to tremble as Shenlong was mixing the medicinal essence inside it. With the monarch's domain though, he had managed to successfully finish the refinement. Opening the lid of the cauldron, Shenlong saw a bright green pill inside it. The pill had red and white lines on it and it was emitting a very refreshing smell. Shenlong smiled as he saw the high-grade rank 2 pill in his hands, before he handed it to Little Black. As Little Black consumed the pill, his internal injuries had already started to heal. His external injuries followed right after them and in just a few hours, his body had already been restored back in perfect condition. Laughing, the black dragon flew around the heaven-swallowing vine as he said, "Master, I feel really good. Even better than before actually. Now that we have this heaven-swallowing vine, our cultivation will surely advance greatly." Shenlong smiled as he watched Little Black eyeing the heaven-swallowing vine greedily, like a kid that had just discovered a treasure. Little Black, however, seemed as if he had just remembered something as he suddenly asked, "Master, do you really have to return to this floating cloud sect?" Chapter 81, The Sect's True Face. Monarch of Time. Shenlong was slightly taken aback by the dragon's sudden question. Thinking about it for a while, he nodded his head as he said, "For now, I have to return. I'm still not strong enough to even protect my parents, let alone establish a foothold for myself. I also don't know anything about the regions around the floating cloud sect. If it wasn't for the sect forcing the new outer disciples to participate in this sect examination, we wouldn't even have a clue about this demonic mountain region either. So for the time being, it's more beneficial for me to stay there." Little Black agreed with Shenlong's words. Even he had never heard of this floating cloud sect, so he had no idea where they were right now. Staying inside the sect and gathering more information was probably the best decision. Shenlong then thought for a bit before saying, "We have to quickly return to the safe area first. From there, I will head towards the entrance in the outer region alone. I guess that many disciples must have already gathered there by now." After Shenlong walked out of the cave, Little Black came out from the Stone of Time, as he unfurled his black wings and flew towards the safe area. While flying, Little Black was also using his soul sense at the same time, to see if there were any humans anywhere near them. However, they didn't find a single disciple from the 4 sects inside the inner region. After all, only a few elite groups like Yang Ryu's senior sister, or the son of the sect master from the iron-hardened sect would dare to enter deep in the inner region in the first place, and even they had probably left already after the sect exam was officially cancelled. One day later, Shenlong, who was flying on the Black Dragon's back, had arrived near the safe area. However, he had already noticed from the sky that the place had already been completely deserted. Landing near the safe area, Shenlong had Little Black return inside the Stone of Time before he continued on foot for the rest of the journey. With Little Black scanning the way with his soul sense, Shenlong didn't meet a single beast above the early rank 2 or any disciple from the 4 sects. After 3 days, he had returned back to the outskirts of the demonic mountain region. I am probably just a few hours away from the entrance, Shenlong inferred as he then remembered what Yang Ryu had told him while they were traveling together. Searching inside the Stone of Time, Shenlong grabbed the beast core of an early rank 2 bat that Little Black had killed when they had hunted the rank 3 red-fanged flame bat in its cave, and put it inside his pocket. Then he proceeded to walk towards the demonic mountain region's entrance. 2 hours later, Shenlong had arrived in front of the entrance as he saw 4 huge rows of disciples queuing up in front of it. The disciples were all split according to their sect uniforms, and it seemed that at the start of each line, there was an elder from each sect, doing some sort of inspection. Shenlong walked at the end of the floating cloud sect's line as he stood behind a young man seemingly no older than 14 years old. Although Shenlong was relatively certain of what was happening, he still decided to ask the kid in front of him. "Junior brother, do you know what's happening in the front? Why do we have to line up here?" The young man looked at Shenlong, who had just queued up behind him nervously, as he clutched something in his hand before he responded. Actually, I heard from a senior sister that there is some inspection going on. I think that they are checking for what we acquired from the outer region and also count our survival points." The young man replied stutteringly when the voice of a young girl sounded from the front of the line as she was shouting pleadingly. "Please, elder, I need this rank 2 water pearl to advance into the earth grade. I beg you don't take this from me." Shenlong looked at the young girl, who seemed to be around 16 years old and was clutching a pink pearl in her hands, as her eyes had turned red from tears. She was begging on her knees in front of the bald Elder Zhu. Elder Zhu, however, looked at her coldly as he forcefully snatched the pink pearl from her hands before he said, "It is thanks to the sect that you could even come here. Not only that, but the sect has helped nurture you since you arrived, and now you dare to deny when the sect is asking you for something? After all, I am not stealing this water pearl from you, but I am giving you sect points in return. This is a fair trade, you know." Shenlong snorted inwardly as he heard the bald Elder Zhu's words and thought, what a joke. The sect has helped nurture the disciples? Everyone has to work to get any sect points in the floating cloud city. It's thanks to the sect that she managed to come here? Yes, she had to risk her life whether she agreed or not, as the sect forced her. You are not stealing from her? A fair trade, you say? She is clearly being forced to trade whether she agrees or not. So this is the true face of the floating cloud sect then. The line was slowly moving up, and people who seemed to be hiding something or didn't offer something of value by themselves were personally searched by Elder Zhu regardless if they were men or women. 3 hours later, the line had come close to its end, and the person in front of Elder Zhu was now the young man who was in front of Shenlong. Chapter 82, Not First Place? Monarch of Time. Elder Zhu looked at the young man who had hidden his hands behind his back and just smirked as he said, "Show me your hands." The young man started sweating as he shook his head, but Elder Zhu just moved behind him as he pried open his hands and took a small beast core that this young man was holding. "Tisk, just a middle rank 1 beast core? Come here." As he heard Elder Zhu's voice, the young man took a step forward and Elder Zhu started his body search. After finding nothing else, Elder Zhu was disappointed. He then looked at the young man and said in a generous tone, "You are lucky, kid. I will give you 50 sect points for this beast core." The young man, however, shook his head at Elder Zhu. Elder Zhu then frowned as he asked in a commanding voice, "What? Don't tell me that you don't want to exchange this small middle rank 1 beast core. Could it be that you want me to expel you from the sect then? If you keep refusing, I will have no other choice." The young man's face paled instantly as he heard about being expelled from the sect and hurriedly shook his head as he said, "Elder, it's not that. I have just heard from a senior sister from the Flying Sword sect that the elders of the 4 sects may not be fair to small disciples like me when they purchase our goods." The young man spoke weakly, and Elder Zhu looked towards the group of the Flying Sword sect in anger before he turned his attention to the young man in front of him and said, "Who said that? Ask your fellow disciples here if I have treated any of them unfairly." As Elder Zhu finished speaking, he turned his head to look at the nearly 40,000 disciples of the Floating Cloud sect behind him, who then turned their heads away as if they didn't dare to make eye contact with him. Shenlong's mouth was agape at Elder Zhu's shamelessness. His face was probably thicker than the Floating Cloud city's walls, for him to be able to spout lies like that in broad daylight. A middle rank 1 beast core could easily be sold for 70 sect points in the treasure pavilion, and yet he was righteously purchasing it for 50 points here. Even Elder Lu Cheng and Grand Elder Lan Hong felt their faces somewhat redden as they heard Elder Zhu's words. The young man suspiciously handed his middle rank 1 beast core to Elder Zhu, who then transferred him 50 sect points in his sect jade. As the young man had already lost his survival point long ago, he didn't get an extra 10 sect points from Elder Zhu. After patting this young man's shoulder, Elder Lu looked at the last person in the line, Shenlong. Shenlong shrugged in indifference as he took out a rank 2 early beast core, making everyone's eyes widen. Even the strongest people in this outer sect examination belonging to the Floating Cloud sect, like the peak rank 3 earth grade Guanhong, could at most kill an early rank 2 magic beast. Although they couldn't sense Shenlong's cultivation as he had completely hidden it with the Monarch's hourglass, most disciples thought that he must be a peak rank 3 earth grade expert who had hidden himself before the sect exam. After all, magic beasts at the middle of rank 2 and higher were strong enough to easily kill rank 4 earth grade experts, so an early rank 2 magic beast was the limit for these disciples. Although some disciples at the peak of rank 3 in earth grade could team up to defeat a middle rank 2 magic beast, the possibilities of killing the beast were almost nil. After all, defeating and killing a magic beast were two completely different things. Most disciples looked at Shenlong in pity. Being forced to give the beast core of a middle rank 2 magic beast that he had worked hard to kill must have been heart-tearing for him. Elder Zhu, however, looked at Shenlong with shining eyes as he patted his shoulder and said, "Good job, this is how disciples of the sect should conduct themselves. Helping the sect is also helping yourself. Right, give me your sect identifying jade now. I will give you 1,000 sect points for this beast core American Samoa, well as count your survival points." Shenlong handed his sect identifying jade to Elder Zhu, who after grabbing it was stumped for a good while. Taking another look at Shenlong's face, he asked seriously, "What is your name, kid?" "Shenlong." "You did very well." Elder Zhu then turned his head to look at the rest of the Floating Cloud sect's members as he said, "The first place in our Floating Cloud sect belongs to Shenlong, who has gathered 118 survival points." Everyone from the Floating Cloud sect who heard this were shocked, including Elder Lu Cheng and Grand Elder Lan Hong. The previous person in the first place had only gathered a bit more than 80 survival points. Among the group of shocked disciples were Xiao Shitu and Lin Wu, who looked at Shenlong incredulously. Due to the huge transformation that had occurred in his body thanks to the monarch's eternal body, they only recognized him after Elder Zhu had called out his name. Lei Xiang and her followers, however, were the only ones who looked at Shenlong with eyes that were spitting fire when they remembered how Shenlong had robbed them of all their sect points back in the outer region. Aside from Lei Xiang, one more person looked at Shenlong with hostility, the red-haired Guanhong. Before Shenlong arrived, Guanhong was certain that he would obtain the 100 spirit stones that the sect would give to the first place winner along with a spatial ring when they returned. There was also the 100.000 sect points that the person who got first would also obtain. Although second place would only get 100 sect points less, there was a huge drop in prestige between being first or second from the sect. A mocking voice, however, brought everyone from the Floating Cloud sect back in reality as the Grand Elder from the Flying Sword sect Hui Zhong looked at Grand Elder Lan Hong and said, "Haha, congratulations Lan Hong. It looks like your Floating Cloud sect managed to at least get the 4th place this time." Chapter 83, Challenge. Monarch of Time. Shenlong was shocked to find out that he had only won the 4th place. Based on his estimations, unless the 3 geniuses from the other 3 sects didn't head in the inner region at all and only hunted for sect points in the outer region, they shouldn't have been able to gather more points than him. Lan Hong, however, looked at Hui Zhong with a mix of both anger and disdain as he said, "You really have the face to speak? Old man, I definitely didn't expect you to be so shameless. You actually had the disciples of your sect hand their survival points to your grandson, and you still think that your family has any face left. Huizhong wasn't angered at all by Grand Elder Lan Hong's insults. Instead, he looked at him gloatingly as he said, "This is called strategy, old Lan. What do you know? If you were smart enough, you would have done the same as well as the rest of us." Shenlong finally understood what had happened. "Master, these people are too shameless." Little Black felt indignation for Shenlong. Shenlong, however, simply shook his head as he responded to him. "Although you could call them unfair or shameless, the fault still lies with the Floating Cloud sect. After all, for the other 3 sects to do the same thing under the Floating Cloud sect's nose is truly shameful for them. However, I do feel that it's a pity that I can't get my hands on that rank 3 blood vermilion fruit." The blood vermilion fruit would have really helped Shenlong advance in his cultivation by quite a bit. Grand Elder Lan Hong looked at the group of the Floating Cloud sect and said, "We will wait here for 2 more days. If no disciple shows up after these 2 days, we will assume that they have died inside and will return back to the Floating Cloud City." After hearing Lan Hong's command, the disciples set up camp outside the demonic mountain region. However, it seemed as if Shenlong was really among the last people that had left the region. In the next 2 days, very few disciples actually showed up, and Grand Elder Lan Hong summoned everyone to return back to the Floating Cloud sect. "I expected less than 10,000 disciples to come back alive from this outer sect examination. I guess they are lucky that we had to cancel it ahead of time, or there would definitely have been more than just 20,000 that died this time." Elder Zhu was chatting with Elder Lu as they were heading back to the Floating Cloud sect. Their return journey was just as peaceful as the first one, and 7 days later, they had arrived outside the Floating Cloud City. The people inside the city were startled to see the huge group of new disciples returning back to the sect. Usually, the outer sect examination was extremely bloody and only half of the disciples that set out would return alive. However, this year should have been even bloodier as it was the joint sect exam between the 4 sects. And yet, more than half of the disciples had returned back alive, and most importantly, ahead of time. Not even a month had passed since the Grand Elders group had set out, and yet they had already returned back to the sect. Something must have definitely happened. The disciples inside the demonic mountain region that participated in the sect exam had also asked the Grand Elder why they were called out prematurely, but the elder simply didn't answer. After entering the city, Elder Lu Chang called for the disciples to disperse while he had Shenlong, Guanhong, and a female disciple called Fen Licking that was also at the peak of rank 3 in Earth grade, to come to the administration building with him to obtain their rewards. Following the Grand Elder and the other 2 elders, Shenlong soon arrived in front of the huge administration building. Inside, the disciples hurriedly bowed to the Grand Elder, who directly asked to meet Administrator Feng. A middle-aged man could be seen running from the distance, as he soon arrived in front of the Grand Elder and politely greeted. "Greetings to the Grand Elder." The Grand Elder, Lan Hong, nodded his head at Administrator Feng, who looked at him puzzledly, obviously wondering why they had returned back to the sect so soon, when he said, "Xiao Feng, give them the prizes for the top 3. First place is Shenlong, second place is Guanhong, and third place is Fen Licking," Lan Hong said as he introduced the disciples to Administrator Feng one by one. It seemed that neither Lu Chang nor Administrator Feng, whom Shenlong had met in the past, realized who he was. Administrator Feng handed Shenlong and the rest a silver ring that was identical to his own. This was a spatial ring that only people with status could have in the sect. After transferring the sect points to their sect jades, Administrator Feng also handed 100 spirit stones to Shenlong as he said in an envious tone, "Ha, 100 spirit stones is really not a small sum." Shenlong nodded his head at Administrator Feng without really paying much attention to his words when Grand Elder Lan Hong suddenly ordered them to leave as he had some matters to discuss with Administrator Feng. Not just Shenlong and the rest, the entire 3rd floor of the administration building was quickly cleared from all the disciples. Only the Grand Elder, the administrator, and the 2 elders were left inside. As they left the building, Guanhong turned his head at Shenlong and said, "I don't know where you came from or how you gathered so many sect points, but I have my eye on you now. You better not become a laughingstock and forfeit when I challenge you in the arena in the upcoming days." Shenlong looked at Guanhong inquiringly, but Guanhong simply snorted and left. Fen Licking also cupped her fists at Shenlong before she went on her own way. Shenlong then, decided to rent a room in the most expensive pavilion inside the outer city, the Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion. Chapter 84, Subduing the Heaven-Swallowing Vine. Monarch of Time. The Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion wasn't only a restaurant, but disciples could also rent rooms to stay there if they had the required sect point. The pavilion had 6 floors overall. However, only the first 3 could be used to dine. The other 3 were reserved for the disciples who decided to stay there. Walking towards the east of the city, Shenlong quickly arrived in front of the Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion. The pavilion was actually located just a 10-minute walk away from the Arena American Samoa Well. Walking through the pavilion's golden gates, Shenlong was soon greeted by a male waiter who asked him to take his order. Shenlong, however, shook his head as he said, "I am here to rent a room." The waiter was startled. Rarely would anyone come to the Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion to rent a room. It wasn't that their rooms were of low quality. No, it was simply a difference in price. A room in a random inn anywhere in the floating cloud city would cost you anywhere from 4 to 8 sect points for a month's stay. The Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion, however, priced its rooms starting at 100 sect points for each month. The waiter, who looked like he seemed to be in his early 20s, looked at Shenlong as he nodded his head and said, "Each room in our pavilion's 4th floor costs 100 sect points for a month's stay. The 5th floor rooms are priced at 150 sect points a month, while the rooms on the 6th floor cost 200 sect points. Of course, the rooms on the 6th floor are much better than the rooms at the 5th or the 4th floor. Our pavilion had a rank 1 silver grade formation master personally inscribe runes to every room on the 6th floor, making cultivation inside them to be much faster compared to any other place inside the outer section." Oh, Shenlong was intrigued as he then said, "I am curious to see how good a room inscribed with the runes of a rank 1 silver grade formation master actually is." As he finished speaking, Shenlong took out his sect identifying jade and transferred 200 sect points to the waiter. The waiter bowed as he led Shenlong towards the 6th floor. Someone who could pay 200 sect points to rent a room for 1 month definitely wasn't a nobody. Arriving on the 4th floor, Shenlong only saw closed doors compared to the previous 3 floors where there were tables and chairs everywhere on the floor. On the 5th floor, the number of rooms seemed to be less than those of the 4th floor, while when Shenlong arrived on the 6th floor, he only saw 6 doors. The waiter looked at Shenlong and said, "Dear guest, you only have to put your sect identifying jade on the door and it will recognize you as the owner of the room for the next 1 month." Shenlong nodded his head as he pressed his sect jade on top of the door, and after a small buzzing noise sounded, the door opened to reveal a luxurious room inside. Seeing that Shenlong had opened the door, the waiter bowed and left the floor. Entering inside the room, Shenlong was stunned by its interior. Although the qi inside the room wasn't as good as the inner region of the demonic mountain region, it was almost on par with the safe area there. The room had a big bed in the middle, while from the wooden window on the wall, Shenlong could even see the arena that was close to the Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion. There were even 2 special rooms inside, one specially made for formation masters while the other one was for alchemists. The room for formation masters had a large hammer as well as a small knife along with some other stuff inside it, while the room for alchemists had a pinnacle rank 3 cauldron that was actually on par with Shenlong's own. Ignoring everything else, Shenlong directly sat cross-legged on the bed as he sent his spiritual strength inside the Stone of Time. In the 9 days that Shenlong stayed outside of the demonic mountain region, he had already reached the peak of rank 8 in Qi condensation and was just a step away from the 9th rank. Since he wasn't in a secluded environment though, he hadn't dared to mess with the heaven-swallowing vine these days, and had simply let Little Black absorb the pure Qi that the vine was emitting. Now however, Shenlong sat down as his mind entered the Stone of Time. Sending his spiritual strength towards the heaven-swallowing vine, Shenlong noticed that the vine immediately turned to absorb his spiritual strength as if it was some sort of food. This was the way for Shenlong to connect with the vine. Sending his spiritual strength to it would let the vine become more familiar with Shenlong. The heaven-swallowing vine could absorb almost every kind of energy and turn them into pure Qi. And yet it felt like Shenlong was trying to fill a bottomless hole no matter how much spiritual strength he was sending in. After a full hour, the vine finally stopped sapping his spiritual strength as it became completely docile to him. Even with Shenlong's strength, though that was on par with a rank 3 alchemists, after a full hour he was completely spent as he lied down on the bed. Little Black laughed after seeing that the vine inside the Stone of Time had now become completely obedient and said happily, "Congratulations, Master! This is a true heavenly treasure that will surely raise our strength." It was truly a waste for that silver-winged rock to hold on to such a priceless treasure. After absorbing some chi in these 9 days, I can already feel that I am close to another breakthrough, and my strength will definitely reach the peak of rank 4 by then. Shenlong smiled as he heard Little Black's words, and after sitting cross-legged for a couple of hours to recover his spent spiritual strength, he mumbled to himself, "Little Black, let's see the effects of the heaven-swallowing vine now." Chapter 85, The Heaven-Swallowing Vine's Effects. Monarch of Time. Little Black's eyes shone as he heard Shenlong's words, while Shenlong sent a mental order to the heaven-swallowing vine to start absorbing the qi in the air around him. Shenlong knew that the heaven-swallowing vine had a lot of qi inside it that it had absorbed over the years, and every 30 years it would usually discharge it in the demonic mountain region. Now, however, that Shenlong had taken the vine from the central mountain and had formed a mental connection with it, he could choose when the vine would discharge this pure qi. However, Shenlong didn't want to have the vine discharge its qi recklessly like that. If the silver-winged rock could control the heaven-swallowing vine and slowly absorb the qi for itself instead of having it discharge it all in the environment of the demonic mountain region, the rock would have long since broken through to the 5th rank. Shenlong didn't touch the qi reserves that the vine had inside it. He decided that it was better to use that qi when he was about to break through the earth grade. The heaven-swallowing vine then started absorbing the qi around Shenlong. During this time, Shenlong could feel that the vine was practically filtering the qi, condensing it more and more before it released it inside the Stone of Time. Shenlong activated the Monarch's domain as he started absorbing the pure qi that the vine was releasing. As time went by, Shenlong absorbed more and more qi as he tried to create his 73rd ball of qi and enter the early rank 9 in qi condensation. The more that Shenlong advanced in his cultivation, the harder it became to advance into the next level. However, with the heaven-swallowing vine, the qi he was absorbing was simply incomparable to before. Soon, 12 hours had passed since Shenlong had started refining the qi that the heaven-swallowing vine was incessantly producing when a small popping sound could be heard from his body as he was still circulating the monarch's hourglass. In just 6 hours he had entered the early rank 9 in qi condensation. However, Shenlong didn't stop refining the qi even after his breakthrough. Instead, he started absorbing even more of it. After 12 hours had passed since he had started cultivating, Shenlong had entered the middle rank 9, and yet his cultivation still didn't show any signs of stopping. Almost a full day later, Shenlong had finally created his 81st ball of qi, reaching the peak of qi condensation. Only then did Shenlong stop absorbing any more qi from the heaven-swallowing vine. There was no way to create another ball of qi as the monarch's hourglass above his head was already full. However, after creating the 81st ball of qi, Shenlong noticed that there were inconsistencies in his previous balls of qi. The balls of qi he had created towards the latter parts of the qi condensation were much purer and brighter than the earlier ones. To reach the earth grade, Shenlong had to condense all his previous balls of qi into one. However, the strength of his first ball of qi when he reached the earth grade would be dependent on the strength of his previous balls of qi before they were merged together. Taking a deep breath, Shenlong started absorbing qi from the heaven-swallowing vine once more. He was ready to purify all of his previous balls of qi, bringing them at the same quality as the last one he had condensed. As Shenlong had started purifying his qi balls one by one, the entire floating cloud sect's upper echelons had another meeting inside the main hall of the inner city. These meetings, where every high-ranked elder of the sect was summoned, were supposed to be extremely rare, and unless the sect was facing an extremely serious situation they would never happen. And yet, around 2 months ago, they had started their first meeting thanks to the mysterious expert who had appeared in the treasure pavilion, and now, they started the second one. The sect master Lu Jian was sitting on the main seat, while everyone's eyes had turned towards Grand Elder Lan Hong, the bald Elder Zhu, and Elder Lu Chang. Grand Elder, what happened for you to summon another sect meeting? Grand Elder, weren't you supposed to be in the demonic mountain region? Did something happen there? I heard that Grand Elder brought back more than 40,000 disciples this time from the outer sect examination. Discussions and questions were being thrown around the hall when Lu Jian raised his hand and said, "Silence." The discussions immediately stopped as Lu Jian continued. The Grand Elder must definitely have a good reason to summon everyone for a sect meeting. Everyone looked at Lan Hong, who then started explaining the situation at the demonic mountain region. At the same time, the exact same situation was taking place in the other 3 sects as well. The representatives of the 4 sects that had been in the demonic mountain region this time had been startled by the silver-winged rock's cry. If something had happened to the rock, then perhaps the sects would have a chance to head to the central mountain and get a hold of the treasure there. After Lan Hong had explained everything, there was absolute silence in the main hall as everyone's eyes had turned to Lu Jian on the main seat. Lu Jian wore a serious expression on his face as he said, "I will have to discuss this with De Chao and the rest. This is a serious matter that requires a lot of thought. Even if something had happened to that silver-winged rock and caused it to be injured, there are still other middle-rank 4 magic beasts inside the central region. And in case that the rock is actually alright, then stepping foot in that hellhole will mean death for us." The elders wore serious expressions as well, when they heard Lu Jian's words, who was ready to meet up with the other sect masters and discuss about what course of action they should take. After all, a single floating cloud sect couldn't swallow the entire demonic mountain region, no matter how big their appetite was. Almost a month quickly went by while Shen Long was in seclusion and serious changes had occurred in the sect, when he finally opened his eyes. Chapter 86, Sharing the Pills. Monarch of Time. After 1 month, Shen Long had finally purified all of his 80 balls of qi, bringing them to the level of the 81st. This was the absolute peak of qi condensation. His cultivation now was just a step from entering the Earth grade, while his strength would probably easily destroy any peak rank 3 Earth grade cultivator. Although Shen Long was just a step away from reaching the Earth grade, he was first planning to make a trip to the treasure pavilion and purchase some ingredients, before attempting his breakthrough. Just as Shen Long reached the 3rd floor of the mystifying fragrance pavilion, however, the familiar silhouette of a fat young man dressed in green robes could be seen rushing at him before that person asked in a somewhat confused voice, "Bro brother." Shen Long looked at this person and smiled as he nodded his head. This familiar person was Fatty Fu, and he was looking at Shen Long slightly dazed. The last time that these two had met was 2 months before the outer sect examination. However, just before the sect examination had started, Shen Long had refined the rank 2 inner destruction pill and his body had changed from the inside out, bringing a huge transformation to his outer appearance. Shocked, Fatty Fu looked at him from close up and after making sure that he was truly Shen Long he said, "Brother, your face seems to have changed." Shen Long nodded his head, as he smiled and walked towards an empty table. He gestured for Fatty to sit as well before calling over a waiter and saying, "Bring us 2 jars of mystifying fragrance wine. I'm also staying in a room on the 6th floor. Here are 4,400 sect points for the wine and for 2 months of payment for my room in advance." The waiter bowed as he received the 4,400 sect points and hurried to bring Shen Long's order, while Fatty Fu was looking at Shen Long with a wide open mouth before he asked, "Brother, where did you find so many sect points?" Shen Long smiled as he opened his jar of wine, before he started explaining to Fatty Fu that he had gotten 1st place in the outer sect examination. Aside from some secrets that involved Little Black, the central region, the profound earth fruit, and of course the heaven-swallowing vine, Shen Long recounted most of his experiences inside the demonic mountain region to Fatty Fu. Nevertheless, Fatty Fu was still extremely shocked when he heard that Shen Long had taken 1st place in the sect on this outer sect examination. "Brother, I still can't believe that you managed to get 1st place when there were even peak rank 3 Earth grade disciples participating. Lu Wen will definitely be happy when he finds out about this too. Right, have you been in seclusion since you returned from the demonic mountain region?" Shen Long nodded his head at Fatty Fu's sudden question, who then continued, "In that case, let me fill you in on some things that you probably are unaware of. First of all, Lu Wen is in seclusion after his grandfather gave him the Golden Eagle Spirit Nourishing Pill, and if he successfully refines it, he will probably be on par with rank 3 bronze grade alchemists." Fatty then took a sip from his wine before leaning towards the table and lowering his voice as he continued speaking. "The next 2 things I'm going to tell you are extremely important. Firstly, I heard from my father that the Floating Cloud sect is going to ally with the other 3 sects that were in the demonic mountain region this time, and asking for the help of another very strong power. They want to probe the demonic mountain region. But since this mostly affects the upper echelons of the sect, It is useless for us to worry about it. Shenlong nodded his head as Fatty Fu continued. Remember how I told you that you need to enter the top 100 ranks in the arena if you wish to have a chance to become an inner disciple? Well, my father said that in the next few months, a secret realm will open and that it's the chance of a lifetime for us. There will be many precious treasures inside, and even some elders of the sect will enter along with the disciples. However, although all of the inner disciples will be able to enter this secret realm, only the top 100 from the outer disciples will be allowed to enter. As he finished speaking, Fatty Fu took out 2 bottles of pills as he pushed them towards Shenlong and said, "These are half of the rank 2 congealing chi pills that my father has given me to reach the peak of the earth grade. Although half of them won't be enough to reach the peak of the earth grade, I hope that after refining them, you can reach at least the late stages of the earth grade, brother. Then we can enter the secret realm together." Fatty Fu saw that Shenlong didn't accept the 2 bottles of pills yet and said, "If you consider me your brother, then you have to accept the pills no matter what." Shenlong, however, shook his head as he smiled and simply said, "Thank you, brother." He then pushed the bottle of pills back to Fatty Fu as he said, "It's because I truly consider you my brother that I won't accept these." Shenlong now clearly understood Fatty's character even more than before. This gesture from Fatty couldn't be counted with money or with anything else. This was genuine brotherhood. Shenlong, however, had the heaven-swallowing vine, as well as enough medicinal ingredients to refine pills. Thus he had to give a good reason why he couldn't accept the congealing chi pills, one that Fu Li couldn't deny. "Don't misunderstand Fatty, I will definitely do my best to enter the top 100 in the arena ranks in the next few months. The truth is, however, that I am mainly a body refining cultivator, so pills that aren't specifically meant for body refiners can't help me advance. Don't worry. Soon I will be able to concoct some rank 2 bone-tempering pills or even some marrow-cleansing pills for myself." Fatty Fu was stunned when Shenlong continued, "I need to make a trip to the treasure pavilion and purchase a few ingredients before entering seclusion once again." Chapter 87, Meeting Lu Mei again. Monarch of Time. Fatty Fu then stood up as he quickly gulped down the rest of the wine in his jar before saying, "Great! I also wanted to see my Jinjing." Shenlong looked at him questioningly when Fatty suddenly cleared his throat and said, "Cough. What I meant was that it's better for me to accompany you and help you get a discount on the things that you want to purchase, brother. This is what brothers are for, right?" Shenlong snorted, before also cracking a smile seeing Fatty's antics and said, "Okay then, let's go together. Also, who is that Jinjing of yours?" As they walked towards the treasure pavilion, Fatty Fu puffed out his chest as he heard Shenlong's question and responded proudly, "It's my beautiful fiancée. You have also seen her before, back in the Alchemist's Guild." Shenlong tried to think for a while, and as he recalled the time when he had visited the Alchemist's Guild, a crazy idea swept through his mind as he looked at Fatty Fi and asked in a voice filled with disbelief, "Fatty, you don't tell me that your fiancée is Lan Jinjing from the treasure pavilion?" Fatty Fu started laughing proudly as he said, "Of course, who do you think this young master is? Her Lan and my Fu family have had a great relationship for many years. Actually, there are 5 main families that have the most power in the Floating Cloud sect. My Fu family and the Lan family are among those 5. The other 3 are the Lu family, which Lu Wen comes from, the Meng family, and lastly the most powerful one is the family of the sect master, the Lu family. Every family has many powerful experts and most of them are high-rank elders inside the section." Just as Fatty Fu finished speaking, they had already arrived outside of the treasure pavilion. As soon as they entered, the staff of the pavilion greeted Fatty Fu respectfully as Auctioneer Fu. Fu Li happily accepted everyone's greetings as he nodded while he took Shenlong deeper inside the treasure pavilion. After arriving on the 2nd floor, Fatty didn't stop as he continued straight towards the 3rd. The 3rd floor of the treasure pavilion was exclusive only for people with high status inside the sect. Of course, as the heir to the Fu family, Fatty Fu had no problem going upstairs and bringing people with him. Shenlong could also enter by himself using the VIP card that he had received from Yin Xing, but since he wasn't wearing his black robes he simply followed Fatty Fu. Entering the 3rd floor, Shenlong noticed that the items on display here were much better than the previous 2 floors. There were even parts of rank 3 magic beasts that were for sale. Shenlong even saw the beast core of a rank 3 red-scaled python being sold for 37,000 sect points. Fatty Fu looked at Shenlong and said, The best things of the treasure pavilion are always in this floor. There are even some things that you may not find in the auctions here. Fatty Fu followed Shenlong as he looked for medicinal herbs. Stopping in front of a certain counter, Shenlong was slightly taken aback as he looked at the price of a certain rank 3 medicinal herb. Oh, a rank 3 purple fragrant grass? I will take this stock. Shenlong said to the young man behind the counter, whose eyes lit up as he heard him. Although the purple fragrant grass was a rank 3 medicinal herb, the truth was that nobody wanted to purchase it. Hence, even though it was a rank 3 medicinal ingredient, the treasure pavilion had priced it at only 1,000 sect points. The reason that nobody purchased the purple fragrant grass was because it was practically useless for alchemy. It couldn't be used as the main ingredient to concoct pills, and it could only be used as a side ingredient to improve the pill's fragrance, hence why no one had bothered to buy it. Shenlong, however, had some special plans for it as soon as he saw the grass. Looking around the third floor, Shenlong also found some more medicinal ingredients that interested him, and after 2 hours, he had spent almost 15,000 sect points. As Shenlong and Fatty Fu were looking around the third floor, the door of one of the private rooms opened, and a pair of beautiful women attracted everyone's attention as they walked side by side. Both women were around the same height as Shenlong, and they seemed to be wearing the green robes of an inner sect disciple. Behind the two women was a handsome young man in green clothes around 19 years old, who seemed to be fawning over one of the two women. Shenlong too had turned his attention towards them as well, and surprisingly, both women were also looking towards him and Fatty Fu. Fatty Fu smiled brightly as he exclaimed happily, "Jinjing." These two were the most beautiful women in the floating cloud city, Lan Jinjing and Lu Mei. Lan Jinjing was a bit annoyed as she looked at Fatty Fu, but when she thought that he could take care of the guy pestering her senior sister, her eyes lit up as she told him, "Fuli, come here." Fatty Fu smiled brightly as he hurriedly grabbed Shenlong's and brought him along to introduce him. "Brother, this is my fiancé, Jinjing. Jinjing, this is my brother Shen. You and sister Lu have also briefly met him before at the Alchemist's Guild." Lan Jinjing and Lu Mei were astonished to see Fatty Fu bringing someone with him. As the young master of the Fu family, Fu Li didn't have that many people that he called friends and even fewer that he called brothers. Given his frank character, bringing someone along with him, and especially one that he called brother, meant that he must have a really good relationship with this person. Lan Jinjing and Lu Mei both scrutinized Shenlong with their gazes, trying to see when they had met this handsome man before. Shenlong's and Lu Mei's gazes met, and he was once again mesmerized by her beautiful black eyes and peerlessly beautiful face. Lu Mei was also stunned for a second as her gaze was attracted by Shenlong's deep eyes when a sudden voice came from the young man behind her, drawing everyone's attention as he said, "Fuli, stop spouting nonsense. How could just any stray dog know Sister Mei?" Chapter 88, Lu Mei's Troubles. Monarch of Time. Everyone's attention had turned to this young man who was looking at Shenlong with a hostile gaze. He had caught him looking at Lu Mei, but what had frustrated him even more was that Lu Mei seemed to be dazed for a second looking at him as well. The cold and proud Lu Mei, who had never showed him any special attention, had her gaze glued to another man. Fatty Fu was the first to react as he looked at this man, and in a voice full of anger he said, "Meng Shenji, you pathetic bootlicker, how dare you insult my brother? Why is trash like you even following Sister Lu and my Jinjing anyway?" The young master of the Meng family was furious after hearing Fatty Fu's insulting words, but before he could even respond to him, Lu Mei's cold voice sounded as she said, "Young Master Meng, please don't call me Sister Mei as if we are intimate together. You and I barely know each other." Lu Mei was extremely annoyed by Meng Shenji's words. Although he had occasionally pestered her privately, calling her Sister Mei, even though she had expressed her dislike numerous times, calling her like that in public was almost hinting that they were closer than they really are. However, although Lu Mei disliked Meng Shenji, she had her own personal problems as well. Lan Jinjing, however, gave a thumbs up to Fatty Fu secretly as she then said, "Senior sister, I had an appointment with Fu Li today, can you please accompany me?" Lu Mei nodded her head at Lan Jinjing as they followed behind Fu Li, who was heading with Shenlong towards one of the private rooms in the back. Meanwhile, Meng Shenji was still like a statue in the middle of the third floor, as everyone watched him being left alone. His face had turned scarlet, unknown if he was embarrassed or angry, as he looked at Lu Mei's and Lan Jinjing's back thoughtfully before he turned to leave the floor, while he thought to himself, "Lu Mei, you ungrateful bitch. I have been chasing you for over a year and yet you still refuse to acknowledge me even after all of my sincerity? Watch how I make you pay in the future. As Meng Shenji left the third floor of the treasure pavilion, Fu Li and Shen Long along with the two girls had just entered in one of the private rooms near the back. As soon as the door closed, Lan Jingjing started laughing as she said, "Fu Li, good job. Although you can be considered a lazy pig most of the time and Grandpa Fu is right to beat you, you really made me happy today seeing Meng Shenji's bitter face like that." Lu Mei was also smiling as she heard that while Fu Li had a serious expression on his face as he asked Lan Jingjing. Meng Shenji can be a real problem for Sister Lu though. He has been trying to court her for such a long time, and his father has even asked for permission from the sect master. Although the sect master said that he will consider this matter, wasn't today equivalent of slapping Meng Shenji in the face. Lan Jingjing seemed as if she wanted to say something, but she then looked warily at Shen Long before she threw a look at Fatty Fu. Fatty Fu understood her meaning as he said, "This is my brother Shen Long Jingjing, you don't have to look warily at him. You had also seen him when he had come in conflict inside the Alchemist's Guild with that Buletin Duyi. Anyways, he is my brother, you don't have to worry about anything and can speak freely." Lan Jingjing and Lu Mei turned to look at Shen Long in astonishment as they suddenly remembered that scene from 4 months ago in the Alchemist's Guild. Lu Mei then smiled as she looked at Shen Long and said, "So that's why you looked somewhat familiar." Seeing Lu Mei's beautiful smile, Shen Long felt his heart stirring for a few moments. However, despite her enchanting appearance and even though he had a relatively good opinion of her, Shen Long wasn't going to judge a woman simply based on her looks. Lan Jingjing nodded her head and looked at Fatty Fu as she said, "Since no one of us here have any connections with the Meng family, I will speak freely. Although Meng Shenji is an eyesore and has pestered senior sister a lot, we have put up with him since his Meng family has a good relationship with their Lu family. However, today he declared to senior sister that he will bring his father and officially ask for senior sister's hand in marriage in a few months. Senior sister said that she doesn't intend to marry him, and yet all he said was that it doesn't matter as they can learn to love each other in the future." As soon as Lan Jingjing finished speaking, silence permeated the room for a while until Lu Mei looked at Lan Jingjing and said, "It's okay, I will return and speak to my father about this. I think that he will understand. But senior sister, no need to worry, I understand what you want to say, but you also know the position that I am in." Lan Jingjing nodded her head and didn't continue to speak. Lu Mei looked at Shen Long's eyes and noticed that his eyes were also looking at hers with hints of curiosity as well as interest inside them. Lu Mei blushed and bowed her head at him as she said, "I apologize if I have caused you any trouble." Shen Long shook his head as he smiled at her while Fu Li responded happily, "No trouble Sister Lu, no trouble at all. Of course she didn't cause you any trouble Fu Li." Lan Jingjing looked at Fu Li as she spoke matter-of-factly before hooking her arm around Lu Mei's. After the two women bade their farewells and left hurriedly to find Lu Mei's father, Fu Li turned his head to look at Shen Long and asked, "Brother Shen, have you fallen for Sister Lu?" Chapter 89, Undercurrents in the Floating Cloud Sect. Monarch of Time. Shen Long smiled as he shook his head and said, "I don't know if I have fallen for her, but I am definitely interested in her. Haha. But I think that Sister Lu has definitely fallen for Brother Shen. I saw how her gaze was locked at you the entire time we were speaking. Haha, congratulations brother. I as your brother will definitely support you." However, Fatty Fu's expression turned serious as he remembered something and said, "However, brother, if you really want to court Sister Lu, then it will definitely be very hard. Putting aside Meng Shenji, that piece of trash from the Meng family, Sister Lu has many admirers even inside the inner sect. And although she definitely seemed to be interested in you, her opinion actually won't matter at all." Shen Long looked at Fatty Fu puzzledly, who then continued explaining, "Right now, if it's true that Meng Shenji said that he will bring his father and propose to Sister Liu's father, then he will definitely accept. Sister Liu's father is the sect master and his Lu family has always had good relations with the Meng family." Shen Long then couldn't help but ask, "Even if they have good relations and even if her father is the sect master, is it worth to sacrifice his daughter's happiness if she doesn't want to marry someone? After all, since the Lu family is the strongest in the Floating Cloud sect, then the Meng family shouldn't be able to pressure the sect master into marrying his daughter." Fatty Fu shook his head as he then said, "You are right brother. However, things aren't as simple as they seem. In reality, Although Sister Lu Mei's status in the sect is second to no one as the daughter of the sect master, there is a known rumor going around inside the powerful families of the sect. It is said that Sister Liu's elder brother hates her a lot, since a little more than a year ago, when his best friend, the third son of the Flying Sword Sect's sect master, came to ask for her hand in marriage, she directly refused him, saying that she doesn't want to marry him and that she will be the one who will choose who she marries. Ever since then, Lu Changpun, Sister Liu's elder brother, has had very strained relationships with the Flying Sword Sect. Since Sister Liu's elder brother is the son of the sect master's first wife and he is also going to become the next sect master, his opinion is taken very seriously by the sect master. Because of his extraordinary talent, the sect master views him even more importantly than the sect itself. Meanwhile, although Sister Lu is the child that the sect master had with his second wife, her status in the sect is far below her elder brother's. Lately, the Meng family is also said to have come very close to Lu Changpu as well, so if he really decides to intervene on Meng Shenji's behalf, considering how much the sect master listens to him, there is a very high chance that the marriage will actually go through. Master, if you want this Lu girl, then you don't really need to care about anyone and what they think. If worse comes to worst, then I can come out and destroy everyone here. Shenlong smiled as he heard Little Black's suggestion and said as he looked at Fu Li, "Fatty, do me a favor. I'm planning to enter seclusion, so keep an eye on Lu Mei's situation, and if something really happens, send someone to let me know. The truth is that I am really interested in her and I don't want someone else to get her." Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. I was already going to keep an eye on the situation anyway. The truth is that my family as well as the Lus and the Ians don't want for Sister Lu to get married to the Meng family, so if something really happens, they will all definitely oppose it. This concerns the balance of power in the Floating Cloud sect after all. Rest assured. If something really ends up happening, then I will send someone to let you know, brother. Also, since I have told my grandfather about you, he said that he wants to meet this brother of mine who has such an amazing talent. So when you are free you should come with me to the inner city. Shenlong nodded his head as he said, "Thank you, brother. For now, I still have to enter seclusion and increase my strength if I want to reach the top 100 in the arena and enter the secret realm, but you can tell your grandfather that I will definitely come and visit in the future." After bidding farewell to Fatty, Shenlong decided to directly return to the mystifying fragrance pavilion. As he entered his room, Shenlong sat down cross-legged on his bed and he seemed to have remembered something as he took a look inside the spatial ring that Administrator Feng had given to him as his reward. The space inside this spatial ring wasn't big, barely 10 square meters big, and as expected, a black dagger with small runes on its surface was inside it. It was obvious just from its aura that this dagger was a silver-grade weapon. I guess that's the reward for entering the top 10, a weapon from a silver-grade formation master. It's too bad that I am not proficient in any weapons, so this dagger is useless to me for now. After putting the dagger back in his spatial ring, Shenlong planted everything that he had purchased today from the treasure pavilion inside the Stone of Time before he said, "Little Black, as I attempt to break through to the Earth grade this time, you should also try to break through as well. The chi inside the heaven-swallowing vine is more than enough for both of us." As Shenlong finished speaking, he sent a mental message to the vine, to release part of its stored chi inside the Stone of Time. Activating the Monarch's hourglass, Shenlong's body greedily absorbed the pure chi from the heaven-swallowing vine as he started his breakthrough. Chapter 90, Breakthrough to the Earth Grade. Monarch of Time. The heaven-swallowing vine was constantly filling the Stone of Time with its pure chi, while Shenlong was greedily absorbing as much as his body could handle. At the same time, in the Monarch's hourglass, the 81 balls of chi were being compressed again and again. Shenlong's aim was to compress them all into one ball of chi that would contain even more power than the 81 balls combined. Shenlong was surprised to find out that the pure chi from the vine was even more potent than what he had originally estimated. Little Black also listened to Shenlong as he too started to absorb the chi from the heaven-swallowing vine around him. After 3 hours, Little Black had absorbed nearly 1/3 of the pure chi inside the Stone of Time, until he finally started his breakthrough to rank 4. In reality, Little Black was close to breaking through even without the heaven-swallowing vine. However, it would have taken him at least 2 more months to reach that point. Meanwhile, inside Shenlong's body, the 81 balls of chi had been compressed down to just 3. The energy inside these 3 balls of qi was so powerful that Shenlong was finding it hard to keep them under control as he tried to merge them into one. Sweat had started dripping from his head as he had now reached the most crucial phase of his breakthrough. His mind was entirely focused on merging the 3 balls of qi into one. This process required absolute focus, and every second felt like an eternity. Seconds turned to minutes, and minutes slowly turned into hours. Almost one full day had passed, and inside the Stone of Time, above Shenlong's head, there weren't 3 white balls of qi in the monarch's hourglass anymore. Instead, only a small, silver-white ball was left in their place. This was the ball of qi made with the help of the pure qi from the heaven-swallowing vine, as well as the 81 balls of qi of the qi condensation stage. And yet, Shenlong didn't seem to have any intentions to stop, as his body started absorbing the qi around him even more greedily. A day later, there seemed to be 2 identical silver-white balls of qi in the monarch's hourglass. Shenlong's cultivation was rising non-stop, and 10 days later he had already reached the peak of rank 1 in Earth grade. And yet, although the qi inside the Stone of Time had started to thin, Shenlong didn't stop cultivating, and a few days later he had already reached the early rank 2, early rank 2, middle rank 2, peak rank 2, early rank 3. Half a month went by, and Shenlong was now just a step away from the middle rank 3 in Earth grade. But what horrified Shenlong was the incredibly high requirements of the monarch's hourglass. With every minor rank that he advanced, the monarch's hourglass required more and more qi. Finally, 5 days later, another popping sound was heard from his body as his cultivation reached the middle rank 3. Little Black, who had long ago finished his breakthrough, was staring at Shenlong with eyes shining brightly. Nearly a month has passed, and Master has already reached the middle rank 3 in Earth grade. However, it seems like the qi from the heaven-swallowing vine has almost all been sucked dry by Master. A few hours later, Shenlong's cultivation had already stabilized at the middle of rank 3 in Earth grade as he opened his eyes. However, the moment that he opened his eyes, Shenlong felt a stinging pain while the Stone of Time started rotating inside his spiritual space. Shenlong almost felt as if needles were piercing his eyes, and yet he couldn't even close them, while Little Black could only look at him horrified without having any way to help him. It took almost an hour for the pain to start subsiding, and yet, there was still a numbing feeling in his eyes. Turning his head to look at Little Black inside the Stone of Time, Shenlong noticed that the black dragon was looking at him tongue-tied. Little Black watched the entire process as Shenlong's eyes had turned into a golden color, while they were also emitting a faint blue light. As Shenlong turned to look at Little Black, a scene suddenly appeared in his mind where the black dragon stood in front of him and said, "Master, your eyes, their color." 5 seconds later, Shenlong's eyes had turned back to normal, only to notice that Little Black was looking at him, repeating the exact same words after just a few seconds later. "Master, your eyes, their color." Shenlong was stunned as a feeling of déjà vu overcame him before he felt something akin to a small explosion coming from his spiritual space. It was at this moment that the Stone of Time had stopped rotating, and it radiated a horrifying suppressive aura that made even Little Black, who had just experienced a major breakthrough, feel like he was just an ant. Scene after scene flashed by Shenlong's eyes, as they had unknowingly turned back to that golden color again. A bit more than an hour later, Shenlong woke up and sent his consciousness back to his body before he sat up from his bed. Little Black, who saw that he had finally woken up, then asked, "Master, what happened to your eyes earlier? Are you okay?" Although Shenlong's eyes had turned back to normal now, Little Black wouldn't forget that they had changed colors earlier. Shenlong was ecstatic as he thought of his new ability and explained to Little Black, "Don't worry, I'm okay. I just didn't expect that the Stone of Time would have such a gift for me as soon as I advanced to the Earth grade." Chapter 91, Future Eyes. Monarch of Time. Little Black was confused as Shenlong then said, "Take a look at my eyes." As he finished speaking, Shenlong circulated his qi to flow into his eyes. His eyes immediately turned golden, and Shenlong then mumbled, "Master, what is this?" Almost at the same time, Little Black also said, "Master, what is this?" The black dragon was stunned for a second, until a horrifying thought flashed through his mind and his breathing suddenly became faster. Shenlong saw that Little Black had an idea of what was happening, but he wasn't planning on keeping it a secret from him anyway, so he explained in a serious tone, "I can glimpse into the future." As soon as these words left his mouth, they were akin to an explosion as they reached Little Black's ears, making the dragon unable to even speak. Shenlong, who saw Little Black's reaction, continued. When my eyes turn golden, I can glimpse about 5 seconds ahead into the future. If used properly, this ability can even be stronger than my monarch's domain. Little Black nodded his head at Shenlong's words as he said, Master, this ability will definitely be much stronger than your monarch's domain. Just thinking about the possible uses of this ability, both Shenlong and Little Black were trembling with excitement. Shenlong then asked Little Black with a hint of expectation in his tone. Little Black, what about your breakthrough? Did you succeed? The black dragon roared as he spread his wings and revealed his aura that had reached the early rank 4. Thankfully Little Black was still inside the Stone of Time and his aura was contained inside it, or else the entire sect would have been alarmed. Then he said proudly as he looked at Shenlong, I have already reached the early rank 4 master. If I were to fight that silver-winged rock again, I am more than 80% confident that I could beat it. Shenlong was happy that Little Black managed to increase his strength as well, and after sitting down and thinking seriously for a bit he decided, I can still advance my strength while I let the heaven-swallowing vine recharge the pure chi inside it, but it's better if I get accustomed to my current strength first. I can take this chance to speed up the maturity of the profound earth fruit, the purple fragrant grass and the other medicinal herbs, and then refine the pill I need. As Shenlong sorted out his thoughts, he sat cross-legged on his bed and sent his spiritual strength inside the Stone of Time, in the place where Little Black stayed, and the heavenly swallowing vine as well as the rest of his medicinal herbs were stored. As his consciousness entered inside, Shenlong was stunned. Somehow, the space inside had grown from 30 square meters, all the way to 300. Little Black noticed the stunned Shenlong and said, Right, Master, I noticed that the space here grew larger as soon as your cultivation entered the earth grade. Shenlong was happy that the space inside had actually increased. With Little Black practically living inside here, the heavenly swallowing vine and all the planted medicinal herbs, as well as the dozens of rank 3 beast corpses, there really wasn't any more room left here before. But now, Shenlong could plant as many medicinal herbs he wanted, or store magic beast corpses without worrying about the space inside. Sitting on his bed, Shenlong used his chi to hasten the growth of the medicinal herbs inside. After 3 hours, his chi had been completely depleted, but the effects on the medicinal herbs were simply astonishing. After advancing to the middle of rank 3 in earth grade, Shenlong's chi, be it in quality or quantity, was incomparable to before. Shenlong spent the next 3 days growing the medicinal herbs in the Stone of Time, as well as getting accustomed to his increase in strength after his consecutive breakthroughs. 3 days later, he had more than 5 profound earth fruits, while his stalks of purple fragrant grass had reached more than 20. Shenlong took out a few big wooden barrels that he had purchased from the treasure pavilion and sat down inside the special alchemy room as he started warming the peak rank 3 bronze grade medicinal cauldron that was placed inside. Little Black was somewhat puzzled as he asked curiously, Master, why aren't you using your own cauldron if you want to refine pills? Shenlong shook his head as he said, My cauldron is too small to refine what I want this time. Little Black curiously watched Shenlong, who had just started his preparations. As Shenlong sat down in front of the medicinal cauldron, more than a dozen rank 2 medicinal herbs, as well as almost all his stalks of purple fragrant grass, were all neatly arranged in front of him in precisely 20 different sets. After the cauldron was warm enough, Shenlong started throwing in the rank 2 medicinal herbs, adding the purple fragrant grass last. After advancing to the middle rank 3 in earth grade, Shenlong could easily refine rank 3 medicinal herbs like the purple fragrant grass. He assumed that even the profound earth fruit wouldn't pose much of a problem either with his current spiritual strength that had advanced by leaps and bounds along with his cultivation. Half an hour later, Shenlong opened the cauldron and a red-colored fluid could be seen inside instead of a pill. Little Black, who saw this liquid, immediately said, Master, don't worry, everyone fails in alchemy sometimes. There are no alchemists that can always succeed every single time. Shenlong, however, didn't seem disheartened at all. Instead, he lifted the alchemy cauldron that was more than twice the size of his own, as he poured the red-colored liquid in the wooden barrels. Chapter 92, Arena Challenge. Monarch of Time. After emptying the red liquid from the medicinal cauldron, Shenlong started refining again. Half an hour later, Little Black was stunned as he saw the same result inside the cauldron for the second time. Following the same movements as before, Shenlong poured the red-colored liquid inside the wooden barrel. He continued this process 18 more times until 3 wooden barrels were completely filled. Shunlong's entire room was now permeated by an intoxicating fragrant smell that even wafted outside his room. After sealing up the barrel tops, Little Black was surprised to see Shunlong placing the barrels inside the Stone of Time as he buried them in the field along with his medicinal ingredients. A fragrant smell assaulted Little Black, who was now looking expectantly at the 3 barrels. Shunlong smiled as he saw the eager black dragon and said, "Although we will have to wait for a few days, I'm sure that the wait will be worth it." Little Black nodded his head as he heard this, and he took a deep breath, inhaling the lingering smell in the air. Now that the barrels were sealed, the intoxicating aroma had stopped diffusing in the air. Unknown to Shunlong, a commotion had already started in the upper 4th and 5th levels of the mystifying fragrance pavilion as people were now trying to locate the origin of this aroma. Just as Shunlong stood up from his bed, his sect jade started shining as 2 words appeared on it. Arena Challenge 689. Shunlong's eyes shone as he understood what this meant. It was said that those ranked in the top 1,000 in the arena could directly ask for this kind of challenge once per week. The challenged would then be notified by a message in their sect identifying jade, stating the arena rank of the challenger. As Shunlong opened the door of his room then, he saw a young man in yellow robes sitting on the ground, waiting outside. The young man's eyes shone as he saw Shunlong and he quickly sat up as he bowed and said, "Senior brother, my name is Jichu. Young Master Fu has sent me here to deliver a message to senior brother." Shunlong guessed that the message would probably be about Lu Mei and Meng Shenji as he then nodded his head and asked, "What did the message say?" Jichu looked around to see if there was anyone spying on them before he lowered his voice as he said, "The Meng family will ask for her hand in marriage after the secret realm closes." As Jichu finished speaking, he bowed again and without another word he quickly left the mystifying fragrance pavilion. Shunlong watched the disappearing Jichu and thought seriously for a while before he also left the mystifying fragrance pavilion as he headed towards the arena. "Master, it looks like the Meng family must have come to some sort of agreement with Lu Changpan if they are going to make their move after the secret realm closes." Shunlong agreed with Little Black's words and nodded his head while he kept walking towards the arena as he thought, "There is definitely more to this situation than what meets the eye." The arena was just a 10-minute walk from the mystifying fragrance pavilion and soon, Shunlong had arrived in front of that huge building. Since there didn't seem to be any important matches today, there wasn't any huge crowd queuing up to enter inside either. After entering the building, Shunlong first walked towards a counter with the words registration above it. A red-haired man was waiting there, and as soon as he saw Shunlong, his eyes lit up as he said, "Surprised to see me?" Shunlong shook his head as he had already thought earlier of who his challenger would be. There were very few people that would specifically challenge him in the arena as he didn't even have a rank here yet, and one of them was precisely Guanhong. Guanhong looked at Shunlong, who didn't seem to show any shock, and raised his voice as he said, "Don't tell me you are going to chicken out now that you know who the person that challenged you is? Aren't you the strongest who won first place in the outer sect exam 2 months ago?" As Guanhong had raised his voice intentionally, the disciples around them all turned their attention towards him and Shunlong. "So this is the person who took first place in our sect in this outer sect examination. I heard that he is nothing much. This batch of new disciples is really weak." "I agree. I heard that even the person who got first place from our floating cloud sect only managed to get the 4th place in the overall rankings of this year's joint sect exam." Guanhong's expression turned somewhat ugly while Shunlong looked at him and nodded his head as he said, "Don't worry, I accept." Then he turned his head to look at the female outer disciple who was in charge of the registration as he asked, "Can you tell me the rules of the arena here?" The female disciple looked at Shunlong in a weird manner. Was this handsome young man going to fight in the arena for the first time? But the person who challenged him is at the top 700. She smiled at Shunlong as she said, "Firstly, you need to be registered in the arena if you want to participate in a fight. Please give me your sect identifying jade." As Shunlong handed his sect jade to that woman, he saw her pulling out a black jade from the bottom of the counter as she placed it above Shunlong's sect jade for a few breaths of time. A light then came out from the black jade as it entered Shunlong's red jade. The woman then placed the black jade at the bottom of the counter, and as she returned Shunlong's jade back she said, "You are now officially registered in the arena. If you want to participate in a fight, You are free to challenge anyone that is not at the top 100 rankings. A person can only refuse a challenge if he has already fought for that day. Otherwise, refusing a challenge will count as a loss and the challenger can then take the ranking of the challenged. Now please take a look behind you. As she finished speaking, the woman pointed at a big wall behind Shun Long that was filled with various names and numbers. As Shun Long turned to look at this wall, the woman explained, "This is the top 100 arena rankings. Only the top 100 strongest outer disciples can be ranked here." At the top of the rankings there were 3 names shining with a golden color that were different from the rest. As Shun Long's eyes glanced over them, the person sitting at the top of the list shocked him. Rank 1. Name, Wen Zihao. Wins, 147 losses. 2. Chapter 93, Beating Guanhong. Monarch of Time. Both Guanhong and Shun Long were now looking at the name at the top of the list in the arena rankings. When the woman saw them, she started explaining. That person is the strongest out of all the outer disciples, Senior Brother Wen Zihao. It is said that Senior Brother Wen is not only extremely talented, but he is also said to possess some kind of special physique that is unbeatable within the same level of cultivation. Guanhong nodded his head and it seemed that he already knew about this person. Shun Long's gaze moved downwards as he observed the other names as well. The person ranked second was named Kong Sun, and although his wins and losses weren't as exaggerated as Wen Zihao's, he still had 110 wins and just 33 losses. Shun Long kept observing the names in the rankings until he caught sight of a familiar name near the bottom of the list. Rank 93. Name, Xiao Juyan. Wins, 36 losses, 20. The woman was also staring at the rankings as she said, "Belonging to the top 100 is a form of honor for every outer sect disciple, and only the people ranked 101 to 200 are allowed to challenge them. Putting the top 100 aside, even entering the top 1000 is exceedingly difficult. The sect has millions of outer sect disciples, but only about 200,000 of them have reached the Earth grade and participate in the arena rankings. To be in the top 1000 among 200,000 disciples, I'm sure you can guess how difficult that is." As the woman finished speaking, Guanhong looked at Shun Long provocatively as he puffed out his chest, before the woman continued explaining. After entering the top 1000, one can issue an official challenge to another person directly through the sect identifying jades, even if the other person isn't registered in the arena yet, just like Senior Brother Guanhong did today. Cultivators at the top 1000 ranks and above will also receive spirit stones from the sect every month depending on their rank. I don't know why Senior Brother Guan challenged you, but I suggest that you forfeit the match. Anyway, in your case, since Senior Brother Guan is higher ranked than you, even after forfeiting you won't drop in rank. Although you can't cripple or kill others in the arena, accidents have happened in the past as well." Shun Long shook his head after hearing the woman's words, and having understood the rules he turned to look at Guanhong before saying, "Let's go then." Guanhong was excited seeing that Shun Long didn't choose to forfeit from the challenge, and he followed him inside the arena. Guanhong and Shun Long both had to wait as there was already a battle going on inside. 10 minutes later, as soon as the previous battle finished, Guanhong jumped at the center of the stage. Some of the disciples in the audience immediately recognized him as they said, "It's Senior Brother Guanhong." "Senior Brother Guan? Who is that?" "It's Senior Brother Guan who got the second place in the outer sect examination. 6 days ago, he even beat Senior Brother Yu He and entered the top 1000 in the arena rankings." "The top 1000? Then, is his opponent today also in the top 1000? I don't know, I haven't seen this person before." After seeing Shun Long, none of the disciples in the crowd recognized him as they watched him enter the arena. Shun Long, who had just advanced to the middle rank 3 in Earth grade, was also excited to test out his new strength. Guanhong then took out a saber from his spatial ring, and as he held it in front of his chest he said in a voice that oozed confidence, "I had already warned you that the day would come when I would challenge you in the arena, since you stole my first place in the outer sect exam. I'm sure that you accepted today's challenge thinking that you have a chance against me, but it's time to show you the difference between us." As Guanhong finished speaking, he completely unleashed his aura, and he surprisingly had already advanced to the early rank 4 of the Earth grade in these 2 months that he had returned to the sect. Shun Long wasn't surprised at all by this, and after looking at Guanhong in the eyes as he finally spoke, "You have been boasting since the first moment I saw you. You even challenged me in an arena fight after breaking through to rank 4 in Earth grade because you felt that I stole your spotlight in the outer sect exam, and you are certain that this is your chance to take it back, right? After taking a breath, Shenlong continued. But what you don't seem to understand is that from the start I didn't even care about you. I have to admit that if this was 2 months ago, then you would definitely be a troublesome foe to deal with, but now. As Shenlong finished speaking, he unleashed his aura of a middle rank 3 Earth grade cultivator that made Guanhong suddenly laugh. Just a middle rank 3 Earth grade disciple and you dare to stand in front of me? Brat, I don't know what trick you used to get first place in the sect exam, but you have no chance against me. Holding his saber with his right hand, Guanhong rushed towards Shenlong as he sent slash after slash at him. Shenlong's eyes turned golden as he dodged left and right, avoiding Guanhong's slashes by a hair's breadth. Shenlong didn't even activate his monarch's domain as he tested his golden eyes. Seeing in the future and knowing every single attack that your opponent would do was a massive advantage. 2 minutes later the crowd had started booing as they said, "Why are you only dodging? Are you even a man? Fight! Fight senior brother Guan fairly." However, there were others within the crowd that argued with these people as they said, "Fairly? Is dodging not a part of fighting? That's right, idiot. Senior sister Tong is also an expert at dodging? Are you implying that senior sister isn't fighting fairly in the arena?" As the arguments were getting more heated in the arena, Guanhong had started to lose his patience when he sent a wide slash towards Shenlong's face. Shenlong's golden eyes shone brightly with a feint of blue light inside them as he then tightly clenched his right fist and took a step back. It was simply one step, and yet Guanhong's slash completely missed its target. Shenlong gathered his physical strength in his right fist, as he then sent a full-powered punch at Guanhong's ribs, that were completely undefended when he had lost his balance after his wide saber slash. Crack! A cracking sound was heard from Guanhong's ribs as he was sent flying for a dozen meters into the air, before he fell on the ground sideways, his right hand still clutching his saber. Shenlong looked at him with apathetic eyes, not feeling even the slightest sense of pity for his plight as he asked, "Give up yet?" Shenlong's golden eyes shone as he saw Guanhong's left hand grabbing a concealed dagger from his robes and throwing it right at his face. Without giving him a chance, Shenlong sent a kick at Guanhong's body, who was then sent flying once more as it crashed in the arena walls. Guanhong spat out blood from the impact as his eyes bulged out before he lost consciousness. As soon as Guanhong's body fell to the ground, Shenlong felt that his sect jade was warming up as 3 numbers appeared on it. 689. The crowd was completely shocked as everyone had now fallen silent. An expert at the top 1000 ranks in the arena had been beaten senseless and toyed around as if he was a kid before falling unconscious. Amidst this silence, the voice of a woman in the audience was particularly ear-piercing as she said, "Brother, he is the one." Chapter 94, Lei Pong. Monarch of Time. Brother, he is the one. Everyone in the audience turned to look at the source of this voice, only to see a pretty young woman with blonde hair, with a young man who was standing next to her. The man had blonde hair and was carrying a large spear, over 2 meters 6.6 feet long on his back. Exclamations sounded from the crowd as people immediately recognized this blonde-haired man. "It's Lei Pong. Senior brother Lei? Also, who is that beautiful woman beside him? Is it his girlfriend?" A disciple slapped this person in the head as he said, "Idiot, shut your mouth. That is senior brother Lei's sister. I think her name is Lei Xiang." "Ah, then why are they here? Does senior brother Lei have a fight today? Don't tell me that they came for Guanhong. How should I know, idiot?" As the disciples in the crowd were discussing among themselves, guessing the reason that Lei Pong had come in the arena today, Lei Xiang's eyes were staring hatefully at Shenlong at the center of the stage. Lei Pong looked at Shenlong, who was also staring at him and his sister nonchalantly. Lei Pong then jumped all the way from the audience seats, landing straight at the center of the arena, his eyes glued at Shenlong in front of him as he asked curiously, "You are the person who dared to rob my sister during the sect exam? Kid, do you know who I am? If you beg my sister for forgiveness, perhaps you will still be able to walk by yourself out then." Shenlong looked at Lei Pong, who was caressing his spear in his hands, before he nodded his head seriously and said, "You are the person who lost to Xiao Juyan 2 months ago, right? What was your name?" "Lei Pong." The crowd was silenced after hearing Shenlong's serious words, while Lei Pong himself looked at him with narrowed eyes. "Brat, you only have one chance. Kneel and apologize right now, and then crawl in front of my sister as you ask for forgiveness. Otherwise, Shenlong's eyes narrowed as he asked Lei Pong. Otherwise what? You will kill me? You will cripple me? Even if the sect rules permitted it, do you even think that you have that ability? The crowd exploded in discussions as they heard the exchange of words between Shenlong and Lei Pong. This guy dares to taunt Senior Lei even though he knows that he is the strongest person outside the top 100? Is he tired of living? I bet that this kid doesn't know that Senior Lei Pong can find other ways to make his life hard inside the sect. That's why he is acting arrogant now. He is dead meat for sure. Senior brother Lei will definitely beat him badly. Brother, you have to take revenge for me. Even Lei Xiang started shouting from the audience seats after hearing Shenlong's words. Lei Pong looked at Shenlong placidly, but he still couldn't hide the anger in his voice as he said, "Don't tell me that you are all talk and you don't dare to fight, kid." Shenlong looked at him mockingly as he asked, "So I, a middle stage rank 3 earth grade cultivator, have to fight a peak rank 5 earth grade like yourself just because you say so? Are you an idiot?" Just as Shenlong saw that Lei Pong was finally angry, he smiled as he said, "Actually, it's not like we can't fight at all. You just have to be willing to put a wager for our match. What do you think?" As Shenlong finished speaking, he removed 100 spirit stones from his spatial ring as he showed them to Lei Pong and said, "How about it?" Lei Pong's eyes shone brightly as he said, 100 spirit stones? Ha ha ha, brat, since you have brought gifts I will gladly accept. The crowd was once more astonished as they heard that these white stones that Shenlong was holding were spirit stones. What? These are 100 spirit stones? This kid is definitely the idiot here. Damn, Senior brother Lei is so lucky. I wish I could get paid to beat people I don't like as well. Even if you could get paid, you first have to be strong enough to do it. Didn't you see that kid beating Guanhong senseless earlier? Can you beat a rank 4 earth grade expert yourself? So what, idiot? Don't compare Guanhong to Senior brother Lei. Shenlong and Lei Pong didn't pay any attention to the crowd, as they both called for a representative of the arena who handled official bets during fights, before they handed 100 spirit stones each. The winner of the fight would take all 200 of them. Little Black had already told Shenlong that he will need spirit stones if he wants to swiftly advance to the heaven grade. Although cultivators at the peak of the earth grade could also advance to the heaven grade by slowly absorbing the earth chi, even with the heaven swallowing vine, if Shenlong didn't have any spirit stones it would him take at least a few years to advance. That's how Shenlong came up with the thought of scamming some spirit stones from Lei Pong. Although Lei Pong was strong, as long as he hadn't reached the peak of rank 6 in earth grade, Shenlong was confident that he could at least fight him evenly. Lei Hong's mood had obviously improved after thinking of the 100 spirit stones that would soon fall in his hands, and looking at Shenlong he said, "You must be really dumb if you think that you can defeat me, just because you managed to beat that garbage Guanhong." As Lei Pong finished speaking, he held his spear with both hands as he started infusing his chi inside it, making his spear buzz as it started to tremble. Lei Pong seemed to have already reached the early stage of rank 6 in earth grade, instead of the peak of rank 5 that he was when he had fought Xiao Juyan. Shenlong's eyes instantly turned golden, and with a serious look on his eyes he said, "Come." Chapter 95, Fighting Lei Pong. Monarch of Time. Lei Pong's feet kicked the ground as he quickly arrived in front of Shenlong before thrusting his spear forward. The tip of his spear was shining brightly with thunder sparks forming on top of it, as it was heading straight towards Shenlong's chest. Shenlong tried to dodge to the side, but the spear tip instantly changed its course as it chased after him. As Lei Pong's spear was relentlessly chasing after him, Shenlong seemed to have entered a passive position as the fight went on. Lei Pong's explosive attacks weren't that hard to avoid thanks to his golden eyes, but the fact that these attacks never let up had left Shenlong without any windows to counterattack. Lei Xiang, who watched this scene, smirked as she cheered for her elder brother. Lei Pong had trained his spear arts for many years, even before he had entered the sect. Although Shenlong had also received some basic training in weapons from his father, he couldn't compare to Lei Pong in this regard. Even Lei Pong's cultivation technique was a perfect fit for him using a spear, and finally, Shenlong had understood his weakness. He didn't have enough fighting experience yet. Although he had trained with the guards on the Shun estate in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, these people couldn't even be compared with Lei Pong. In his fight with Guanhong, Shenlong could easily exploit the openings that Guanhong showed after each failed attack as well. However, Lei Pong continued his attacks one after the other, as if they were all part of a set. It looks like this kid doesn't have a chance after all. Of course, who do you think senior brother Lei is? After all the boasting, it looks like this kid is only bark and no bite. Hearing the comments from the crowd, Little Black was actually feeling indignation for Shenlong as he asked, "Master, why don't you use your monarch's domain? Although there is a big difference in cultivation, it should still be able to slow him down and give you enough room to attack." Shenlong, who seemed to be stuck in a passive position, where all he did was dodge Lei Pong's attacks, replied to Little Black contentedly, "This guy is so fast and his attacks are like a chain. My biggest flaw right now is my lack of combat experience. Although this is exhausting, this person is also the best sparring partner I could ask for." Little Black's eyes shone as he stopped speaking, allowing Shenlong to completely focus on the fight. As long as his concentration was focused on Lei Pong, with his eye's ability to see in the future, he could still avoid his attacks. 20 minutes soon passed and Lei Pong's attacks had started to slow down. Both he and Shenlong were drenched in sweat, but the fight didn't stop. The crowd had also noticed this anomaly. Since Shenlong couldn't fight back and Lei Pong's cultivation was so much higher than his, then shouldn't he have already lost by now? Senior brother Lei's movements seem to have somewhat slowed down. Stop spouting rubbish? They haven't slowed down. It's obvious that senior brother is conserving his strength. He just wants to tire this kid out before beating him. But senior brother Lei and that kid both look tired. Lei Pong had really started to get frustrated now. It was one thing to not be able to beat Xiao Juyan due to his abnormal defense, but now, fighting against this kid who constantly dodged his attacks was even more frustrating. This kid's ability to dodge my attacks is even scarier than senior sister Tong's. Although he was tired, Lei Pong didn't stop. He was certain that since he was the one with the higher cultivation in this battle, Shenlong would be the one to succumb to the exhaustion first. As he thrust his spear at Shenlong's left leg, Lei Pong seemed to have changed its direction at the last moment, sweeping it upwards towards Shenlong's abdomen, and yet Shenlong still managed to avoid the attack, as if he somehow knew where Lei Pong was aiming from the start. The fight continued as the 20 minutes soon turned into an hour. No matter whether it was straight attacks of pure speed, feints, or attacks from a tricky angle, Shenlong managed to avoid every single one of them. Even the people in the crowd didn't believe that Lei Pong was toying with Shenlong anymore, as they now understood that this was a real fight. Lei Pong had already expended more than 70% of his qi, and his body was also exhausted as he was drenched in sweat from head to toe. Although Shenlong's robes were also drenched with his sweat, since he was also a body-refining cultivator, he could actually fight for even longer than this. Finally, frustration kicked in and Lei Pong stopped chasing Shenlong as he mumbled, "You asked for it, brat." Shenlong's golden eyes shone as he quickly understood what Lei Pong was trying to do, and finally, he activated his monarch's domain. Inside the domain, Lei Pong's speed had unknowingly dropped by more than half as Shenlong rushed straight at him. The crowd saw Shenlong heading towards Lei Pong, who didn't seem to have realized this yet as he was still infusing his qi in his spear. "Brother, watch out." As Lei Xiang's voice was heard, Shenlong's full-powered punch hit Lei Pong straight on the chest. Before he could even process what had happened, Lei Pong's body was flying in the air. He crashed on the ground with a bang, and after vomiting a mouthful of blood he had finally lost consciousness. The entire arena had fallen dead silent as everyone's eyes were now on Shenlong, who had just won against the strongest expert below the top 100 in the arena rankings. Chapter 96, You Don't Want to Touch Her. Monarch of Time. No. Lei Xiang screamed as she watched her brother's body crashing on the ground before he lost consciousness. She frantically ran in the arena to support Lei Pong before turning her head to give a venomous look to Shenlong as she said, "I will kill you. How dare you hurt my brother? I swear that I will definitely kill you." Her scream seemed to have waken up the entire arena, as everyone turned their heads to look at Lei Xiang, who was now madly screaming at Shenlong. Shenlong's eyes finally chilled as he then walked up to her. Lei Xiang seemed to have finally felt fear as she stumbled backwards, seeing Shenlong coming closer and closer to her. As Shenlong stood in front of her looking at her with his cold eyes that didn't conceal his anger, an apathetic voice sounded from the crowd as it said, "You probably don't want to touch her." Shenlong turned his eyes to see a handsome young man in blue hair and yellow robes, around 20 years old, staring at him. The man seemed to be examining Shenlong before he revealed a smile and said, "Threatening her is fine, but If you touch her you will probably have more on your plate than what you can handle. The blue-haired young man seemed to be warning Shenlong out of good intentions, but the tone in his voice was definite, saying that if Shenlong touched Lei Xiang he wouldn't be able to handle the aftermath of it. Shenlong looked at this man as he asked placidly, "Are you saying that I should let her go because someone is backing her?" The man smiled as he nodded his head. Lei Xiang seemed to have just gained some newfound courage as she looked at Shenlong and said in a commanding tone, "Kneel down now and wait for my brother to come back to his senses. If my mood improves by then I can actually consider letting you go. Or else, when Brother Ren hears about today, you won't have a place to hide anywhere in the outer city." The blue-haired young man looked at Lei Xiang with an interested gaze, before his eyes noticed Shenlong's left arm slowly rising in the air. The young man's eyes bulged as he understood what was going to happen, but without any time to intervene all he could do was just watch. Slap! A crisp sound was heard throughout the arena as Shenlong's hand connected with Lei Xiang's face as she collapsed on the ground. A bright red palm print was on Lei Xiang's right cheek as her eyes seemed completely unfocused. The arena was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard, everyone's eyes staring at Shenlong who stood in front of Lei Xiang and said, "Did you think that I wouldn't hit you just because you are a woman?" As Lei Xiang raised her head, she saw Shenlong staring straight into her eyes, his eyes having a chilling look on them that seemed to have sent shivers all over her body as he continued. "There will be no mercy if you dare to threaten my life again. Know your place." As Shenlong finished speaking, he took the 200 spirit stones from the arena representative before he turned around to leave, leaving behind him a dumbfounded crowd. The blue-haired young man watched Shenlong as he walked away and shook his head before he too left the arena as he mumbled with a sly smile on his face, "It looks like Rengui and Fu Piazi will both be really mad when they hear about this." As Shenlong walked back towards the mystifying fragrance pavilion, Little Black was laughing, feeling completely refreshed after having seen Shenlong slap Lei Xiang in the face. "Master, that was a great slap. Truly a great slap, ha ha ha. Did that girl really expect you to get scared and kneel in front of her?" Shenlong shook his head and smiled after hearing the jubilant black dragon laughing, and 10 minutes later he had already returned back to the pavilion. After entering his room, Shenlong immediately sat down on his bed, as sent his spiritual strength inside the Stone of Time, feeding 10 spirit stones to the heaven-swallowing vine. The vine seemed to instantly get invigorated as it absorbed the energy from the spirit stones, immediately producing qi that seemed to be even purer than last time. Shenlong was disappointed to see that although the quality of the qi that the vine emitted had increased and the qi was now purer, the quantity was really small. "I wonder how much my cultivation will advance after feeding all the spirit stones to the heaven-swallowing vine." Shenlong then fed 90 more spirit stones to the vine before he started absorbing the refined pure qi that it produced. As Shenlong was cultivating using the heaven-swallowing vine, the entire outer sect was learning of what had transpired today in the arena. A person named Shenlong, who was rumored to have taken first place in the sect during the outer sect examination, had first defeated Guan Hong, who had recently advanced into the top 700 of the arena rankings, before he proceeded to defeat Lei Pong right after. Of course, the details of him slapping Lei Xiang were also not omitted. Xiao Juyan and Xiao Shitu were chatting inside the treasure pavilion when they learned of these news. Xiao Juyan was shocked to hear that a newbie had beaten Lei Pong and looked at his brother questioningly as he asked, "Wasn't he Lin Wu's previous fiancé, also named Shenlong, entering the sect with you half a year ago?" Xiao Shitu however simply shook his head as he said, "Although that's true, brother, the Shenlong who entered the sect with me half a year ago was just a rank 6 qi condensation disciple. Do you believe that the same person can break through to the middle or late stages of the earth grade in just half a year?" Xiao Juyan shook his head as he laughed at his own idea before saying, "Your words make sense, little brother. It's your elder brother who was foolish. Among millions of outer disciples, it's not that abnormal for two people to share the same name." As Xiao Shitu and Xiao Juyan were laughing over this matter, in a private mansion near the entrance to the inner city, inside the main hall, a young man was filled with killing intent as he looked at the person in front of him and asked furiously, "What did you just say?" Chapter 97, Refining the Profound Earth Fruit. Monarch of Time. What did you just say? Someone dared to slap Xiang'er? Explain everything. This young man looked to be a bit more than 20 years old, with long black hair and a burly build. In front of him was an outer disciple that was on his knees, describing what he saw inside the arena earlier. Senior brother Ren, this is what happened. As the outer disciple finished speaking, he suddenly felt as if a hammer had hit his stomach before he was sent flying all the way from the main hall to the gates of the mansion. Se Senior brother Ren. Shut your mouth? How dare you still call me senior brother? My woman was slapped in front of you and you didn't do anything? You still have the face to call me senior brother? Scram. The outer disciple felt aggrieved at this behavior as he was only a small disciple at the middle of rank 1 earth grade. He couldn't possibly fight with Shenlong over Lei Xiang's face slap. Swallowing down this injustice, he quickly left the mansion without another word. After all, he couldn't just express his anger at Rengui, who was ranked 7th in the arena rankings. Rengui was looking towards the direction of the arena as he narrowed his eyes. To think that there are people who dare touch my woman without giving me any face, Shenlonghe. You must definitely be tired of your good life in the floating cloud sect. Fu Piazi's reaction was similar to Rengui's when he received the news of Shenlong's fight with Lei Pong, as he too vowed to make this Shenlong's life miserable when he would meet him. Not even for a moment did Fu Piazi think that the person who defeated Lei Pong was the same person that he had met in the arena with Fu Li and Lu Wen back then. Meanwhile, the culprit who had stirred the entire outer city was still inside his room cultivating using the heaven-swallowing vine. One day later, a small popping sound was heard from inside Shenlong's body as his body felt brimming with energy. Master, congratulations for advancing to the peak of rank 3 in earth grade already. Shenlong, who was still sitting on his bed, replied. This is mainly thanks to the qi inside the spirit stones, that became even purer after it was refined by the heaven-swallowing vine. And yet, after just one day of cultivation, I'm left with less than 90 spirit stones already. Then, Shenlong took a look at the space inside the Stone of Time, and as his eyes stared at his 5 profound earth fruits, Shenlong pondered over his available options. I was originally only planning to use the hearts and beast cores of the rank 2 blood wolves to concoct the earth refining pill, but it seems that I have better options in hand. Although it's somewhat of a waste to use the beast cores of rank 3 magic beasts to create rank 2 pills, the most important thing is to improve my current strength. Even if the earth refining pill can't help me advance my qi cultivation, my strength will still soar after breaking through to the earth grade in body refinement. Little Black then said in an aggrieved tone. If only those shameless people from the Flying Sword sect and the others didn't cheat during that sect exam, Master would have also gotten his hands on the blood vermilion fruit as well. Shenlong nodded his head after hearing Little Black's words, but he wasn't really too bothered with that. Although it would be nice for him to have the blood vermilion fruit, at the end of the day he could still do without it. On the other hand, the heaven-swallowing vine was something that Shenlong wouldn't give up no matter what, since its value couldn't be measured even with 1,000,000 blood vermilion fruits. After sitting on the floor of his room, Shenlong took out his alchemy cauldron, as well as 4 of the profound earth fruits. He also took out the beast core and heart of the middle rank 3 red fanged flame bat, together with the cores and hearts of 3 more rank 3 magic beasts. Shenlong first placed the rank 3 profound earth fruit along with more than 10 rank 2 medicinal herbs inside, refining them until only their medicinal essence was left. He then rotated the medicinal essence inside the cauldron using his spiritual strength again and again until it had turned into a small liquid ball, before placing the bat's heart inside. The heart of the middle rank 3 red fanged flame bat was refined almost instantly as it quickly turned into a small puddle of blood. Black smoke seemed to come out from the bat's heart as Shenlong was forcing out its impurities, keeping only the purest of its blood inside. Finally, Shenlong's eyes were completely focused as he put inside the bat's magic core. The magic core contained the entirety of a magic beast's energy inside, which was why it was the most difficult part of the magic beast that an alchemist had to refine. After placing inside the beast core, Shenlong split his spiritual strength into 2 parts. One of them was controlling the temperature of the cauldron as it was attempting to melt the rank 3 beast core, while the other aimed to protect the ball of medicinal essence inside. This was a delicate process, and even with Shenlong's vast spiritual strength, he found this pill refinement extremely taxing to his mind. This process continued for 4 more hours, until the beast core had turned completely into liquid, before Shenlong finally merged it with the medicinal essence. The essence of the beast core as well as the medicinal essence from before had now combined into one big ball of essence inside the cauldron. Shenlong used his spiritual strength to split this ball into 9 smaller little balls, that were slowly refined inside. Ding! Half an hour later, the lid of the cauldron made a dinging sound indicating that the pill refinement had finally ended. Chapter 98, Second Stage of the Monarch's Eternal Body. Monarch of Time. Opening the lid of the cauldron, Shenlong could see 9 sparkling pills inside. The pills were all bright red and they emitted a strong scent of blood. Seeing the pills, Shenlong seemed extremely happy as he collected them in a pill bottle before hearing Little Black's surprised voice. "Master, are these top-grade rank 2 pills?" Shenlong nodded his head as he held one of the pills and explained. Originally the earth-refining pills should have just reached the high grade. But because they were refined flawlessly this time, and thanks to the profound earth fruit's high quality, as well as the rank 3 beast core of the red-fanged flame bat, it's normal to refine top-grade rank 2 pills. Although Shenlong had put it like that, in reality, there was no bronze grade 3 alchemist that could refine a top-grade rank 2 pill anywhere in the Floating Cloud sect. Even a rank 1 silver grade alchemist wouldn't necessarily be able to produce a top-grade rank 2 pill, let alone 9. Author's reminder, bronze grade alchemists can refine up to rank 2 pills, which is the equivalent of the earth grade. Rank 3 pills and above can only be refined by silver grade alchemists and above. For more info, remember to go back and check the auxiliary chapter. After all, it was thanks to Shenlong's massive spiritual strength that had allowed him to refine rank 3 ingredients like the profound earth fruit and the rank 3 bat's beast core, which normally only silver grade alchemists or above were able to use. After collecting the pills, Shenlong closed his eyes as he rested to recover his spent spiritual strength. It was only 6 hours later that he opened his eyes again after his spiritual strength had completely recovered, before he started another pill concoction. Soon, 2 days had passed and Shenlong had refined 36 glistening, bright red pills. Looking at the 4 pill bottles in his hands, Shenlong mumbled, 33 top-grade pills and 3 high-grade ones. I'm curious how much my monarch's eternal body will advance after I refine their energy and absorb them. Just as Shenlong finished speaking, his sect-identifying jade had suddenly lit up as 2 words appeared on it. Arena Challenge 17. Arena Challenge 17. Fu Piazi. Shenlong's lips curved up into a smile after seeing the challenger's rank, before he put his sect jade away, completely ignoring it as he turned his eyes back to the pill bottles. Taking out a top-grade earth-refining pill, Shenlong could feel the immense amount of energy inside the pill. A top-grade rank 2 pill was after all more than 2 times more effective than a high-grade pill of the same rank. The moment that Shenlong placed the pill in his mouth, he could feel it as it immediately dissolved, turning into a stream of energy that went down his throat like a burning liquid before it spread throughout his body. Unfortunately, the energy inside the earth-refining pill was extremely violent, and Shenlong had to withstand tremendous pain as his monarch's eternal body was circulating by itself, absorbing every bit of the earth-refining pill's violent energy. After an hour, Shenlong's body had finally started to get used to the pain. The monarch's eternal body was absorbing the pill's energy like a starved beast, as it started to strengthen every single part of Shenlong's body once again. From Shenlong's blood, to his meridians, tendons and internal organs, all the way to his skin and bones. It took 2 hours for the monarch's eternal body to completely absorb the energy of the first top-grade earth-refining pill. And yet, Shenlong could feel that his body was now starving for energy as he continued absorbing a second top-grade pill. At the same time, in front of the arena's registration counter, Fu Piazi was waiting for Shenlong to come here, as a huge crowd had gathered around him. Although people were excited at first, after 2 whole hours even Fu Piazi had started to get impatient as he waiting for Shenlong to enter. One of the disciples then looked at Fu Piazi as he said, "Senior brother Fu, I don't think that this kid will come. How could he have the guts to fight against senior brother after all? He is probably hiding somewhere, afraid that you will find him and teach him a lesson." Fu Piazi nodded his head after hearing these words, as he had already started to get impatient long ago when he said, "You are probably right. If he is bent on hiding, then I can't do anything to him. However, if any of you see him, you must immediately inform me. Don't worry, senior brother, if we see that kid we will immediately call for you. He won't be able to hide from us, senior brother Fu, rest assured." Fu Piazi nodded his head after hearing these words, before leaving the arena. Since Shenlong wasn't coming, he would look like a fool if he kept waiting here. 2 days went by in the blink of an eye before Shenlong opened his eyes. His body and face were covered by a layer of blood, and even his yellow robes were now dyed red. His eyes, however, were shining brightly while his body was now naturally exuding a powerful and majestic aura. The 4 pill bottles on the floor in front of him, however, were completely empty. Master, you advanced from the peak of the first stage in body refinement all the way to the middle of the second stage in just 2 days. I have never heard of anything like this before. Shenlong smiled as he clenched his fist that now felt full of endless energy before he said, I can feel that my body is many times stronger than before. I'm not sure if I can win against Fu Piazi just yet since I don't know the extent of his abilities, but I'm certain that if I fought with Lei Peng again now that my monarch's eternal body has reached the middle of the second stage, the fight would only take 1 punch. After Shenlong finished speaking, the look in his eyes suddenly turned ice cold as he mumbled, It's finally time to settle some old accounts. Chapter 99, Rank 4 Earth Grade. Monarch of Time. Master, are you talking about that Xiaoxitu and the girl from that Lin family? Since Shenlong had already told Little Black about how he had nearly died outside the blue forest of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, Little Black immediately understood what Shenlong meant when he said that it's time to settle some old accounts. After all, the timing between his assassination attempt and the Lin family coming to ask to break the engagement was far too close to be simply a coincidence. Shun Feng, as well as a peak rank 3 bronze grade formation master, didn't have any enemies, and instead people always rushed to please him and tend to his every need. The status of a rank 3 bronze grade formation master was too illustrious in the mortal world after all, for people to plan an assassination against Shenlong for no good reason. Shenlong nodded his head at Little Black as he always had these thoughts in mind, and now that his strength had advanced enough, it was finally time to unravel the mystery and settle this old account. After removing his robes and taking a shower to get rid of the blood all over his face and body, Shenlong also removed the blood from his robes before he heard Little Black saying, Master, I think that we should celebrate your advancement in body refinement. After all, body refinement is harder than chi cultivation, and Master has been cultivating for such a short time. Shenlong smiled as he heard Little Black's words and laughed before saying, Haha, fine. I was planning to let it ferment for a bit longer, but we can try one now. Then, under Little Black's expectant eyes, Shenlong sent his spiritual strength inside the Stone of Time, as he removed one of the buried wooden barrels from his herb field. After he removed the barrel's top, a fragrant smell filled the entire room, while Shenlong's face had turned red after smelling this intoxicating scent. Shenlong took out a big bowl, and after he filling it with the red liquid from the barrel, he handed the entire barrel to Little Black inside the Stone of Time. Then, both at the same time, they drank the red liquid, one man from a bowl and one dragon from a wooden barrel. Little Black took a deep gulp before he exclaimed in bliss, This is definitely among the 3 best wines I have ever drunk. Shenlong also nodded his head, as the taste of this wine that he had made using the rank 3 purple fragrant grass and a dozen more rank 2 medicinal herbs was truly exceptional. But what was also important was that he had fermented the wine for more than 100 years of time inside the Stone of Time. That was the reason why the barrel was buried in the herb field. Since everything inside the wine was medicinal essence from spiritual herbs, they were affected when Shenlong used his qi to speed up time inside his herb field. The black dragon greedily emptied the barrel before asking Shenlong, Hehe, Master, we still have 2 more barrels. Surprisingly, Shenlong nodded his head as he took out 1 more barrel from the herb field. After removing the barrel top and filling his bowl to the brim, he handed the barrel to Little Black. Little Black didn't expect his suggestion to work, as the black dragon then blissfully gulped down the wine in the second barrel. Shenlong, who had just emptied his bowl, however, closed his eyes as he circulated the monarch's hourglass. Little Black's eyes shone as he thought, Right? Although the effect the wine has on me is almost negligible, it is after all created by Master after mixing a rank 3 medicinal herb with a dozen rank 2 ones, so it can definitely help with Master's cultivation. Shenlong's qi had reached its peak, as he attempted to break through to the early rank 4 in Earth grade. After every 3 minor ranks there was a bottleneck in cultivation, and to advance from the peak of rank 3 to the early rank 4 was precisely one such bottleneck. Shenlong, who had just created his 28th ball of qi in the Earth grade, tried to push it upwards inside the monarch's hourglass above his head, next to the previously created balls. However, his 27 balls of qi already existing inside were like an immovable wall that simply refused to budge. After purifying his 28th ball with so much of his qi that he was practically exhausted, Shenlong had finally managed to push it inside, finally entering the early rank 4 in Earth grade. This wasn't just the difference from a single ball of qi but a qualitative one that greatly enhanced the strength of his qi balls. Congratulations on your breakthrough, master. Are we going to find that Xiao Shitu and his brother now? Shenlong nodded his head as he said, I will challenge Xiao Juyan in the arena today, but first, I have to make a trip to the treasure pavilion. Leaving the mystifying fragrance pavilion, Shenlong walked for half an hour until he arrived at the treasure pavilion's entrance. After finding an alley to put on his black robes, he then entered inside. After taking a look at the first floor, Shenlong didn't find anything of interest before he went up to the second floor. Surprisingly, among the girls that greeted the guests on the second floor, Shenlong spotted Mei Yi, the young girl that had greeted him the first time that he had arrived on this floor. Shenlong approached her and after taking out the VIP card that Yinsing had given him he asked in a deep voice, Little girl, is Yinsing here? After seeing Yinsing's VIP card, Mei Yi immediately recognized Shenlong as she stuttered and said in excitement, "Se Senior? Alchemist Yin is here, I will call him now. Please Senior, come with me first." After leading Shenlong to a spacious private room, with a table full of delicacies inside, Mei Yi immediately left to call Yinsing. Not even 5 minutes had passed since Shenlong had entered the room, when an excited Yinsing could be seen rushing through the second floor. The customers in the pavilion were shocked to see a dignified rank 3 bronze grade alchemist run like that, but Yinsing didn't pay them any attention as he soon arrived at the private room that Shenlong was sitting in. After entering inside, Yinsing bowed his head as he greeted excitedly, Senior. Chapter 100, Challenging Xiao Juyan. Monarch of Time. Senior. Shenlong nodded his head at Yinsing, gesturing for him to sit, but Yinsing remained standing as he said, Senior, I'm happy that I can meet you again. Are you here to sell something or do you wish to purchase something this time? Please tell me if I can be of any assistance to you? Yinsing was very excited to meet Shenlong again. Since Shenlong had gifted him the recipe for the improved rank 1 Qi barrier breaking pill, Yinsing's understanding about alchemy had completely changed. He wasn't that far off from reaching the standards of a rank 1 silver grade alchemist as well, and even his status in the treasure pavilion had increased. Of course, his cultivation also had to catch up if he wanted to become a silver grade alchemist. Shenlong nodded his head as he said in a deep voice, Indeed, I am here today because I wish to auction something through the treasure pavilion. As he finished his words, Shenlong took out the last wooden barrel from the stone of time and as he opened the barrel top he said, This is a wine that I have specially fermented for more than 100 years using many precious herbs. Not only is its taste exceptional, but it can even improve the cultivation of the person who consumes it. Yinsing could barely understand Shenlong's words at this point, as his mind had already been swept by the intoxicating scent of the wine. However, as he heard Shenlong's last sentence, he couldn't hide his shock as he asked, "Se Senior? Are you serious? The wine can help improve someone's cultivation." Shenlong smiled as he nodded his head and said, Of course, the rise in cultivation will be different depending on the cultivation of the person who drinks it. The effects, after all, will be much bigger to an earth-grade cultivator, while a spirit realm expert will barely feel any increment in his cultivation base. Yinsing looked at Shenlong in disbelief before he turned his head to look at the barrel of wine. Shenlong then took a small cup from the table in front of him, and after scooping up some wine from the barrel, he placed the cup in front of the table as he smiled beneath his robes and said, Try it and you will understand. Yinsing carefully took the small cup from the table before he proceeded to drink the wine inside it. After tasting the wine, his expression alternated from joy and excitement to incredulity and disbelief. Shenlong then sealed the barrel again with its top as he asked, What do you think? Yinsing came back to his senses as he heard Shenlong's words and said in disbelief, Senior, this is the best wine I have ever tasted in my life. I don't think that I can ever forget this taste. If you really plan on auctioning it, then in 4 days that the monthly auction will take place, the wine will definitely be the most valuable item. I indeed plan to auction it, however I don't need sect points. I only want spirit stones. Yinsing was stunned, but after thinking about it for a bit, he thought that these words made sense. Not only was this wine's taste heavenly, but it was made from rare medicinal herbs that could improve one's cultivation. Yinsing himself had never heard of a wine that could improve someone's cultivation, but he had personally experienced it today. Nodding his head, he then said, "Don't worry, senior. I will take care of this. I will also make sure that our pavilion will let the word spread of senior's wine so that even more people will bid for it. I estimate that the elders from the powerful families of the sect will definitely fight to get their hands on it." Shenlong accepted Yinsing's offer as he said, "In that case, I will return in 4 days to participate in the auction." Yinsing bowed as he accompanied Shenlong until the pavilion's entrance, before he hurried to inform the higher UPS about this. Shenlong then found an alley to change back to his normal robes, before heading directly to the arena. After walking for the time it takes to eat a meal, 30 to 45 minutes, he had already arrived in front of the arena. Surprisingly, there were some disciples outside, who recognized Shenlong's face after having seen his fights last time, and word quickly started spreading that Shenlong had returned to the arena. Walking in front of the registration counter, Shenlong found the same woman waiting there. The woman was much more polite and respectful to Shenlong after hearing that this person had defeated Lei Peng, but her jaw almost dropped when she heard the reason that he had arrived today. "I am here to challenge Xiao Juyan." The crowd that had gathered around Shenlong and was waiting to find out who he was going to challenge, instantly exploded in fervor. The woman couldn't help but ask again as if she wanted to verify it. Do you mean, the one ranked 93rd in the arena rankings? That's Xiao Juyan." Shenlong nodded his head as he took out his sect-identifying jade. The woman accepted it with disbelief before issuing the challenge. Inside a private room near the inner city, Xiao Juyan's jade lit up, shocking him as he read the words on it. Arena Challenge 101. He had already heard about the Shenlong who had defeated Lei Peng, as well as about him not accepting Fu Piazi's challenge. And now this person was challenging him? Xiao Juyan then stopped cultivating, as he left his room and walked towards the arena. Word quickly spread through the outer city that Shenlong had challenged the person ranked 93rd in the top 100 rankings, and even Fu Piazi and Rengui had soon heard of it. Fu Piazi was silently heading towards the arena as soon as he was informed about it, but Rengui had a frosty smile on his face as he said, "So you are finally willing to appear? I will make sure to teach you a good lesson then." Less than an hour later, Xiao Juyan arrived in front of the arena entrance, with a huge crowd trailing behind him.